Hey folks, gather around. I know I'm just an old guy spinning yarns, but hit that like button and subscribe before we get started. Let's dive into today's tale. But first, a quick disclaimer, the stories I tell are just for fun. They're speculative, and I don't have any hard evidence to back them up. So, take it all with a grain of salt, alright? Now, or was I? Ah, yes. Ever since I moved into my quiet little apartment building, there's always been something a bit off about my neighbor, Mr. Davies. It wasn't anything obvious, like hoarding junk or spying on people. Actually, he was quite polite and well-spoken. But something about him just didn't add up. For starters, he always seemed way too prepared. I'd often spot him loading his car with these huge boxes labeled emergency rations or hauling military-style backpacks into his apartment. He'd give me a nod if he caught me looking, but he never explained what it was all about. Once, I even joked about him prepping for the apocalypse, and he just smirked and said, "You'd be surprised what you learn to prepare for." Creepy, right? Then there were the noises. Late at night, I hear these faint whirring sounds coming through the wall we shared. Rhythmic and mechanical, like some kind of machine running in a factory. I figured he was just a hobbyist, maybe an inventor or something. But he never mentioned it, and I never asked. But what really caught my attention was how little he seemed to need. He didn't seem to eat much, his trash bins were always practically empty, and I never saw him carrying groceries. He worked odd hours too, coming and going at strange times, always wearing the same faded gray hoodie and jeans. And he never looked tired. If anything, he seemed too alert, like someone running on an endless supply of energy drinks. But without the jitters. One day, I decided to strike up a conversation. I'd just gotten home from work and saw him sitting on the steps outside his door, staring at the horizon like he was expecting something to appear. "Nice evening, huh?" I said casually, trying to be neighborly. He glanced at me, and for a moment his expression was unreadable. Then he gave a small nod. "It is," he said. "Clear skies are good for thinking." "Thinking about what?" I asked, leaning against the railing. He hesitated, like he was deciding whether or not to say more. Finally, he leaned back, his shoulders relaxing slightly. "You ever wonder how much of what we see is real?" he asked. I frowned. "What do you mean?" He looked me dead in the eye. "I mean, how much of us is real? How much of who we are is still human?" I laughed nervously. "That's pretty deep for a Tuesday night." He didn't laugh. Instead, he stood up, brushing imaginary dust off his jeans. "If I told you something," he said slowly, "would you promise not to think I'm crazy?" "Ah, sure," I said, though his tone made me uneasy. "I was part of a military project," he said, "a long time ago. They called it Project Regenerate." I blinked. "Like a science experiment?" He nodded. "They were working on nanotechnology. Microscopic machines that could repair tissue, eliminate fatigue, and even sustain a body without food or water. The idea was to create soldiers who could survive anything. That sounds intense, I said, trying to keep my voice light. But I mean, that's classified stuff, right? How do you? Because I was one of them, he interrupted. I wasn't supposed to survive the trial phase. None of us were. I stared at him, unsure whether to laugh or call someone. He must have noticed my expression because he shook his head and gave a bitter chuckle. You think I'm making it up? That's fine. I would too, if I were you. Okay, I said cautiously. So what happened? Why aren't you still, part of it? Because something went wrong, he said. The nanobots didn't just heal us. They started adapting, making their own decisions. Some of the test subjects changed. They stopped acting like themselves. Changed how? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled up his sleeve, revealing a faint, almost geometric scar on his forearm. This is where they injected them, he said. At first, it was like a miracle. Cuts healed in seconds, hunger and thirst disappeared. But then, his voice trailed off, and for the first time, I saw something that looked like fear in his eyes. Then what? I pressed, despite myself. They started controlling us, he said quietly. The bots, I mean. They learned how to override our brains, make us do things we didn't want to do. That's when I ran. You ran? I repeated. From the military? How do you even? I didn't say it was easy, he said, but I had to. I couldn't stay there and let them turn me into something else. I opened my mouth to respond, but he cut me off with a raised hand. Don't worry, he said, his voice suddenly light again. It's not your problem. Just stay out of my apartment if anything ever happens to me, okay? Before I could say anything else, he turned and went inside, leaving me standing there with more questions than answers. Over the next few weeks, I tried to forget about our conversation, convincing myself that Mr. Davies was just a guy with an overactive imagination. But then one day, he vanished. No note, no warning, just gone. That was when the real nightmare began. Mr. Davies' disappearance wasn't immediately noticeable. He lived a quiet life, so a few days of silence didn't feel out of the ordinary. I assumed he'd gone on one of his mysterious outings, maybe to the wilderness or wherever people who hoard survival gear go to unwind. But as the days stretched into a week, unease crept in. His car hadn't moved. The blinds in his windows, usually slightly parted, were now tightly shut, and packages piled up at his doorstep untouched. It was like the man had evaporated. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. On the 8th day, the property manager knocked on his door, clipboard in hand. I watched from my window, pretending to clean a coffee mug. After a minute of no response, the manager sighed, scribbled something, and left. That was when I decided to check for myself. It wasn't something I'd normally do. I'm not the kind of person who pokes around in other people's business. But Mr. Davies had left me with that cryptic warning, stay out of my apartment if anything happens to me. Why would someone say that unless they expected something to happen? Against my better judgment, I waited until nightfall, grabbed my spare flashlight and approached his apartment. The door was locked, of course. I'd expected that. What I didn't expect was how easy it would be to get in. A quick nudge on the door frame with my shoulder, and it swung open. Either he hadn't locked it properly, or the lock was faulty. For a guy so paranoid about security, it was surprising. Inside, the air was stale, like the place had been sealed for weeks. The blinds blocked out all light, and the only sound was the faint hum of an old fridge in the corner. His apartment was eerily neat, not spotless, but there were no signs of a struggle or a hasty departure. It was as if he'd just stepped out for a moment and never returned. I started in the living room. His couch was threadbare but clean, with a stack of books on the armrest. Most of them were technical manuals, stuff about engineering, biology, and even quantum mechanics. On the coffee table, there was a journal, its cover plain and unassuming. I flipped it open, half expecting to find grocery lists or scribbled reminders. But the pages were filled with diagrams and notes written in precise, tiny handwriting. The words didn't make much sense to me, something about autonomous repair systems and neural integration thresholds. It sounded like the kind of jargon you'd hear in a sci-fi movie. One phrase stuck out, though, written in bold letters across a page: the hosts are no longer in control. My stomach tightened. What did that mean? Hosts? Control? I closed the journal and moved to the kitchen, trying to shake off the growing unease. The fridge was almost empty, except for a few bottles of water and a single Tupperware container with what looked like a neatly packed meal. There were no dishes in the sink, no signs of recent use. His pantry, on the other hand, was stocked with canned goods and vacuum-sealed packs, enough to last for months. It was like he'd been preparing for an extended lockdown. As I moved deeper into the apartment, I noticed something strange about the walls. In the dim light of my flashlight, I could see faint scratches around the outlets and vents, like someone had pried them open recently. I crouched down to inspect one of the vents, and sure enough, the screws were loose. Inside, there was something shiny, like a piece of machinery, but I couldn't reach it. Finally, I made my way to his bedroom. Unlike the rest of the apartment, it was messy, papers scattered across the desk, the bed unmade, and a laptop sitting in the center of it all. The screen was dark, but when I pressed the power button, it flickered to life, asking for a password. I sighed, staring at the screen. There was no way I could guess the password. I was about to shut it down when I noticed a sticky note stuck to the side of the monitor. It read, "Project Regenerate Override Protocols." Below it was a series of numbers and letters. I typed it in, half expecting it not to work. But the laptop unlocked immediately. The desktop was bare except for a single folder labeled Logs. I opened it, and a list of files appeared, each one marked with a date. The most recent file was from the day he disappeared. I clicked on it. The screen filled with text, detailed logs of experiments, trials, and what looked like personal observations. Mr. Davies' words stared back at me. The nanobots are evolving. They're no longer following their programming. If they breach containment, there will be no way to stop them. I've isolated myself, but it may already be too late. I leaned back, my heart pounding. What was I supposed to do with this information? Mr. Davies wasn't just paranoid, he was living in fear of something he couldn't escape. That's when I noticed the second to last line of his entry. If I disappear, it means they've taken over. Don't trust anyone. Don't let them in. I quickly shut the laptop and stood up, my mind racing with possibilities. Taken over? By what? Was he talking about the nanobots? Could something like that even happen? The weight of what I found began to sink in, but I didn't have time to process it. In the silence of the apartment, I thought I heard a faint whirring sound, just like the ones I used to hear through the walls. I froze, my flashlight beam trembling as I turned toward the vent. The faint whirring sound didn't stop. It was coming from the vent, just like before, but now it was louder, more deliberate, like something moving inside. My flashlight beam stayed fixed on the vent as I debated whether to leave or investigate further. A sane person would have walked out and called it a night, but curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, kept me rooted in place. I crouched down and leaned closer, shining the light directly into the vent. The shiny object I'd noticed earlier was still there, but now I could see it more clearly. It wasn't just a random piece of machinery. It looked like some kind of miniature drone, its surface sleek and metallic, with tiny blinking lights. It wasn't moving, but the sound was definitely coming from somewhere near it. I wanted to grab it, to take a closer look, but I had no tools to open the vent. Instead, I made a mental note to return later with a screwdriver and stood up, deciding I'd seen enough for one night. As I moved to leave the bedroom, my eyes fell on a framed photograph sitting on Mr. Davies' cluttered desk. It was the only personal item I'd noticed in the entire apartment. The photo showed a younger Mr. Davies standing next to a group of men and women in military uniforms. They looked like they were celebrating something, smiling and holding drinks, but there was a strange tension in their expressions, like they knew something no one else did. The back of the frame had a small slip of paper taped to it. Curious, I peeled it off and unfolded it. Written in Mr. Davies' meticulous handwriting was a single sentence: Project Regenerate isn't about saving lives, it's about controlling them. I stared at the words, my mind spinning. What did he mean by controlling them? The logs on his laptop hinted at the nanobots going rogue, but this suggested something more deliberate, something planned. Was the project's true purpose to create obedient soldiers, people who could be controlled down to their very thoughts? I slipped the note into my pocket and decided it was time to leave. The air in the apartment felt heavier now, as if the walls themselves were holding secrets too big to contain. I turned off my flashlight and made my way back to the front door, stepping carefully to avoid making any noise. As I reached for the doorknob, something caught my eye, a faint red light blinking on the corner of the ceiling. I hadn't noticed it when I first came in, but now it was impossible to miss. It looked like a tiny camera, the kind used for home security systems. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. Had someone been watching me this whole time? But no, the apartment had been abandoned for over a week. If Mr. Davies had set up the camera, it was likely connected to a local storage device, not a live feed. Still, the idea of being recorded made me uneasy. I quickly left the apartment, locking the door behind me as best as I could. The hallway felt unusually quiet as I made my way back to my own place. Once inside, I locked my door, closed the blinds, and sat down at my kitchen table, pulling out the slip of paper I'd taken from the photo frame. The words stared back at me, and for the first time, I felt the weight of what I'd stumbled into. This wasn't just some conspiracy theory or the ramblings of a paranoid man. Mr. Davies had been trying to warn me, or anyone who would listen, about something far bigger than himself. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd found. I spent hours researching nanotechnology and military experiments, trying to piece together the fragments of information Mr. Davies had left behind. Most of what I found was speculative, articles about DARPA's research, rumors of classified projects, but none of it came close to the level of detail in his logs. The whirring sound I'd heard in his apartment kept haunting me, too. It wasn't just a random noise, it was deliberate, purposeful. I began to wonder if the drone-like device in the vent was more than just a piece of equipment. Was it monitoring something? Or worse, was it still active? Finally, I decided to go back. This time, I brought tools, a screwdriver, gloves, and a small storage box to hold anything I might find. I waited until late at night, when the building was quiet, and slipped back into Mr. Davies' apartment. The vent was exactly as I'd left it, and within minutes I'd removed the screws and pulled it open. The shiny device was heavier than it looked, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. Tiny symbols were etched along its edges, symbols I didn't recognize. It didn't seem to have any obvious buttons or switches, but as I turned it over, a faint blue light blinked to life on its underside. I nearly dropped it in surprise. The light pulsed softly, like a heartbeat, and the whirring sound started again, softer this time, but still distinct. I placed the device in the storage box and quickly sealed it shut, hoping to muffle the noise. As I reattached the vent cover, something occurred to me. If this device was still active, then maybe Mr. Davies wasn't paranoid after all. Maybe he was right to isolate himself. Maybe the nanobots, or whatever they were, had found a way to keep working even after he disappeared. But if that was true, then where was Mr. Davies now? I left the apartment, the storage box tucked securely under my arm. Back in my own place, I set the box on my desk and stared at it, unsure of what to do next. The device inside felt like a Pandora's box, something that could either unlock answers or unleash even more questions. One thing was clear, whatever Project Regenerate had been, it wasn't over. The storage box sat on my desk for 3 days, untouched. I couldn't bring myself to open it. Every time I glanced at it, I thought about the faint blue light and the rhythmic whirring sound. It wasn't fear holding me back, it was more like I didn't want to face whatever truth it might reveal. Once I opened that box and started investigating, there would be no turning back. On the 4th day, curiosity got the better of me. I cleared my desk, made sure my door was locked, and carefully unlatched the box. The device inside looked just as it had before, sleek, metallic, and impossibly futuristic. The blue light pulsed faintly, like it was alive. I spent a while examining it without touching it. There were no obvious markings except for the strange symbols etched along the edges. They looked almost mathematical, like equations or algorithms, but none of it made sense to me. I tried to remind myself that this was just a piece of technology, not some living organism, but the longer I stared at it, the more I began to doubt that. Finally, I decided to take a closer look. I put on a pair of gloves. I wasn't about to take any chances, and carefully lifted the device out of the box. It was heavier than it looked, and as I turned it over in my hands, I noticed a small panel on the underside. It didn't have any screws or hinges, but when I pressed it lightly, it clicked open, revealing a cluster of tiny wires and what looked like a memory card. I pulled the card out and set it aside. The moment it was removed, the device stopped humming, and the blue light blinked off. For a second, I wondered if I'd broken it, but then I realized that was probably its default state, inactive until it was powered by the card. The memory card itself was no ordinary storage device. It was smaller than any card I'd ever seen, with a faint holographic shimmer on its surface. I had no idea how to access whatever data it held, but I knew someone who might. There was a guy I went to college with, Jason, who worked in cybersecurity. We weren't exactly close, but we kept in touch occasionally. If anyone could figure out what was on this card, it was him. I called him that afternoon and told him I needed help with an old storage device I'd found. I didn't mention where it came from or what it might contain, just that I couldn't access it with any of my equipment. Jason agreed to take a look, but only if I brought it to his office. I wasn't thrilled about leaving the safety of my apartment, but I didn't have much choice. I packed the card and the device back into the storage box, grabbed my keys, and headed out. Jason's office was located in one of those nondescript office parks that could have been anything from a tech startup to an insurance agency. When I arrived, he was waiting for me in the lobby, wearing his usual grin and a faded hoodie that looked like it hadn't been washed in a week. "Long time no see," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "So what's this mystery gadget you've got?" I handed him the box, and he raised an eyebrow as he opened it. "Oh, where'd you get this?" "It looks like something out of a science fiction movie." "Just something I came across," I said, keeping my voice casual. "Think you can figure out what's on the card?" Jason shrugged. "Shouldn't be a problem. Let's head to my lab." His lab turned out to be a cluttered office filled with monitors, cables, and half-assembled computer parts. He cleared a space on his desk and plugged the memory card into a reader connected to his main computer. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screen lit up with lines of code scrolling rapidly across it. Jason leaned forward, his expression shifting from casual curiosity to focused intensity. This isn't normal," he muttered. "What do you mean?" I asked, stepping closer. "This card isn't just storing data, it's running something. A program, maybe, but it's encrypted to a level I've never seen before. Whoever made this didn't want anyone accessing it." He typed furiously, navigating through layers of encryption and firewalls. After a few minutes, he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "Okay, I managed to decrypt part of it. There are logs, tons of them. Most of it's technical jargon, but..." He clicked on a file, and a series of documents filled the screen. The words were similar to the ones I'd seen in Mr. Davies' journal: autonomous repair systems, neural integration, adaptive control. But there was something new here, something that sent a chill down my spine. Phase 3, network integration. What's Phase 3? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Jason scrolled through the file, his brow furrowed. It looks like they were planning to link the nanobots to a central network. Once connected, they'd be able to communicate with each other, share data, and even... He stopped, staring at the screen. Even what? I pressed. Even override individual hosts, he said, his voice flat. The network would act as a single entity, controlling every host simultaneously. My stomach dropped. This wasn't just about creating self-healing soldiers or eliminating the need for food and water. This was about control on a massive scale, turning people into puppets for whoever controlled the network. Jason turned to me, his face serious. Where did you get this? I told you. I just found it, I said, trying to sound convincing. Well, whoever this belonged to was into some seriously dangerous stuff, he said. And if this project is still active... He trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. I left Jason's office that evening with the memory card and the device packed safely away, but my mind was anything but safe. Phase 3-inch wasn't just an experiment, it was a blueprint for something far worse than I could have imagined. And Mr. Davies had been right in the middle of it. The question was, how far had it gone? It was just one of those nights, you know? The kind where Netflix is a total snooze fest, social media is just endless, boring scrolling, and sleep is miles away. So, I ended up doing what I sometimes do when I'm restless. I fired up the Tor browser. Yeah, the dark web. Before you freak out, it's not as sinister as people make it out to be. Mostly dead links, random forums, and sketchy online marketplaces. But sometimes, you stumble upon this weird little pocket of oddities. Conspiracy theories, obscure PDFs, and chat rooms where people whisper secrets they probably shouldn't even know. That's where I found it. A post on some forum called Truth Hunter X. The title was total clickbait. CERN found the source code of the universe. They're debugging reality. I almost closed the page right there. It sounded totally nuts, like one of those Area 51 is a gateway to Mars kind of posts. But this was different. It wasn't just a wall of text rant. It was clean, methodical, almost like a professional wrote it. This user, GlitchSeeker37, claimed that CERN, you know, the big science lab in Europe with the particle accelerator, had developed a program called Reality OS. An AI, supposedly, that could access the source code of existence itself. According to the post, CERN had been running debugging protocols to fix anomalies, basically glitches in reality caused by errors in the code. These glitches, the post explained, were things like people misremembering details, events being out of sync, or objects appearing where they shouldn't. Here's where it got weird. The debugging wasn't just fixing objects or events. The post alleged that entire people were being erased. If CERN determined someone was an anomaly, they'd just disappear. Not just from the present, but from history. No social media, no photos, no memories from loved ones. Like they'd never existed. I scrolled down, expecting to see a donate to my cause link or ads for tinfoil ads. Instead, there were links to videos. Dark web links always feel sketchy, but I was curious and wide awake, so I clicked. The first video looked like security footage from some random city street. Maybe Paris, judging by the cafe awning. A woman in a red coat walked past a bus stop. Nothing strange until she glitched. Her image froze for a split second, then pixelated, like bad CGI in a low-budget movie. When the frame stabilized, she was gone. And the people around her didn't even react. The second video was even creepier. It showed a family in a restaurant, looked like a McDonald's or something. A man at the table suddenly flickered. His wife and kids kept eating like nothing happened. Then, poof. The man's seat was empty, like he'd never been there. But here's the real kicker. His reflection lingered for a split second in the shiny surface of a nearby napkin dispenser. I leaned back from my laptop, my heart pounding. Not because the videos were scary, but because they felt too real. They weren't staged. No dramatic music, no over-the-top effects. Just everyday moments where something felt off. The forum thread had dozens of comments. Everyone was debating if the videos were fake or proof of something sinister. One comment, though, caught my eye. If you've seen this, they'll know. Avoid Starbucks. Avoid Starbucks? What? It sounded ridiculous, but that line stuck with me. I spent the next few days obsessing over the videos. I even tried to Google the cafe from the first clip, trying to figure out if it was really in Paris. Nothing. The McDonald's in the second video? It could have been anywhere. Then, 3 days later, something odd happened. My friend, Alex, didn't show up for our weekly gaming session. Alex is the most reliable guy I know. He was never late, never flaked. So, I texted him. No reply. I checked his Instagram and Facebook. His accounts were gone. Not just inactive, but like they'd never existed. I asked our mutual friends, and here's the really weird part. No one seemed to remember him. Not like, oh, I haven't seen him in a while, but actual confusion. Alex? Who's that? I even checked old group photos, the ones where Alex was front and center. He wasn't there anymore. It was like I'd imagined him. But I hadn't. I knew Alex. We'd been friends since high school. I even had texts from him in my phone, until I didn't. The messages disappeared overnight. I couldn't stop thinking about the videos. The woman in the red coat. The man in the McDonald's. Was Alex a glitch? Had CERN debugged him? It sounded crazy, absolutely insane. But what was the alternative? That I was losing my mind? That everyone I knew was collectively gaslighting me? I needed answers. I went back to the forum, but the thread was gone. The entire website was down. It wasn't even a 404 error. It was like the domain had never existed. That's when I made a mistake. I went deeper into the dark web, following breadcrumbs from obscure forums and encrypted chat rooms. And that's where I found another message board talking about Reality OS. A user named Redacted User had uploaded a document titled The Glitch Manifest. It wasn't a conspiracy manifesto. It was a technical document, like something written by an engineer. It detailed how anomalies were identified and fixed, corrupted memories, contradictory events, and most disturbingly, people who didn't align with the intended parameters of reality. The last line of the document sent a chill down my spine. Debugging complete. Parameters restored. No anomalies detected. I stared at the screen, the words blurring together. Debugging complete. What did that mean? Was this about Alex? About everyone like him? That night, I sat in my apartment, staring at my laptop. For the first time in years, I was scared. Scared of what I might learn next. But part of me needed to know. CERN wasn't just colliding particles. They were colliding realities. And somewhere, buried in the code of existence, they were rewriting us all. After that night, I was hooked. I mean, the idea that CERN was messing with reality was terrifying, but what really got to me was how logical it all sounded. The morning after I found that glitch manifest, I tried to take screenshots of the document. But when I opened my laptop, it was gone. Vanished. Even my browser history didn't have a trace of it, like it never even existed. I told myself it was just a typical dark web thing. Links and files disappear all the time, forums get taken down. But something didn't sit right. It wasn't just Alex that had vanished, the entire conversation around Reality OS seemed to have evaporated. I needed something solid, something that would prove this wasn't all in my head. I started visiting those subreddits for conspiracy theories. Even the most skeptical users were talking about strange things they couldn't explain. One post, in particular, stood out. Does anyone remember Kyle K? My brother swears we went to school with him, but no one else remembers. Even yearbooks have nothing. That hit way too close to home. I reached out to the user, Broken Clock 22, through Reddit DMs. They were hesitant at first, but after a few messages, they admitted their brother had been talking about debugging and glitches in reality. They didn't connect it to CERN, though, just called it some computer thing. The most chilling part? The brother, who was obsessed with this stuff, had stopped talking about it completely. According to Broken Clock 22, it was like he forgot it even happened. I was starting to see a pattern. People who dug too deep into this whole glitches and debugging thing were being silenced. Not physically, but mentally. Their memories were being scrubbed, just like the people who vanished. And then, it started happening to me. It started small. My favorite diner on the corner of Elm and 3rd? Gone. The building was still there, but it was a cell phone repair shop now. I figured maybe they'd closed recently. But when I mentioned it to my coworker, Michelle, she gave me this weird look. There's never been a diner there, she said. I laughed, thinking she was joking. You're kidding, right? The one with the green stools and the old jukebox? She shook her head, genuinely confused. I've worked here for 5 years. It's always been the phone shop. I tried to let it go, but little things kept adding up. A high school friend I hadn't seen in years, someone I knew I'd shared dozens of Facebook photos with, was no longer in my friend list. When I searched for their name, nothing came up. The photos we were in together? I was standing alone. I didn't even know how to explain it. There was no logical reason for these things to just disappear from my life. But I wasn't ready to jump to the whole debugging reality theory just yet. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was onto something huge. I started keeping notes, a physical journal, since digital files seemed unreliable. I wrote down names, places, and events that seemed to glitch. Anytime something felt off, I documented it. One night, I was going through my notes when I noticed something strange. A blank page. I distinctly remembered writing about Alex on that page, including details about his favorite band and the inside jokes we used to share. But the ink was gone. It didn't look erased, just absent. Like the page had never been written on. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I didn't remember some of the things I'd written either. It was like the memories were slipping away. That's when I decided to go back to the source. I fired up the Tor browser again, determined to find that original forum, or at least another thread about CERN. It took hours of searching, but eventually, I stumbled upon a .onion site called the Simulation Collective. The site was minimalist, almost sterile. Just a black background with white text. No images, no videos. The homepage had one sentence: reality is a program. The devs are watching. It didn't offer much in terms of navigation, just a single clickable link labeled logs. When I clicked it, my screen filled with lines of code. At first, I thought it was meaningless gibberish. But as I scrolled, certain words stood out: names, dates, locations. One entry caught my attention immediately: anomaly detected. Entity: Alex C. Debug initiated. Resolution complete. My stomach dropped. Alex's name. His full name. I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. The logs kept going, listing other names I didn't recognize. Some had the same debug initiated message. Others had a different note: entity reset to baseline. What did that even mean? Reset to baseline? As I scrolled further, I saw something that made me close the browser entirely. Observer number 845. Logging activity. Anomaly risk 4%. Containment unnecessary. Monitoring. Observer number 845. That sounded personal. Like they knew I was looking. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the logs, the names, the blank page in my journal. By morning, I made a decision. I needed to know more. I wasn't going to let fear stop me. If CERN was messing with reality, Someone had to find out the truth. But part of me wondered, at what cost? After finding Alex's name in those logs, I was a mess. That phrase, debug initiated, resolution complete, felt so cold, so clinical. Like he wasn't even a person, just a bug in a program. I started questioning everything, not in a paranoid way, but in these small, unsettling bursts. Every memory, every connection to someone or something, felt fragile. I was scared to even talk about it. Who would believe me? I'd sound insane, raving about reality being a program. Instead, I buried myself in research. I looked into CERN, focusing on their experiments with the Large Hadron Collider. Most of the public-facing information was harmless enough: particle physics, the search for dark matter, stuff like that. But the deeper I dug, the more questions I had. For example, there was this research paper published by one of CERN's lesser-known teams back in 2012, just after they confirmed the Higgs boson. The paper theorized that the discovery could open pathways to understanding the building blocks of the universe. A lot of it was way over my head, terms like quantum fields and Planck constants. But one phrase stood out: code-level manipulation of fundamental forces. I tried to find more papers by the same team, but it was like they vanished. Even the lead researcher's name, Dr. Thorne, was suspiciously absent from any other projects or publications. The more I searched, the more I realized this wasn't just about CERN. There were whispers across the web, on obscure forums, hidden blogs, even subreddits where skeptics traded theories. A recurring theme kept popping up: the idea of anomalies in reality. One user claimed to have seen a bird freeze mid-flight, hanging in the air for several seconds before disappearing completely. Another described walking into their childhood home, only to find it had been replaced by a parking lot overnight, with no one in the neighborhood remembering it had ever existed. And then there were the families, entire families disappearing from public records. Obituaries with no names attached. Digital footprints erased. I started noticing patterns. Many of these stories originated near major cities with advanced tech industries, places like Silicon Valley, Geneva, Tokyo. I couldn't prove anything, but it felt connected. The breakthrough came when I found a private Discord server, linked on one of those conspiracy subreddits. It was called the Source Coders. At first, I thought it was a joke, a group of programmers trying to capitalize on the whole CERN debugging reality hype. But after joining, I realized it was something else entirely. The server had fewer than 50 members, and most of them were quiet, only sharing occasional screenshots or cryptic messages. The moderators were strict about keeping the chat focused. They shared files, encrypted PDFs, snippets of code, and blurry photos of what looked like control panels. One of the moderators, Byte Rogue, posted a message that caught my attention: "If you found the logs, you know what's coming. Don't try to fight it. Just keep your head down." I messaged them privately, asking what they meant by logs and why people were disappearing. At first, they ignored me. But after I mentioned seeing Alex's name in the logs, they finally responded. They aren't deleting people, they're correcting them. When reality doesn't match the code, the anomaly has to go. I stared at the screen, unsure how to respond. Correcting them? What did that even mean? I asked if they could explain, but they didn't reply. Instead, they sent a single link. It was another .onion site, this one called Baseline Reset Protocol. The site was even more unsettling than the last one. It had a list of names, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Next to each name was a status, resolved or pending. I scrolled frantically, looking for anyone I recognized. And then I saw it, observer number 845. Status, pending. My chest tightened. Observer number 845, that was me, wasn't it? I didn't know how they tagged me or why I was pending, but it felt like a countdown had started. I clicked around the site, trying to find more information, but most of the links were dead ends. The only active one was labeled Terms of Reality. I clicked it, and a PDF opened. It read like an instruction manual, but not for anything I'd ever seen. The document described a set of parameters that every entity in reality was supposed to follow: behavioral norms, historical consistency, even physical appearance. If someone deviated too far from these parameters, they became an anomaly. The system would then run a debugging protocol to either correct the anomaly or remove it entirely. The scariest part? The protocol wasn't controlled by people. It was automated. CERN's AI, the one from that original conspiracy post, was running the whole thing. The document ended with a chilling statement: anomalies are a threat to systemic integrity. Debugging ensures continuity. I closed the browser and shut my laptop, my mind racing. This wasn't just about me. It wasn't even about CERN anymore. It was about the idea that everything we know, everything we are, could be overridden in an instant. And the worst part? It wasn't malicious, it wasn't personal. It was just maintenance. For the next few days, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept checking the list on the Baseline Reset Protocol site, half expecting my status to change from pending to resolved. But it didn't. Instead, the world around me seemed to shift. People at work started acting differently, forgetting conversations we had just days ago, misremembering basic facts about themselves. One coworker, Sarah, told me she'd been married for 6 years, but I distinctly remembered her saying she was single during our last team lunch. I didn't know if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. All I knew was that something was happening, and I was running out of time to figure it out. After days of sleepless nights and endless paranoia, I decided I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. I had to tell someone who might help me make sense of everything without thinking I'd lost my mind. I called up my old college buddy, Noah. Noah was a software engineer, one of those no-nonsense types who approached everything with logic. If anyone could help me sort through this mess, it was him. We met at a Starbucks near his office. I was half expecting the barista to glitch or for the coffee machine to start spouting code instead of steaming milk, but it was just a normal cafe. People chatted, laptops glowed, and nothing felt out of place. Noah showed up in his usual hoodie and jeans, looking at me like I'd dragged him into a conspiracy theory intervention. "All right," he said, sitting across from me. "What's going on?" "You sounded freaked out on the phone." I hesitated, unsure where to start. "Have you ever heard of something called Reality OS?" He frowned. "Is this some new tech?" "Sounds like an Apple thing." "No," I said, lowering my voice. It's bigger than that. It's like..." I paused, struggling to explain without sounding crazy. "It's the code behind reality. Like the programming that makes up everything." He blinked at me, clearly unimpressed. "Are you talking about some Matrix-type deal?" "Sort of," I said, pulling out the notebook where I'd written my notes. I showed him the names, the logs, the stuff about anomalies and debugging. As I talked, his expression shifted from amused to something closer to concern. "You're saying CERN is running this?" he asked, flipping through the pages. "That's what I found so far," I said. "But it's not just CERN, it's automated. The system is running itself now. And people who don't fit are being deleted." Noah leaned back, crossing his arms. "Deleted? How?" "Not killed," I clarified quickly. "Erased. Like they were never here in the first place. Their photos, their records, even people's memories of them. It's all gone." He didn't say anything for a long moment, just stared at my notebook. Finally, he said, "Okay, let's say this is real. Why would CERN, or whatever system you're talking about, do this? What's the point?" "Because anomalies threaten the system," I said, repeating what I'd read in the PDF. "If reality doesn't match the code, it destabilizes. They're debugging to keep everything running smoothly." Noah's expression was unreadable. "And you think you're what? An anomaly?" I opened my laptop and pulled up the baseline reset protocol site. I showed him my name, or rather, the identifier I assumed referred to me, observer number 845. Status: pending. "Someone's keeping tabs on me," I said. "Or something is. And I think it's only a matter of time before I'm next." Noah stared at the screen for so long I thought he was about to walk out. But then, he surprised me. "Let's dig into this." We spent the next hour combing through the site. Noah was faster than me, navigating the code like it was second nature. He found hidden pages, encrypted links, and even what looked like a feedback loop, something that kept the site running even when its content was altered or removed. "It's like a self-repairing program," he said, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "Whoever built this knows their stuff. Every change triggers a countermeasure to restore the original state. Like a fail-safe," I said. "Exactly," he paused, leaning back. "But there's something else. Look at this." He turned the laptop toward me. On the screen was a string of code, lines of numbers, letters, and symbols that didn't mean much to me. But Noah pointed to one section in particular. "This," he said, "looks like an input field. It's waiting for something. Like a password, maybe, or a command. We stared at the screen, both of us hesitant to touch it. Finally, Noah said, "You want to try?" "Try what?" "Sending a command. If this is the code behind reality, maybe we can ask it something. Or tell it something." The idea was absurd, but then again, so was everything else about this situation. I nodded. "What should we say?" Noah thought for a moment, then typed, "What is observer number 845? We waited. The cursor blinked on the screen, mocking us with its silence. Then, a response appeared, "Observer number 845. Anomaly flagged. Debug pending. No further action required." My heart sank. That's it? No explanation? Noah frowned, typing again, "Why is observer 845 flagged?" The response was immediate. "Observer number 845 has exceeded parameters. Resolution will restore balance." Exceeded parameters, Noah muttered. "What does that mean?" "I don't know," I said. "Maybe it's because I've been looking into this." Noah shook his head. "It doesn't make sense. Why would the system care if someone was digging around? Unless what? Unless it's not about what you know, it's about what you do." I didn't understand at first, but then it hit me. If reality was a program, and we were all following preset parameters, then breaking those parameters, acting in ways that didn't fit, might register as an error. "Like stepping outside the script," I said. "Exactly," Noah said. "The system expects people to behave a certain way. But if you start doing things it can't predict, you become a threat to stability." We sat there, letting the weight of that realization sink in. If Noah was right, this wasn't just about me. It was about everyone. Every choice we made, every deviation from the expected, was being monitored and corrected. Noah and I spent hours in that Starbucks, staring at the screen like it might offer us an answer we weren't ready to hear. If reality had parameters, and I had somehow exceeded them, what did that mean for the people around me? For everyone who had disappeared. It wasn't just about understanding the system anymore. It was about figuring out if there was a way to stop it, or at the very least, survive it. Noah leaned forward, his voice low but urgent. "We need to test something. If the system's parameters are based on predictability, we have to figure out what triggers a flag." "How?" I asked. "By breaking the pattern," he said simply. I was hesitant. "You're saying we should, what? Act randomly? Do something unexpected?" Noah nodded. "Think about it. If the system is debugging anomalies, it's targeting people who don't fit the code. If we can disrupt that process, maybe we can figure out how to stay under the radar." It sounded risky, but at this point, I didn't have much to lose. We started small. Noah suggested I change my daily routine. Take a different route to work, eat lunch at a different time, even wear clothes I wouldn't normally wear. At first, it felt silly, like a kid trying to prank a teacher. But as the days went on, strange things started happening. For one, the baseline reset protocol site updated. My status changed from pending to active observation. "You're being monitored," Noah said, pointing at the screen. "Is that good?" I asked. He shrugged. "It means you're still here. For now." The changes around me became more noticeable, too. My coworker, Sarah, the one who had told me she was married, suddenly stopped coming to work. When I asked about her, our manager said she'd never worked there. Another colleague, Jacob, laughed when I mentioned her name. "Sarah, you're making people up now." At home, I started noticing subtle differences. The color of my couch cushions seemed off. A favorite mug I used every morning disappeared, replaced by one I didn't recognize. These weren't life-altering glitches, but they were enough to make me question if reality was being restructured around me. Noah, on the other hand, was thriving in the chaos. He dove headfirst into the code, experimenting with the input field on the baseline reset protocol site. One night, he sent me a cryptic message. "I think I found a backdoor." When I called him, he explained, "There's a hidden command line in the site's code. I think it lets you query the system directly. Not just observe, but interact." "What does that mean?" I asked, my stomach tightening. "It means we might be able to influence the debugging process. Maybe even stop it." The idea sounded too good to be true, but Noah was confident. "We just need to figure out the right command." The next night, I joined him at his apartment. His desk was a mess of monitors and notebooks, all filled with strings of code and scribble theories. "We're going to send a message," he said, typing furiously. "To who?" "Not who." "What?" Noah corrected. "The system." He typed a single line into the input field. "Override anomaly flag for observer number 845. We hit enter and waited. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the screen flickered, and a new line of text appeared. "Override denied. Anomaly exceeds parameters. Resolution required." Noah frowned. "Okay, plan B." He typed another command, "Request parameter adjustment for observer number 845. This time, the response was immediate. "Adjustment approved." "Processing." The screen went blank for a few seconds, then displayed a single word, "Stabilized." "What does that mean?" I asked, leaning over his shoulder. Noah looked as baffled as I felt. "I don't know. But if the system says you're stabilized, maybe it means you're no longer a threat." The next few days were eerily calm. My name disappeared from the baseline reset protocol site entirely, and the glitches around me stopped. Sarah didn't return to work, but no one else vanished either. For the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe again. But Noah wasn't so lucky. A week later, I got a frantic call from him. "I think I've been flagged," he said, his voice shaking. "My name's on the list. Pending resolution." "What? How?" "I don't know," he said. "Maybe messing with the code was too much." Or maybe the system's adapting. I tried to calm him down, but there was nothing I could do. Over the next few days, Noah stopped responding to my calls and texts. When I went to his apartment, the landlord said he'd moved out. His desk was gone, his monitors, his notebooks, everything. Even the Starbucks we'd met at for our first conversation was gone. The building was still there, but it was a bank now. I went back to the notebook where I'd been documenting everything. Noah's name was still there, along with all the notes we'd taken together. But as I stared at the page, I realized something horrifying. I couldn't remember what he looked like. His voice was still clear in my mind, his mannerisms, his favorite hoodie, but his face, it was a blank. The system hadn't just erased him, it was erasing my connection to him. I closed the notebook and sat in silence, wondering how long it would take before I forgot him entirely. Before I forgot everything. That was months ago. Since then, I've tried to move on. I don't visit the dark web anymore, and I've stopped looking for glitches. Whatever parameters I've been assigned, I'm sticking to them. But sometimes, late at night, I catch myself wondering how much of what we see, what we know, is real, and how much is just code. If CERN really has the source code of the universe, maybe none of us are real in the way we think we are. Maybe we're all just anomalies, waiting to be debugged. And maybe, just maybe, it's not about fighting the system. It's about deciding whether we want to be a glitch in the code or just another line in the program. The choice, it seems, is ours. At least, for now. Let's be real, when most people hear FBI, they picture some slick Hollywood action scene. Dramatic shootouts, high-speed chases, the whole 9 yards. But my reality? Mostly paperwork, staring at a computer screen, and chasing digital trails down the rabbit hole of the internet. Don't get me wrong, it was interesting. Just not in the way most people imagine. And one of the weirdest cases I ever stumbled on landed on my desk almost by accident. It all started with a simple keyword alert. See, the FBI keeps a pretty close eye on the dark web, especially those hidden corners you can only reach through those onion routing things. Most of it's exactly what you'd expect: illegal marketplaces, fake IDs, forums where people rant about crazy conspiracies. But sometimes, something pops up that doesn't fit the mold. Something different. I was in my office one morning, sifting through flight posts from the night before, when I noticed a thread titled Vault 27, NASA's Dirty Secret. It was posted on a forum known for whistleblowers and leaked documents. At first glance, it looked like your typical conspiracy theory garbage, big claims, zero proof. But what caught my eye was the file attached to the post. It was a heavily encrypted zip folder simply titled FBI Classified. Now, seeing FBI slapped on a file doesn't automatically mean anything. It's a common tactic to get attention. But protocol is protocol, so I had to check it out. We ran it through our secure system and managed to crack the encryption. Inside were a bunch of scanned documents, memos, and what looked like pictures taken in some kind of underground facility. They were all labeled with one phrase, Vault 27. The first document I opened was a memo from the early 1980s. It was written by someone with a NASA email address and addressed to someone whose name was blacked out. The memo talked about some strange findings during the construction of NASA's headquarters in Houston. Apparently, while they were digging, workers found a sealed vault buried deep underground. The memo said the vault's design and the materials it was made from didn't match any known engineering techniques, not even from that time period. It was like it came from somewhere else. Another file contained a timeline of events. It explained that the vault was opened in 1979, with NASA officials and some external consultants present, which usually means other government agencies like the CIA or, well, us. But what they found inside wasn't just some old relics or artifacts. According to the document, the vault contained thousands of records. Some were written in languages no one could decipher, and others were disturbingly clear. One of the translated records described an encounter with a civilization from another star system, identified only by coordinates. The document claimed this civilization had been watching Earth for centuries, describing humans as a subject of ongoing study. Creepy, right? Another file described an object found orbiting Earth, a device the documents called the Observer. Apparently, they retrieved it and were keeping it in a separate NASA facility. The images in the folder were just as baffling. One showed a massive metal door covered in weird symbols. Another showed rows of filing cabinets inside the vault, each labeled in what looked like multiple languages. Some looked vaguely familiar, like Latin or Sanskrit, but others I'd never seen before. The final image was a close-up of what looked like a crystal object, glowing faintly, with a caption that just said "Recovered Artifact Number 32. By this point, I was seriously confused. The whole thing seemed too elaborate to be a hoax, but also too bizarre to be real. Still, the detail in the files and the professional formatting suggested this wasn't some amateur conspiracy theorist messing around. Whoever leaked this knew what they were doing. I decided to run a background check on the forum user who uploaded the files. No surprise, they'd used a throwaway account, and their activity logs were wiped. But what was strange was how quickly the thread was taken down. It was only up for about 45 minutes before it vanished, not by the forum moderators, but by what looked like an outside source. That's unusual, even by dark web standards. For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. The more I thought about it, the more questions I had. Why was this vault hidden under NASA? Who built it? And what did they mean by Earth is under surveillance? I made copies of the decrypted files and handed them over to my supervisor with a full report. To my surprise, he didn't seem fazed. He skimmed through the documents, nodded, and told me to archive everything under a classified case number. That was it. No further instructions, no follow-up. It was like he already knew about Vault 27 and didn't want to discuss it. That night, I went home feeling more unsettled than I had in years. The files hadn't just described some weird discovery, they painted a picture of a world far stranger than the one I thought I knew. And the fact that it was all buried beneath one of the most well-known institutions in the country, that made it even harder to ignore. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd seen, not my family, not my friends. It wasn't just because of the non-disclosure agreements, it was because I wasn't sure how to explain it without sounding crazy. But the file stayed in the back of my mind, gnawing at me like a splinter I couldn't quite remove. Looking back, that day was just the beginning. What I thought was a minor case of dark web whistleblowing turned out to be a small part of something much, much bigger. A week after the Vault 27 files landed on my desk, I found myself routinely checking the case logs, hoping for some kind of update. Nothing. It was like the files had been buried as quickly as they'd been decrypted. For most people in my position, that would have been the end of it. Just another classified oddity tucked away in the ever-growing archive of government secrets. But for me, there was something about it that felt unfinished. One morning, as I was clearing out older cases from our internal database, I stumbled upon a restricted folder labeled NASA Vault 27 Special Access. Normally, I wouldn't have clearance for something like that, but for some reason, my credentials worked. I hesitated for a moment before opening it, knowing full well this could land me in hot water. But the folder wasn't what I expected. It wasn't just an archive of the same documents I'd already seen. There were new files, and these weren't just memos or blurry images. These were transcripts. The first transcript was dated 1981 and labeled Interview with Subject Zeta 9. At first, I thought it was a reference to a person, maybe an astronaut or a scientist. But as I read through it, it became clear this was no ordinary interview. The questions were simple, straightforward, but the answers, they didn't make sense. The subject described itself as an observer and claimed to have been monitoring human development for what it called cycles of harvest. It referenced a network of similar observers positioned across the solar system, each assigned to a specific region of Earth. The interviewer, whose identity was redacted, asked about the purpose of this observation. The response was chilling in its simplicity, to catalog behavior and ensure compliance with universal law. When asked what universal law meant, the subject replied, the survival of balance. Another transcript, dated a few months later, detailed a meeting between NASA officials and representatives from some unnamed government agency. The conversation revolved around an object found in low Earth orbit, likely the observer mentioned in the leaked files. The object, described as a spherical device no bigger than a basketball, was reportedly capable of emitting electromagnetic pulses strong enough to disrupt communications on a global scale. What stood out most, however, was a line from one of the officials: "We can't dismantle it without triggering a response." There was no elaboration on what that response might be, but the implication was clear. Whatever this thing was, tampering with it could lead to consequences far beyond our understanding. By the time I finished reading the transcripts, I felt like I was piecing together a puzzle with half the pieces missing. The more I learned, the less it made sense. Who or what was Zeta 9? How could NASA, an organization so publicly associated with exploration and discovery, also be tied to something so secretive? And most importantly, why was this information buried so deeply? A third document in the folder provided a potential clue. It was a scanned copy of a handwritten note dated 1979, the same year the vault was first opened. The note was short and cryptic, but it mentioned something called the directive. It seemed to be an agreement of some kind, made between Earth's governments and an external entity. The exact details were obscured by water damage, but one line stood out: under no circumstances is the existence of the vault to be disclosed to the public. At this point, I started to wonder how many people within NASA even knew about this. The files suggested that knowledge of Vault 27 was limited to a handful of high-ranking officials and select personnel from other agencies. Even within the FBI, access to the case was tightly controlled. But why the secrecy? What was it about these records that warranted such extreme measures? Over the next few days, I dug deeper into the database, searching for anything else connected to Vault 27. What I found wasn't more documents, but a pattern. There were other facilities, similar vaults, scattered across the country, each tied to different organizations. One was reportedly beneath a military base in Nevada, another in the Appalachian Mountains. Each location seemed to have its own purpose, but all were linked by one recurring term: custodial sites. These custodial sites, according to the files, were established to house and protect artifacts deemed too dangerous or too significant for public knowledge. Some were described as technological in nature, while others were simply labeled organic. There was little explanation as to what that meant, but the vagueness was almost worse than the details. By the end of the week, I had a list of questions longer than the files I'd read. Who built these vaults? Why was NASA involved? And most importantly, what was the true purpose of the observers and the so-called universal law? Despite my growing unease, I couldn't bring myself to stop looking. It wasn't out of any sense of duty or obligation. It was because the story didn't feel complete, and something about it, something I couldn't quite put into words, felt too important to ignore. When I brought my findings to my supervisor, he gave me the same measured response as before. "Archive it and move on," he said, as if it was nothing more than a routine case. But I knew better. This wasn't routine. This was something else entirely. For the next few days, I followed orders. I filed away the documents, logged my findings, and tried to push the whole thing to the back of my mind. But the more I tried to ignore it, the harder it became. Because deep down, I knew I'd stumbled onto something far bigger than I could comprehend. And whether I wanted to or not, I was now a part of it. The more I thought about the files, the more I realized how little I actually knew. Vault 27 wasn't an isolated case. It was part of a much larger network. That much was clear from the scattered mentions of other custodial sites in the documents. But what wasn't clear was why they existed in the first place, or what their ultimate purpose was. I started spending my lunch breaks and late evenings combing through old case files, not because I was instructed to, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that these sites were connected to something bigger. My search didn't yield much at first, just vague references to classified operations and a handful of reports about unidentified aerial phenomena. But eventually, I stumbled across a file that made me stop in my tracks. It was a debriefing report from 1994, written by an Air Force officer who had been stationed at a facility referred to only as Site Echo. The report described an incident involving an unidentified object that had been recovered from the ocean floor. The object, which was reportedly emitting a faint hum, had been brought to Site Echo for analysis. According to the report, the object was examined for several weeks before abruptly shutting down, as if it had been deactivated remotely. What stood out to me wasn't just the description of the object, but the reaction of the personnel involved. The report stated that after the shutdown, several high-ranking officials were called to the site for a closed-door meeting. The details of that meeting were classified, but the report hinted at a connection between the object and something called the directive. This was the second time I'd come across that term, and it seemed to be a key piece of the puzzle. But there were no clear explanations, only fragments and implications that pointed to something far beyond my understanding. A few days later, I came across another file that added to the mystery. This one was a technical report from the late 1980s, detailing an experiment conducted at a custodial site in the Midwest. The experiment involved an artifact described as a dimensional anchor, a term I'd never heard before. The report was filled with technical jargon, but the gist of it was this: the artifact was believed to stabilize something referred to as spatial anomalies. The document included a diagram of the artifact, which resembled a crystalline structure similar to the one shown in the Vault 27 photos. The report claimed the artifact emitted a low-frequency signal that was barely detectable, but consistent enough to suggest it was operational. The purpose of this signal was unclear, but the researchers theorized it might be some kind of beacon or communication device. By this point, I was beginning to see a pattern. Each custodial site seemed to house an artifact with a specific purpose, whether it was surveillance, communication, or something else entirely. And all of these artifacts were somehow connected to the directive. But what was the directive, and who or what had issued it? The more I dug, the more questions I uncovered. One file mentioned an international agreement signed in the 1950s outlining protocols for handling non-terrestrial discoveries. Another referenced a joint task force involving multiple government agencies, including NASA, the Department of Defense, and the United Nations. The task force's mission was to ensure the artifacts remained secure and out of public view. What struck me most, however, was how consistent the records were. Despite spanning decades and involving different organizations, the language and tone of the documents were remarkably uniform. It was as if everyone involved was operating under the same set of instructions that were never explicitly stated, but always implied. I started to wonder how many people outside of these agencies even knew about the custodial sites. Was this knowledge limited to a handful of insiders, or was it more widespread than I realized? And if the public ever found out, what would the reaction be? These questions weighed on me as I continued my search, but answers remained frustratingly out of reach. I knew I was looking at only a fraction of the full picture, and every piece I uncovered seemed to raise more questions than it answered. One night, as I sat in my office reviewing yet another redacted document, I found myself staring at a single sentence that seemed to encapsulate the entire mystery. The custodial network exists to preserve the balance between discovery and discretion. The phrase stuck with me. What did it mean to preserve the balance? And why was discretion so important? The more I thought about it, the more it felt like there was something just beneath the surface, something I couldn't quite grasp, but that I knew was there. I decided to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. If the custodial sites were connected, then there had to be a central authority overseeing them. And if that was the case, then someone, somewhere, knew the full story. But who? And would I ever find out? By now, I had pieced together enough information to recognize that the custodial sites were more than just secret storage facilities. They were part of a system designed to manage artifacts and information far beyond anything we had the means to fully understand. And yet, every document, every transcript, every redacted note hinted at one central idea: control. Control over what, though? That was the question that kept circling back. These weren't just scientific discoveries or forgotten relics. They were pieces of something larger, something interconnected. And while the files I accessed painted a partial picture, there was still so much I didn't know. Then I found a file that made everything feel more grounded, and at the same time, more unsettling. It was a memorandum dated 1974, addressed to senior officials in several government agencies. The subject line read simply, "Unified Policy on Extraterrestrial Contact." The memo wasn't technical or filled with complicated jargon. Instead, it outlined a policy designed to ensure global stability in the event of contact with non-terrestrial entities. It described a series of protocols, from how initial contact should be handled to how information should be shared, or more importantly, not shared, with the public. There was one line that stood out to me: "Secrecy is not a choice, it is a necessity." The document explained that the custodial network wasn't just about protecting artifacts or data, it was about managing knowledge itself. According to the memo, the existence of certain discoveries, like the vault beneath NASA or the objects retrieved from other sites, posed a risk not just to national security, but to the psychological stability of the global population. The memo claimed that revealing the truth could lead to widespread panic, economic collapse, and even political instability. It was hard to argue with the logic. If half of what I'd read was true, it wasn't just strange, it was world-changing. But what struck me was how calm and methodical the memo was. There was no sense of urgency or fear, just a quiet acceptance that this was the way things had to be. Another document in the same folder shed light on the international aspect of the custodial network. It described a meeting held in Geneva in the early 1960s, attended by representatives from over a dozen countries. The purpose of the meeting was to establish a unified approach to handling anomalous discoveries, and it resulted in the creation of what the document called the Accord. The Accord outlined a series of guidelines for identifying, securing, and studying non-terrestrial artifacts. It also established a framework for sharing information between nations while maintaining absolute secrecy from the general public. The document even included a list of countries that had agreed to the Accord, along with their designated custodial sites. It was a global effort, one that spanned continents and decades. But the most intriguing part of the document was a section titled "The Visitors." It was brief, just a few sentences, but it referred to multiple instances of direct communication with entities described as non-terrestrial intelligences. The document claimed that these communications were rare and often cryptic, but they all shared a common theme: the importance of balance. This word, balance, kept coming up, and it was beginning to feel less like a concept and more like a directive. The file suggested that the custodial network wasn't just about protecting humanity from the unknown. It was also about maintaining a delicate equilibrium between what we could understand and what we weren't ready to face. One evening, as I reviewed my notes, I realized something important. Despite all the secrecy and all the effort to keep these artifacts hidden, there was no evidence of malice. The files didn't describe weapons or threats. They described warnings and observations. It was as if whoever or whatever was behind these discoveries wasn't trying to harm us, but was instead trying to guide us, albeit in a way we couldn't fully grasp. That realization didn't make the situation any less strange, but it did put things into perspective. The custodial sites weren't just vaults or archives, they were safeguards. And while I didn't agree with the level of secrecy involved, I could understand the reasoning behind it. Still, there was one question I couldn't shake: if this was all about balance, what would happen if that balance were disrupted? The files didn't provide an answer, but they hinted at one. Several documents referred to events classified as Category 4 anomalies. These anomalies were described as rare but significant, often involving artifacts that behaved unpredictably or produced effects that couldn't be explained. One report detailed an incident at a custodial site in Alaska where an artifact had allegedly emitted a signal that disrupted local weather patterns for several days. Another mentioned a device that had temporarily disabled communications within a 50-mile radius of a military base. These events were described as contained, but the reports made it clear that containment wasn't guaranteed. By the time I finished reading, I felt a strange mix of unease and curiosity. The files had answered some of my questions, but they had also raised new ones, questions that I wasn't sure I wanted the answers to. And yet, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Because if the custodial network was as important as the files suggested, then what I'd uncovered wasn't just a mystery, it was a responsibility. A week passed without any new discoveries. I had archived the documents as instructed, logged my findings, and tried to move on. But something about the whole situation wouldn't let me go. It wasn't fear or paranoia. It was the sense that I glimpsed a reality that most people couldn't fathom, one that reshaped how I viewed the world. Then, out of nowhere, an email landed in my inbox. It was from an address I didn't recognize, marked with the subject line, "Follow-up, Vault 27." I hesitated before opening it, unsure if it was some kind of phishing attempt or a harmless coincidence. But when I finally clicked on it, my screen filled with a single message: "Final briefing attached." The attachment was a PDF, its contents stamped with a classification level so high I couldn't believe it had been sent to me. But what stood out most was the title: Project Keystone, Custodial Integration Plan. The document was unlike anything I'd seen before. It wasn't just a series of reports or isolated incidents, it was a complete breakdown of the custodial network's purpose. According to the briefing, the network was established not just to secure artifacts, but to prepare humanity for a gradual revelation of their existence. The term keystone referred to a timeline of carefully controlled disclosures, designed to introduce the public to the reality of extraterrestrial life without causing widespread panic. The plan was ambitious, to say the least. It involved cooperation between governments, scientific institutions, and even private corporations. Each step was meticulously planned, from the release of minor discoveries to the eventual acknowledgement of direct contact. The document explained that this process would take decades, possibly even centuries, depending on global stability and societal readiness. What struck me most was the underlying optimism of the plan. Despite the secrecy and the occasional references to anomalies, the tone of the document was hopeful. It framed the custodial network not as a means of suppression, but as a way to guide humanity toward a future where the unknown wasn't feared, but embraced. One section of the document outlined the importance of the observers. These artifacts, like the one described in the Vault 27 files, were portrayed as sentinels, placed here not to harm us, but to ensure that our development remained on course. The document hinted that the observers weren't just monitoring us, they were protecting us, though from what, it didn't specify. By the time I finished reading, I felt a strange sense of clarity. The custodial network, the directive, the accord, it was all part of a bigger picture, one that extended far beyond the confines of any single organization or nation. And while I couldn't claim to understand all of it, I finally saw the purpose behind it. In the days that followed, I found myself looking at the world differently. Every news story about a scientific breakthrough, every report of an unexplained phenomenon, every casual mention of space exploration, it all felt connected in ways I hadn't noticed before. The world wasn't just a collection of random events, it was part of a larger narrative, one that was slowly, methodically being revealed. I never received another email about Vault 27, and I never heard anyone mention it again. But I didn't need to. The files had given me enough to understand that some mysteries are meant to be uncovered slowly, over time. And while I'll probably never know the full truth, I've made peace with that. The world, I realized, was far more complex and wondrous than I could have ever imagined. And somewhere out there, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, the visitors were watching, waiting, and perhaps guiding us towards a future we couldn't yet comprehend. I'm a junior technician at this small astronomy lab that collaborates with NASA. Sounds fancy, right? Not really. Most of my days are spent staring at data, fixing equipment, and occasionally pulling all-nighters to record observations. Our lab isn't involved in any of the big space missions or anything, but we do our part by monitoring specific frequencies for anything out of the ordinary. It's kind of like listening to static all day, hoping to catch a glimpse of something interesting. And let me tell you, it can get pretty boring. But one night, during one of these routine shifts, things took a turn for the weird. I was at my workstation, trying to stay awake with a lukewarm cup of coffee, when one of our detection systems flagged an anomaly. Usually, it's just a glitch or interference from some satellite passing overhead. But this one was different. The signal was consistent, almost rhythmic, like it was transmitting some kind of structured data. At first, I figured it was just random noise from deep space, maybe an old pulsar signal or something bouncing off space junk. But when I ran a quick analysis, the signal's patterns didn't match anything natural. It wasn't repeating like a pulsar, and it didn't have the usual spikes you'd expect from radio interference. This thing had a pulse, organized and deliberate, like it was trying to say something. I called over Dr. Lewis, our lead scientist. She's one of those no-nonsense types, always skeptical until she's exhausted every possible explanation. She looked at the screen, listened to my explanation, and then her eyebrows shot up. "Let's clean up the noise and isolate the pattern," she said, already pulling up the necessary programs. Within minutes, the signal became clearer, its structure more defined. And what we saw made us both freeze. The signal wasn't just random bursts of static, it was transmitting data, something that looked eerily like language, but in binary form. We couldn't decode it right away, but it was obvious this wasn't just another cosmic hiccup. Dr. Lewis decided to escalate it to NASA for further investigation. By the next morning, a team of specialists from NASA had joined us via a secure video call. They took over the analysis remotely, working with Dr. Lewis and the rest of our team to decode the binary stream. Over the next few days, more of the signal's contents came to light. And that's when things got really strange. The signal wasn't just random data, it was transmitting earthly information. One of the decoded fragments mentioned locations, specific coordinates that, when cross-referenced, pointed to FBI offices and facilities. Another fragment included timestamps, as if referencing events. And these weren't just generic references either. They detailed classified operations, some of which had reportedly taken place decades ago. The kicker? Many of these missions had never been publicly disclosed. NASA immediately contacted the FBI. They arrived at our lab within hours. Two agents who didn't introduce themselves and seemed more interested in making sure we kept our mouths shut than explaining what was going on. We were asked to sign NDAs, which felt like overkill, but at that point, we had no idea how deep this rabbit hole went. What I remember most clearly about those first few days was the atmosphere in the lab. It wasn't fear, exactly. No one was being threatened or anything like that. It was more like a quiet, uneasy confusion. How was it possible for a signal from deep space to contain classified earthly information? And more importantly, why was it reaching us now? The FBI brought in their own experts, and we worked with them to decode more of the signal. As more data was revealed, an unsettling theory started to take shape. The timestamps in the signal weren't just tied to past events, they also included dates that hadn't happened yet. One of the agents, who seemed a bit more open than the others, let it slip during a late-night session. "It's almost like this thing is coming from the future," he said. The room went silent after he said that. No one wanted to admit it, but the idea had already crossed all our minds. By the end of that week, we had more questions than answers. The signal hadn't stopped, it was still transmitting, like it had an infinite stream of data to share. Some of it was mundane, like weather patterns or population statistics. But other parts were deeply specific and uncomfortably accurate, even when cross-referenced with current events. And the strangest part? The signal seemed to know exactly when we were decoding it. Whenever we'd isolate one section, it would adjust, almost like it was responding to our progress. Dr. Lewis called it adaptive, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was aware. And then we found something that changed everything. A reference to a date only a week away, paired with a cryptic phrase, Event Horizon Breach. What that meant, none of us knew. But one thing was certain, whatever was happening wasn't over. It was just beginning. The term Event Horizon Breach stuck with me. It sounded like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, but in our context, it was just another piece of data we couldn't make sense of. The FBI agents and NASA specialists weren't offering any answers either. They seemed as baffled as we were, though they did their best to hide it behind their official demeanor. After a tense meeting, Dr. Lewis gave us a pep talk, or at least her version of one. She told us to stay focused and reminded us that as strange as the signal was, it was still just information. We weren't in any immediate danger, and until we understood more, all we could do was analyze the data piece by piece. That night, I stayed late at the lab with a few colleagues, combing through the latest decoded fragments. Most of it was still gibberish, long strings of binary that didn't form any coherent patterns. But then we stumbled onto something new, an image. The signal had embedded visual data into its transmission. When we rendered it, the image wasn't what I expected. It wasn't some alien landscape or futuristic technology. It was a satellite photo of Earth. Specifically, it showed a region in the Pacific Ocean, just west of the Mariana Trench. There was nothing remarkable about the area, no islands, no shipping lanes, no undersea cables, just open water. But when we cross-referenced the coordinates with seismic activity logs, we found something interesting. There had been a series of small, unreported tremors in that exact spot over the past month. They weren't strong enough to make the news or trigger any alarms, but they were consistent, like something was stirring beneath the ocean floor. The next morning, NASA convened another video call. This time, the tone was different. The specialists looked tense, like they were holding something back. One of them, a senior scientist named Dr. Ramirez, shared the latest findings. We believe the signal is originating from the coordinates shown in the image, he said. We don't know how, but there's a possibility it's coming from an undersea source. An undersea source, someone on our team asked. You're saying this isn't coming from deep space anymore? It's complicated, Dr. Ramirez replied. The signal's characteristics still suggest an extraterrestrial origin, but the fact that it's pinpointing this specific location raises new questions. We're sending a reconnaissance drone to investigate. This was the first time anyone had mentioned a concrete plan of action. Until now, it felt like we were just spinning our wheels, trying to decode an endless stream of data. But the idea of actually exploring the source of the signal made it all feel much more real. And much more unsettling. Over the next few days, the lab became a hub of activity. The FBI agents coordinated with NASA to deploy a state-of-the-art underwater drone equipped with cameras, sensors, and all sorts of high-tech gear I couldn't even begin to understand. The goal was simple: find out if there was anything unusual at those coordinates. Meanwhile, the signal continued to transmit, adapting to our efforts to decode it. It felt like a race, one we weren't sure we could win. Every time we made progress, the signal seemed to evolve, throwing new puzzles at us. It wasn't hostile, exactly, but it was persistent, almost patient. When the drone finally reached the coordinates and began its descent, the lab fell silent. Everyone crowded around the main screen, watching the live feed from the drone's camera. The first few hundred meters were uneventful, just murky water and the occasional fish. But as the drone descended deeper, the atmosphere in the room shifted. At around 6,000 meters, the drone's sensors picked up an energy signature. It wasn't strong, but it was distinct, an electromagnetic field that didn't match anything natural. The drone continued its descent, following the signal to its source. What we saw next defied explanation. The camera feed showed what looked like a structure, metallic, geometric, and completely out of place. It was partially buried in the seabed, its surface covered in what appeared to be corrosion or algae. But even through the grime, we could see intricate patterns etched into the metal, patterns that matched the binary sequences we've been decoding from the signal. "This can't be real," someone muttered, echoing what we were all thinking. Dr. Lewis leaned closer to the screen. "What's the scale on this thing?" she asked. The drone sensors provided an estimate. The structure was massive, stretching over 1 kilometer in length. It looked ancient, yet its design was far more advanced than anything humans had ever built. NASA ordered the drone to gather samples and continue its survey. But as the drone approached the structure, something unexpected happened. The signal we'd been tracking suddenly stopped. For the first time in weeks, the static arm monitors went silent. Everyone in the lab froze. It wasn't just the absence of the signal, it was the way it ended, like someone flipping a switch. The timing was too precise to be a coincidence. It felt deliberate. Before we could process what was happening, the drone's feed began to glitch. The image on the screen distorted, breaking into static before cutting out entirely. Attempts to re-establish the connection failed. The drone was gone. The silence in the lab was deafening. No one spoke, but we all shared the same unspoken thought: whatever this thing was, it didn't want to be found. The loss of the drone hit everyone hard. Not just because of the technology and resources involved, but because it felt like a missed opportunity. We were so close to understanding what was down there, yet it slipped through our fingers. For the next 48 hours, the lab was in crisis mode. The FBI and NASA scrambled to figure out what had gone wrong. Was it a technical failure, Interference from the structure, or something else entirely? No one had answers, but theories floated around like wildfire. Some suggested natural phenomena, underwater currents, pressure changes, or electromagnetic disruptions. Others speculated that the structure itself had defenses, though no one dared to say it aloud. What struck me most during those chaotic days was the complete absence of the signal. After weeks of constant activity, the silence felt oppressive. It was like the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Dr. Lewis tried to keep us focused, assigning tasks and urging us to analyze what little data we had from the drone before it went offline. The video feed, though brief, provided some insights. The structure's patterns, the ones etched into its surface, matched symbols found in ancient human civilizations. The resemblance wasn't exact, but it was close enough to raise eyebrows. How could something buried at the bottom of the Pacific share similarities with carvings on stone temples halfway around the world? The connection was tenuous, but it opened up a new line of investigation. Dr. Lewis suggested we consult experts in archaeology and linguistics, hoping they could shed light on the patterns. The FBI approved the idea but kept everything under strict confidentiality. Even the experts brought in were only given limited information, enough to do their jobs, but not enough to ask too many questions. Meanwhile, NASA began preparing a second drone for deployment. This one was more advanced, with reinforced shielding and upgraded communication systems to prevent another blackout. But launching it would take time, and there was no guarantee it would fare any better than the first. During the lull, I found myself staring at the data we'd already decoded from the signal. Most of it was still a jumble of numbers and symbols, but one fragment caught my attention. It wasn't coordinates or timestamps this time. It was a phrase, written in plain text: "The observer window will open." I showed it to Dr. Lewis, who immediately flagged it for further analysis. The wording was cryptic, but it felt deliberate, like it was meant to convey something specific. Was it a warning, a clue, or just another piece of an increasingly incomprehensible puzzle? 2 days later, the second drone was ready to launch. This time, the operation was handled with even more caution. The drone was equipped with a tethered communication line to ensure we wouldn't lose the feed, and a team of engineers monitored every aspect of its descent. As the drone approached the structure, the tension in the lab was palpable. Every pair of eyes was glued to the screen, watching the live feed as it navigated the murky depths. The structure came into view, just as imposing as before. But this time, the drone sensors picked up something new: movement. At first, it was subtle, shifts in the water that could have been caused by currents or marine life. But as the drone drew closer, the movement became more pronounced. Shadows darted across the camera feed, too large and too fast to be fish. Whatever it was circling the structure. NASA decided to halt the drone's descent and keep it at a safe distance. The last thing anyone wanted was to lose another piece of equipment. Instead, they activated the drone's long-range scanners, hoping to gather data without getting too close. The scans revealed something extraordinary. Beneath the structure, buried deep in the seabed, was a massive energy source. It wasn't nuclear or geothermal. Its signature didn't match any known energy source on Earth. Whatever was powering the structure, it was beyond anything we'd ever encountered. And then, just as abruptly as before, the signal returned. It wasn't the same rhythmic transmission we'd been decoding for weeks. This time, it was chaotic, almost frantic, like a message being broadcast under duress. The binary sequences came faster than we could process, overwhelming our systems. It felt like the signal was trying to tell us something, but we couldn't keep up. In the midst of the chaos, Dr. Lewis noticed something unusual. The signal wasn't just transmitting data, it was altering our equipment. The monitors flickered, and the lab systems began running programs we hadn't authorized. It was as if the signal was taking control, repurposing our technology for its own use. "Shut it down," Dr. Lewis ordered, her voice steady despite the panic around her. The engineers scrambled to disconnect the affected systems, but not before the signal completed its task. A new file appeared on one of our servers, labeled simply "Open." No one wanted to touch it, but curiosity won out. With the FBI agents watching closely, Dr. Lewis opened the file. It contained a single image, a detailed map of Earth, overlaid with glowing points of light. Most of the lights were clustered around major cities, but some were in remote, uninhabited regions. At the bottom of the map was another phrase: "The breach begins here." We stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. Was this a prediction, a warning, or something else entirely? The glowing points didn't match any known geographic or political data, and the phrase offered no additional clarity. Before anyone could speculate further, the signal stopped again. This time, it felt final, like the end of a conversation. The monitors went dark, leaving us with only the eerie silence of the lab and the cryptic message on the screen. We knew one thing for certain: whatever was happening wasn't just about the structure in the Pacific. It was bigger, much bigger. And it wasn't over yet. The glowing points on the map haunted me. They weren't random, they had to mean something. But no one could agree on what. The major city clusters could have represented population centers, but the isolated points in the middle of nowhere defied explanation. Were they locations of significance? Targets? NASA, the FBI, and even the Department of Defense were now fully involved. Our lab had become a temporary operations hub, with more personnel arriving each day. Meetings were constant, but they all ended the same way: more questions, no answers. While the higher-ups debated, Dr. Lewis and I worked on analyzing the map. We overlaid it with geological data, historical records, and even folklore, looking for patterns. It wasn't until we examined satellite images of the isolated points that we found something unexpected. One of the remote locations, deep in the Arctic tundra, showed signs of excavation. There was no official record of any activity there, but the satellite images clearly showed the remnants of machinery and a large rectangular pit. Whatever had been there, it was gone now. Other points on the map revealed similar anomalies, patches of disturbed Earth, unusual structures, and even faint energy signatures, all in places no one had any business being. It became clear that these weren't random spots. Someone, or something, had been to these locations before. But why? 2 days later, the second drone's data finally yielded another breakthrough. One of its scans revealed a chamber beneath the metallic structure in the Pacific. The chamber contained what looked like machinery, gigantic, intricately designed, and completely alien. But most intriguing was its centerpiece, a spherical object, glowing faintly with the same energy signature we detected earlier. The sphere appeared to be the source of the signal. It pulsed in sync with the patterns we'd been decoding, almost as if it were alive. Dr. Lewis theorized that it was some kind of transmitter, but for what purpose? Communication? Warning? Something else entirely? NASA decided to send a deep-sea crewed mission to investigate. It was a risky move, but the urgency outweighed the dangers. The crew would descend in a specialized submersible, equipped with cutting-edge technology designed to withstand the extreme pressures of the deep. The preparations took several days, during which the signal remained silent. The calm before the storm, some called it. I tried not to think about what might happen once the sphere was discovered. Would it react the same way it had to the drones? Or worse? When the day of the mission arrived, the lab was tense. The submersible's live feed was broadcast to our main screen, just as the drones had been. The descent was slow and methodical, with the crew narrating their progress. As they approached the structure, the glowing sphere came into view. "It's beautiful," one of the crew members said. "And it's moving." The sphere wasn't static, as we'd assumed. It rotated slowly, its surface covered in shifting patterns that resembled the binary data we'd been decoding. As the submersible drew closer, the patterns began to accelerate, flashing so quickly they were almost hypnotic. "Hold position," the mission commander instructed. The submersible stopped a safe distance away, its cameras capturing every detail. One of the crew members extended a robotic arm to take a sample from the structure. But the moment the arm touched the surface, the signal returned. This time, it wasn't just binary. The signal included audio, a low, humming tone that seemed to resonate through the lab's speakers. It wasn't loud, but it was unsettling, like it was vibrating in the back of your mind. The crew in the submersible reported feeling it too, describing it as a kind of pressure, though they weren't in any immediate danger. The signal also included more data, but this time it wasn't earthly. The new transmission contained star charts, maps of constellations that didn't match our current sky. It was as if the signal was showing us a view from a different time or place. As the lab worked to decode the charts, the submersible crew discovered something even more shocking. The sphere wasn't just emitting energy, it was drawing it in. The ocean around the structure grew colder as the sphere absorbed heat, creating an almost unnatural stillness in the water. NASA ordered the crew to retrieve the sphere for further study. But just as they prepared to secure it, the sphere emitted a pulse. The submersible systems flickered, and the crew reported losing control of their equipment. It wasn't an attack, exactly. It felt more like the sphere was defending itself. After a tense few moments, the sphere stabilized, and the submersible systems came back online. The crew decided not to risk another attempt and began their ascent, leaving the sphere undisturbed. Back at the lab, the decoded star charts revealed another startling clue. The constellations matched projections of Earth's sky thousands of years into the future. If the signal was truly coming from the sphere, then it wasn't just a transmitter, it was a time capsule, carrying information across centuries. But why? And what was the significance of the glowing points on the map? As we pieced together the fragments, one thing became increasingly clear. The sphere wasn't just communicating with us, it was preparing us for something. Whether that something was a warning, an invitation, or something else entirely, we didn't know. And then, for the third time, the signal went silent. The third silence felt different. Unlike the abrupt pauses before, this one lingered, with a strange sense of finality. The sphere had communicated all it needed to, and now it was waiting. For what? We didn't know. Over the following days, the lab worked tirelessly to analyze the star charts and remaining data. The glowing points on the map continued to puzzle us, but one detail stood out. The points corresponded to places where unexplained events had been reported over centuries: strange lights in the sky, sudden weather anomalies, and unexplained technological malfunctions. It was as if these locations had been touched by the same force behind the sphere. NASA and the FBI were at a standstill. The retrieval mission had failed, and no one wanted to risk a second attempt. But the data we gathered painted a clear picture. The sphere wasn't just a remnant of an advanced civilization, it was a beacon, sending a message, not just to us, but perhaps to something or someone else. It was during a late-night analysis session that we made the final breakthrough. One of our systems detected a hidden layer within the signal, buried beneath the binary code. When decoded, it revealed something we hadn't seen before: a timeline. The timeline was segmented into intervals, each corresponding to key events in Earth's history. But the final segment extended beyond our present day, pointing to a date only a week away. Next to it was a single phrase: "The observer will arrive." The weight of those words was undeniable. Whatever or whoever the observer was, it was coming. But why? And what role did the sphere play in its arrival? NASA's response was swift. They coordinated with global agencies to monitor the glowing points on the map, deploying satellites and ground teams to gather as much data as possible. The FBI kept a tight lid on the operation, ensuring no information leaked to the public. For the first time, the scale of what we were dealing with hit me. This wasn't just a scientific mystery, it was a global event. As the predicted date approached, the atmosphere in the lab grew tense. We monitored the sphere continuously, but it remained dormant, its glow faint and unchanging. The signal didn't return, and for all our efforts, we were no closer to understanding what was coming. The night before the date marked on the timeline, something finally happened. At exactly 11:47 p.m., the sphere emitted a pulse, a single, powerful burst of energy that disrupted every piece of equipment in the lab. Monitors flickered, sensors overloaded, and even the lights dimmed. When the system stabilized, we saw that the pulse had triggered a new phenomenon. The sphere was projecting a holographic image. The image was of Earth, but it wasn't static. It showed the planet changing over time, cycling through different stages, from ancient landscapes to modern cities, and finally to something we didn't recognize. The final image showed a world that looked eerily peaceful, its surface covered in lush greenery and glowing cities. Above it, a constellation appeared, the same one from the star charts we decoded. And then the image changed. Words appeared in the hologram, written in dozens of languages, including English. Prepare to witness. At precisely midnight, the event began. The glowing points on the map lit up, one by one, visible from both satellites and the ground. People in cities reported seeing beams of light shooting into the sky, each originating from one of the marked locations. The lights converged high above the Earth, forming a brilliant, pulsating pattern that mirrored the constellation in the hologram. For hours, the world watched in awe as the lights continued their display. There was no fear, no chaos, just a profound sense of wonder. The lights seemed to communicate something universal, a message that transcended language and culture. By dawn, the lights faded, leaving only the memory of their presence. The sphere, too, dimmed its glow, fading until it became a lifeless object buried once more beneath the Pacific. In the days that followed, the event was analyzed endlessly. Scientists, philosophers, and historians all offered their interpretations, but no one could agree on what it truly meant. Was it a warning, a message of hope, or something beyond human comprehension? For me, the experience left a lasting impression. The signal, the sphere, the lights, they all pointed to a single truth. We are not alone, and we are part of something far greater than we can understand. The observer, whatever it was, had come and gone. But its message, etched in light across the sky, remained. The universe is full of wonders, and we are only beginning to glimpse its true nature. I never thought I'd find anything truly weird on the dark web. I mean, I've been poking around those shadowy corners of the internet for a while, mostly sticking to forums where people share odd facts or swap spooky stories. But this one night, I stumbled onto something different. Something deeper. It was a thread buried under layers of encryption, titled The Astronaut's Secret. The post itself was simple. Some guy claiming to be a retired NASA astronaut was spilling the beans about something he saw during a mission to the International Space Station. Now, this wasn't your typical conspiracy theory rant. This guy was calm, matter-of-fact, and totally freaking believable. He didn't use his real name, but he dropped enough hints about his career to make it clear he knew what he was talking about. He talked about the insane training, the months of prep, the way they drill astronauts to handle any situation, stuff you couldn't just make up. What hooked me was his description of something that happened during one of his last missions. He saw it during a routine spacewalk outside the ISS. He didn't go into detail in the post, just called it the anomaly. He said it wasn't an object, but it wasn't alive either, at least not in the way we think of life. This thing, he said, moved with a purpose, like it knew he was there. It seemed to follow him, though it never got too close. He said it was about the size of a school bus, but he couldn't describe its shape. At one point, he said it shimmered in space, like it was reflecting light that wasn't even there. The creepiest part? The way it made him feel. Like his presence outside the ISS was being acknowledged. He didn't use any dramatic language, but the way he described it gave me chills. After the mission, he told his crewmates and NASA, but they brushed him off. They said it was a reflection, a trick of the light, maybe even a hallucination from the stress of being in space. He bought it at first, but then things got weird back on Earth. A few weeks later, two guys in black suits showed up at his door. FBI, they said. They started asking him questions, not about his personal life, but about what he saw outside the ISS. The way they phrased their questions, it was like they already knew something. They even showed him a blurry photo that he said looked kinda like what he saw. Then one of the agents dropped a bomb. His sighting wasn't unique. There had been other reports of similar anomalies during other missions, all kept hush-hush. NASA had a file on them, codenamed Project Horizon. These sightings were documented, but always dismissed officially as optical illusions or interference. The astronaut didn't say how he got his hands on the file, but he claimed it backed up his story. Diagrams of the anomalies, vague descriptions from other astronauts, even a video clip from a previous spacewalk. The file suggested the anomalies might be extraterrestrial, though there wasn't solid proof. The thing that really stuck with him? A note scribbled in the margin of one of the documents, "They are watching." Just as I finished reading the post, my screen went black. Not a crash, but like the page had been wiped clean. I refreshed, but the forum was gone. It wasn't unusual for stuff on the dark web to disappear, but this felt different. The post was too detailed, too specific to be just a story. I kept thinking about what the astronaut meant by the anomaly and why NASA would cover it up. If it was true, what did it mean for us? It wasn't a story with a neat ending, and that's what made it so disturbing. It left me with more questions than answers, and a nagging feeling that the truth was closer than I wanted to believe. I'll be honest, I don't think I'll ever look at the night sky the same way again. After the forum vanished, I couldn't shake the astronaut's story. There was something about the way he told it, so matter-of-fact, that made it feel real. I wanted to brush it off as some elaborate hoax, but the details kept nagging at me. So, I decided to do some digging. The next day, I started researching retired astronauts who fit the timeline and mission descriptions hinted at in the post. NASA keeps pretty detailed public records, but they rarely include anything beyond the official stuff. The deeper I went, the more I realized some things didn't add up. A few astronauts had retired abruptly, right after missions that were suddenly classified. There were vague mentions of unusual activity during debriefings, but nothing concrete. One name kept popping up, David Chen. He retired after a pretty short career with NASA. Officially, his 2 missions went smoothly, but I found an old forum where someone mentioned he left suddenly, rumored to be involved in some incident on his last flight. It wasn't much, but it was enough to pique my curiosity. I also started looking into Project Horizon, the code name from the astronaut's post. At first, it seemed like a dead end, just another conspiracy theory. But then, I stumbled upon a heavily redacted document from a Freedom of Information Act request. Most of it was blacked out, but the title was clear enough: Anomalous Phenomena Encountered During Orbital Missions. The little text that remained was vague, but it hinted at something strange. References to unusual motion patterns, unidentified reflections, and restricted analysis protocols. I thought about stopping there. It felt like I was getting into something I shouldn't be messing with. But one line in the document grabbed me: recommend review of incident by the Office of Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification. That was a real organization, linked to UFO investigations and other unexplained stuff. Not something you'd expect to see casually mentioned in a NASA document. I called up my friend, Mark, a total tech whiz, and asked if he could help me find more about Project Horizon. He wasn't thrilled about the idea, told me to stop poking around where I didn't belong. But after some convincing, he agreed to help. He managed to find a list of keywords linked to the project: extravehicular observation, quantum reflectivity, non-terrestrial interactions. It was all gibberish to me, but it sounded like something out of a sci-fi movie. Then came the unsettling part. Mark told me his search triggered some kind of flag on one of the servers he was accessing. He wasn't sure if it was just a security measure or something more serious, but he warned me to be careful. He deleted everything he found and said he wanted out. I couldn't blame him, but I wasn't ready to give up. The astronaut story wasn't just some random tale. It felt like a thread connected to something huge, something we weren't supposed to know. I wasn't exactly afraid, but there was this sense of unease I couldn't shake. Later that night, I thought about everything I'd read. If the astronaut was telling the truth, and NASA really had a classified file on these anomalies, what else were they hiding? Was it about national security, or was it something bigger? The more I thought about it, the more it felt like the anomaly wasn't just an isolated incident. It could be a piece of a much larger puzzle, one that no one wanted to acknowledge. I told myself I'd stop, that I'd satisfied my curiosity. But deep down, I knew I wasn't done. There was too much left unanswered, and I couldn't ignore the possibility that the astronaut's secret was just the beginning of something far more unsettling. I thought I could leave it alone after what happened with Mark, but a few days later, something pulled me right back in. While scrolling through a science forum, I found a post from someone claiming to have worked in video editing for a government contractor. Normally, I'd ignore stuff like that, but this one caught my eye. This person mentioned reviewing footage from NASA missions that was never meant to be public. They didn't post the footage itself, just a description. They talked about hours of boring spacewalk recordings, except for a handful of clips labeled classified review only. According to them, one of these clips showed a shimmering object moving near the ISS, eerily similar to what the astronaut described. They said it didn't act like space debris or any known natural phenomenon. It seemed to change direction and speed, almost as if it was aware of its surroundings. I decided to reach out to this person. The forum allowed private messages, so I sent them a carefully worded question, asking if they had any more details. I didn't expect a reply, but they got back to me within an hour. They didn't reveal much, just that they believed the object was part of a larger classified investigation into extraterrestrial phenomena. They also mentioned something about field distortion, a term I'd never heard before, but they didn't explain what it meant. What struck me most was their tone. They weren't trying to scare me or sell some conspiracy theory. They seemed genuinely conflicted about what they had seen. They said they didn't know if the object was extraterrestrial, some experimental tech, or something else entirely. What they did know was that it didn't belong there. After a brief chat, their account vanished. Username, posts, messages, all gone, like they never existed. It was frustrating, but also seriously creepy. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just some random person making things up. I spent the next few days looking into field distortion and found a few scattered references in old research papers. The concept was linked to experimental propulsion systems and theories about bending space to travel faster than light. It was all theoretical, of course, but the connection to the anomaly couldn't be ignored. If the object really was messing with field distortion, it might explain why NASA and the government were so secretive about it. This wasn't just about UFOs, it could be about cutting-edge technology, or even something beyond human understanding. What bothered me most was the lack of any public acknowledgement. The idea that astronauts might be encountering these anomalies on routine missions, and that these encounters were being swept under the rug, was hard to accept. It wasn't just about curiosity anymore. It felt like a deliberate effort to hide something that could change how we view our place in the universe. I kept digging, but I was careful. I wasn't trying to hack into government servers or anything. I just wanted to understand what was happening. The more I learned, the more I realized how little we know about what's really out there. Space is vast, and we've barely scratched the surface. The idea that something, or someone, might be watching us from the shadows was both fascinating and deeply unsettling. That night, I found myself staring up at the sky, wondering how much of what we see is really all there is. The stars seemed different somehow, not threatening, but less distant than before. For the first time, I started to wonder if the anomaly wasn't just a random event. What if it was a message? And if so, who or what was sending it? I had reached a point where it felt like the pieces of this puzzle were scattered everywhere, just out of reach. The astronaut's story, the classified documents, the electromagnetic readings, the cryptic messages, it all felt connected, yet nothing was conclusive. I decided to step back and reevaluate everything. What I found was troubling in its simplicity. No matter where I looked, the answers seemed deliberately hidden. The pattern wasn't just about the anomalies themselves, it was about the silence surrounding them. Then something clicked. While reviewing my notes, I remembered something the astronaut had mentioned in his original post, how the anomaly moved, not like debris, but as though it had awareness. I couldn't shake the idea that its behavior wasn't random. If it was intelligent, even in a way we couldn't understand, what did that mean? I started looking into debriefing procedures after space missions, particularly those involving unusual events. What I found was unsettling. NASA has a standard protocol for dealing with unexpected situations, including detailed psychological evaluations for astronauts who report anomalies. But in the few instances I could find, those evaluations always ended with the same conclusion: natural phenomena or human error. It was as if anything outside those explanations wasn't even considered. It wasn't that the anomalies weren't real, it was that they didn't fit into the framework NASA was willing to acknowledge. I thought back to the scientist's advice, answers that lead to more questions. He was right. Even as I connected more dots, the picture only became murkier. What stood out most was the idea that the anomalies might not be isolated incidents. If they were part of a larger pattern, what was the purpose? Were they observing us, testing us, or simply coexisting in a way we couldn't comprehend? I found myself returning to the electromagnetic readings. Something about them felt pivotal, like they held a clue I was missing. After hours of digging, I stumbled upon a theory from a physicist who had studied unexplained phenomena in space. He suggested that certain electromagnetic patterns could act as signals, not like radio waves, but as a form of communication so advanced it might appear random to us. It was a stretch, but it made me wonder, what if the anomalies weren't just moving with purpose? What if they were trying to communicate? I thought about the shimmering object the astronaut described, how it reflected light that wasn't there. What if that wasn't just a visual effect, but part of a larger message? A way of saying, we're here. And if so, why was it being ignored or dismissed? The more I considered it, the more it felt like humanity might not be ready for the answer. Maybe the silence wasn't about suppression, but about protection from truths we weren't prepared to face. In the end, I didn't uncover any definitive proof. The astronaut's post disappeared. The scientist never responded to my follow-up questions, and the retired astronaut who contacted me seemed to vanish. But even without solid evidence, I knew one thing for certain: the anomalies were real. And whether they were natural, technological, or something else entirely, they reminded me of how small we are in the grand scheme of the universe. Looking up at the stars now feels different. It's not fear, or even awe. It's the realization that we're only beginning to understand what's out there. The anomalies might never be fully explained, but they're a reminder that the universe is far more complex and mysterious than we give it credit for. Somewhere in the depths of space, those shimmering objects might still be out there, watching, waiting, or simply existing in a way we can't yet comprehend. And maybe, just maybe, that's the way it's meant to be for now. I've been with the Bureau for almost a decade now, and let me tell you, most of my cases involve the usual stuff: fraud, some internet shenanigans, the occasional drug bust. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be sent to investigate something like this. My assignment was simple enough, at least on paper: check out reports of weird activity at an abandoned NASA facility tucked away in the middle of nowhere, Alabama. I figured it'd be a piece of cake. A couple of vandals, some local kids messing around, and I'd be back at my desk before the sun went down. Easy peasy. The place was officially called the Armstrong Research Complex, and it had been shut down since the mid-80s. It was one of those Cold War relics, either too expensive to keep running or just plain irrelevant once the Apollo missions wrapped up. Supposedly, they stripped it clean, shipped out all the valuable equipment, and left it to gather dust. But lately, folks living nearby had been reporting strange lights at night and the faint hum of machinery, the kind that seemed a little too high-tech for a building that should have been deader than a doornail. I rolled in late afternoon. The drive out there was straight up eerie. Pine trees lining the road for miles, the only sounds being my engine and the occasional gust of wind rustling through the branches. When the facility finally came into view, it was like something out of a creepy old movie. Cold, imposing, and totally out of place. The main building was this massive concrete block, windows grimy and covered with vines. At first glance, it looked as deserted as everyone said. The gate was rusted shut, but someone had clearly cut the chain recently. I parked my car and walked up to the entrance, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The main doors were slightly ajar, creaking as I pushed them open. The inside smelled like mildew and old paper. Dust covered everything, and the air was thick with that kind of silence that makes you feel like you're disturbing something just by breathing. The front lobby was exactly what you'd expect: faded NASA posters, busted chairs, and a reception desk with a computer that probably ran on punch cards. I started my sweep, room by room. Most were empty or filled with junk: overturned desks, file cabinets, boxes of outdated equipment. But as I got deeper into the building, things started to get weird. For one, there were areas that looked way too clean. A hallway that had been swept recently, a door with a brand new padlock, a light fixture that actually worked. It didn't make sense. If this place was abandoned, who was taking care of it? My curiosity went into overdrive when I found these markings on the walls. Not graffiti, but intricate patterns, almost like blueprints, drawn with what looked like chalk. They all seemed to converge towards one section of the building. I followed them to a door at the end of a long, dimly lit corridor. The door itself was heavy steel, no handle, just a keypad embedded in the wall beside it. This wasn't your average storage closet. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to keep this place locked up. I checked the keypad, half expecting it to be dead, but when I pressed a key, the screen lit up. Input code, it said. Now, I wasn't about to start punching in random numbers. I called my supervisor, explained the situation, and he gave me the green light to try and get in, but warned me to be careful. Here's the kicker, the door wasn't locked. I didn't need a code. As I stood there, debating my next move, the keypad beeped, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside, it was like stepping into another dimension. The room was spotless, brightly lit, and humming with the quiet energy of high-tech equipment. Rows of monitors lined the walls, each displaying streams of data that looked like alien hieroglyphics. And in the center of the room was a desk with a single computer, its screen showing a live video feed of stars. I should have been relieved to find someone else in this creepy abandoned building, but this was almost worse. The level of secrecy, the sophisticated tech, it felt wrong. I approached the desk cautiously, noticing the chair was still warm, like someone had been sitting there just moments ago. Before I could get a closer look, a voice crackled through a hidden speaker. "Agent Miller," it said, calm and deliberate, "we've been expecting you." I froze. The voice didn't sound threatening, but the fact that they knew I was there sent chills down my spine. "Please don't be alarmed," the voice continued. "You've found the hidden mission control. This facility has remained operational since 1969. We've been in contact with other entities beyond Earth." I stared at the speaker, my mind reeling. Was this some elaborate prank? Or had I just stumbled onto something I was never meant to see? "You're free to leave," the voice added, "but if you stay, we'll show you the truth." And just like that, the line went dead. The room, however, seemed to come alive. The monitors flickered, displaying a series of images, blueprints, spacecraft designs, and handwritten notes in a language I couldn't recognize. My gut told me to get out of there, but something about the way they'd said the truth made it impossible to turn away. I reached for my phone to take pictures, but it was dead. Not just turned off, but completely drained, like the battery had been sucked dry. Whatever was happening here, it was way above my pay grade. And yet, I couldn't help but stay. For a moment, I just stood there, mesmerized by the monitors as they cycled through images and streams of data. It was overwhelming, not because of the complexity of what I was seeing, but because every detail hinted at something so far outside the realm of what I thought was possible. The calm voice returned. "Agent Miller, before you proceed, there are things you must understand. The work being conducted here has been classified for decades, not to conceal wrongdoing, but to prevent widespread panic. You're standing in a facility tasked with one mission: communication. Communication with whom?" I asked, surprised at how steady my voice sounded. The nearest monitor flickered, and a series of images appeared. They weren't photographs, but something more abstract: sketches, diagrams, and symbols that seemed to represent something living. The voice didn't respond immediately, and for a moment I wondered if whoever, or whatever, it was had decided to leave me in suspense. Finally, it said, "We call them the observers. We've been exchanging signals with them since the height of the Cold War. They are not from this earth. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss the idea outright, but the sheer weight of the environment around me made that impossible. Whoever was speaking wasn't joking. They weren't even trying to convince me. They were stating it as fact, the way someone might tell you it's raining outside. How is this possible? I asked, taking a step closer to the main console. Why hasn't anyone said anything? There's no easy way to explain, the voice replied, but imagine if the entire world suddenly learned that we are not alone. The implications for religion, for politics, for society itself would be catastrophic. Keeping this quiet isn't just about secrecy, it's about stability. I didn't respond. Instead, I focused on the largest monitor, which displayed what looked like a massive antenna array. The image zoomed out to reveal a diagram of Earth and the Moon, with lines connecting the array to a distant point far beyond the solar system. Below it was a single word, Andromeda. I felt my stomach twist, not in fear, but in the realization that I was standing in the middle of something that defied everything I thought I knew. My training hadn't prepared me for this. Why tell me any of this? I finally asked. I'm not some high-ranking official. I'm just here to investigate reports of unusual activity. The voice finished for me. Yes, we are aware. And you're correct, this was not planned. However, your presence here provides us with an opportunity. You're an outsider. You can bring a perspective that those of us within the program may have lost. I wanted to protest, to remind them that I wasn't part of any program, but before I could, the door behind me slid shut with a quiet hiss. It wasn't threatening, but it was clear that leaving wasn't an option, at least not until they were ready to let me go. Let me show you something, the voice continued. One of the monitors switched to what appeared to be a live feed. It showed a room filled with glowing panels and instruments, manned by figures wearing uniforms that looked modern but unfamiliar. They were focused, exchanging words I couldn't hear. This is mission control, the voice explained. The real one. While the public saw Houston, the true efforts were taking place here. And they still are. The camera panned, revealing a massive screen at the front of the room. It displayed an image of deep space, dotted with stars. At first, it looked like any generic shot from a telescope, but as the view sharpened, I saw something that made me freeze. There was movement, subtle at first, like a faint shimmer, but then more distinct shapes began to emerge. Geometric, almost crystalline, and impossibly large. They weren't natural. They couldn't be. Are those ships? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. We don't know, the voice admitted. The observers haven't provided us with detailed explanations. They've only shared pieces of knowledge, technologies that we've adapted for our own purposes. But we've come to understand one thing. They're watching us, just as we're watching them. The room felt colder, or maybe that was just my imagination. I stared at the screen, trying to process what I was seeing. The shapes weren't behaving like anything I'd seen in satellite footage. They moved with purpose, almost as if they were aware of being observed. What do they want? I asked. We don't know, the voice repeated. But we do know this. The observers have been monitoring humanity since long before we had the capability to detect them. And if they've chosen not to interfere, it's likely for reasons we can't comprehend. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of those words. This wasn't just about aliens or technology. It was about understanding our place in something far larger than ourselves. As I stood there, trying to absorb everything, the voice added one final thing. There's much more to show you, Agent Miller. But before we continue, you must decide, are you willing to learn the truth, knowing you can never unlearn it? The room fell silent again, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The question hung in the air, pressing down on me. Are you willing to learn the truth, knowing you can never unlearn it? It wasn't a casual inquiry. It felt like a contract, the kind that would bind me to something far bigger than myself. I knew I couldn't leave without answers. I'll stay, I said, my voice steady but low. The voice responded almost immediately, as if it had anticipated my answer. Understood. Follow the light. A soft glow appeared on the floor, leading toward another door I hadn't noticed before. It wasn't ominous, just practical, like everything else in this hidden facility. The door slid open as I approached, revealing a corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions. The hum of machinery was more pronounced here, and the air carried a faint metallic scent, like it had been filtered too many times. I followed the light, walking past rooms with thick glass windows. Inside, I caught glimpses of equipment that looked both familiar and foreign. One room housed a massive server bank, its lights blinking in synchronized patterns. Another held what looked like a laboratory, with walls covered in charts and equations that made no sense to me. Where are we going? I asked aloud, unsure if the voice would respond. To the archive, it replied. Before we continue, you need to understand the history of this place and the context of what you've seen. The archive turned out to be a large, circular room with walls lined from floor to ceiling with screens and filing cabinets. A single table stood in the center, with a sleek terminal glowing faintly. Please take a seat, Agent Miller, the voice instructed. I sat down, feeling the cool metal of the chair beneath me. The terminal screen flickered to life, displaying what looked like a timeline. The dates ranged from the 1940s to the present day. Scroll through at your own pace, the voice said. I hesitated before swiping my hand across the screen, bringing up the first entry. It detailed the origins of the program, how it had started during World War II as an offshoot of radar research. Back then, scientists had stumbled upon strange signals while developing new communication systems. The signals weren't random, they had structure, patterns that couldn't be explained by natural phenomena. The timeline progressed into the 1950s, when the space race began. It was during this era, the archive explained, that the signals became more frequent and complex. Scientists believed they were being deliberately sent to Earth, and efforts were made to decode them. The public was told about satellites and rockets, but the real focus was on making contact with whoever, or whatever, was out there. As I scrolled further, the entries became more specific. They described the first successful exchange of information in 1962, though the details of what was shared were frustratingly vague. The program had been hidden under layers of bureaucracy, with funding funneled through seemingly mundane projects. One entry stood out: 1969, Apollo 11 and Project Obsidian. The familiar story of the moon landing was there, but alongside it was a parallel narrative. According to the archive, a separate mission had been conducted under the code name Obsidian. While the astronauts were planting flags and taking samples, equipment left behind was used to amplify the signals to a location far beyond the solar system. "What's Project Obsidian?" I asked, half expecting the voice to ignore me. "It was our first attempt at sending a physical message," the voice replied. "The equipment left on the moon acted as a beacon, broadcasting our existence to the observers." I leaned back in my chair, letting the weight of that sink in. For decades, humanity had been actively trying to reach out to extraterrestrial life, not just listening, but announcing our presence. Did it work? I asked. "More than we anticipated," the voice said. "Within months, the observers responded in ways we still don't fully understand. They shared knowledge, concepts that reshaped our understanding of physics and engineering. Much of the technology you see today stems from those early exchanges." I thought about the rapid advancements in technology over the last 50 years, smartphones, the internet, GPS. It all seemed to happen so fast, almost as if humanity had taken a massive leap forward. Now I was beginning to understand why. But why keep this secret? I asked. The voice paused before answering, as if choosing its words carefully. "Imagine what would happen if the public knew the truth. Would they focus on the progress we've made, or would they fear the unknown? Would they see the observers as allies, or as a threat? Secrecy isn't ideal, but it has kept us safe." I couldn't argue with that. People were afraid of change, even when it was for the better. The idea of intelligent life beyond Earth, life that was more advanced than us, would shake the foundations of everything we believed in. As I continued exploring the archive, I came across more recent entries. One described a breakthrough in communication, a way to send and receive real-time messages, bypassing the delays caused by the vast distances involved. Another hinted at the possibility of physical contact, though no details were provided. "What about now?" I asked. "Are they still communicating with us?" The voice didn't respond immediately. When it did, there was an edge of caution I hadn't heard before. "Yes, but their messages have changed. They've become more specific." "Specific how?" "They've begun asking questions about us. Our biology, our behavior, our limitations. And most recently, they've expressed interest in something we cannot share: control." A chill ran through me, not from fear, but from the implications. The observers weren't just watching us, they were trying to understand us. And now they wanted something more. The screen in front of me went dark, and the voice spoke again. You've seen enough for now. There's more to discuss, but first you need to understand what's at stake. Are you prepared to continue? I nodded, even though I wasn't sure if I truly was. This wasn't just a story about aliens or secret missions. It was about the choices humanity had made and the consequences we were now facing. The terminal powered down, leaving the room bathed in a soft ambient glow. The silence was heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. I couldn't stop replaying what I'd just seen, the timeline, the revelations about the observers and their latest messages. It all felt like pieces of a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to finish. The voice returned, steady as ever. What you've learned so far is just the beginning. There's one more thing you need to see. Step onto the platform. I hesitated. The platform beneath the nexus pulsed with a faint blue light, its surface smooth and unbroken. It didn't look dangerous, but there was an unspoken gravity to the invitation. What happens if I do? I asked. You'll see what we see, the voice said. It's the only way to truly understand. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform. The light intensified, and for a moment, everything around me dissolved into a blur of color and sound. When it cleared, I wasn't in the chamber anymore. I was staring at a vast expanse of stars, closer and more vivid than I'd ever imagined. The nexus had somehow transported my perspective, showing me the universe as the observers saw it. And there, among the stars, was something impossible to ignore. A series of structures, massive and intricate, connected by beams of light that seemed to hum with energy. This is their domain, the voice said, now quieter, almost reverent. This is what they've built, what they've allowed us to glimpse. But it's only a fraction of what they are. I couldn't speak. The structures were mesmerizing, but there was an underlying unease to them. They weren't just buildings or ships, they were alive, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to echo in my very bones. They're waiting, the voice continued. For what? We don't know. But we're part of their plans now, whether we like it or not. The platform's light dimmed, and I was back in the chamber. The nexus stood silent, as if it hadn't just shown me a glimpse of the impossible. You've seen the truth, the voice said. Now you must decide what to do with it. The weight of that decision settled on me, heavier than anything I'd ever faced. Whatever choice I made next would change everything. Standing on the platform, staring at the nexus, I realized I was at a crossroads. I'd seen enough to know that humanity was involved in something far greater than itself. The observers weren't just distant beings. We were in a relationship with them, one defined by curiosity, restraint, and a delicate balance of power. The voice returned, measured and calm as always. You've reached the end of what we can show you here. But now we need your input. Do we continue to engage with the observers, or do we consider alternatives? Alternatives? I asked. What kind of alternatives? Disengagement, it said. Severing contact entirely. It's a course of action some believe to be the safest option, though it comes with significant risks. I thought back to the timeline, the technological advancements, and the questions the observers had asked. Severing contact wasn't just about shutting down communication, it would mean cutting off the very foundation of decades of progress. It could also mean provoking beings we didn't fully understand. What happens if we disengage? I asked. The room was silent for a long moment. Then the voice spoke, softer now. We don't know. The observers have made it clear they value the connection, but they've also implied they could continue their observations without our cooperation. What that means, we can't say. It was a gamble, and I wasn't a gambler by nature. Everything about this place, the secrecy, the technology, the decisions made in shadow, was built on the idea that the risks outweighed the rewards of transparency. But was that still true? Are we protecting humanity, or were we making ourselves more vulnerable by hiding? What happens if I say no? I asked, wanting to understand my own agency in this. What if I decide this shouldn't continue? You have no obligation to make that decision, the voice said. But your perspective will influence how we proceed. We brought you here because you represent the outside world, those who haven't been consumed by the program. Your judgment carries weight. I stepped off the platform, grounding myself. I don't think I can answer that, I admitted. I'm just one person. This is bigger than me. That's precisely why you're here, the voice replied. We've spent decades making decisions in isolation, but isolation breeds mistakes. Your role is not to decide for us, but to remind us of what's at stake. The words sank in, and I realized the gravity of my presence here. I wasn't meant to be a decision maker. I was meant to be a mirror, reflecting what this meant for humanity as a whole. The monitors around me shifted, displaying Earth from space. The continents glowed faintly, outlined by the soft curve of the planet's atmosphere. Overlaid on the image were faint markers, points of light scattered across the globe. What are those? I asked. Relay points, the voice said. Facilities like this one, hidden across the world. Each one plays a role in maintaining contact with the observers. Together, they form a network that allows for uninterrupted communication. It was staggering to think about. This wasn't just a single operation, it was a global effort, one that had persisted for generations. And yet, most people on Earth had no idea it existed. What do you want from me now? I asked, turning back toward the console. Your report, the voice said simply. You'll leave here with no evidence of what you've seen. No photos, no documents, just your memory. What you choose to do with it is up to you. But we ask only one thing: consider the consequences of revealing the truth. The door behind me slid open, signaling the end of my time here. I hesitated, looking back at the Nexus one last time. The platform, the glowing consoles, the incomprehensible technology, it all felt so distant now, like a dream I wasn't sure I wanted to wake from. Will I hear from you again? I asked. The voice didn't answer. Instead, the monitors went dark, one by one, until the room was left in muted silence. Taking that as my cue, I stepped through the door and retraced my path through the facility. The corridors felt emptier now, the faint hum of machinery quieter, as if the place itself was retreating into the shadows. When I finally stepped outside, the evening sky greeted me with a vast stretch of stars. They seemed brighter than usual, their light sharper against the darkness. I stood there for a moment, looking up and wondering if the observers were watching from one of those points of light. The thought didn't scare me, it humbled me. The drive home was uneventful, but my mind wasn't. I couldn't shake the weight of what I'd seen. The choice to reveal the truth or keep it hidden wasn't just mine, it was humanity's. But for now, the truth remained where it always had, buried beneath layers of secrecy, waiting for the right moment to surface. If that moment ever came, I hoped we'd be ready. I lost my left eye when I was only 7 years old. It was a stupid way to lose an eye, but luckily most people tend not to ask how I lost it. I think the majority worry it might be insensitive. It's not a story I like to tell. Not because it's upsetting or brings back bad memories. I just feel embarrassed by it. Growing up, my brother and I were obsessed with Robin Hood, the outlaw of Sherwood Forest, who would take from the rich and give to the poor. I'm not going to pretend this heroic savior of the poor was our hero because of his good deeds. We simply liked him because of his legendary skill with a bow and arrow. Our father, a keen gardener, had lots of bamboo sticks all piled up beside the shed which he would tie plants to, in order to stop them from drooping when they grew. It was my brother's idea to take one and attach a length of string to both ends to create a bow. I thought he was an absolute genius. When we had finished making the bow, we made an arrow, simply by using a handsaw to carve a small groove into one end of an arrow-sized piece of bamboo, which would act as a nest for the string to sit. "I'm first," my brother said. "No!" I cried. It was my idea, so I get to shoot first. And that was that. At one end of the garden there was a little wall which surrounded one of my father's flower patches. Upon the wall we placed an empty plastic bottle to be used as our target. My brother, of course, then took the first turn, missing wildly and falling far short of the bottle on the wall. Next it was my go, and I also missed. It took about an hour before we had both knocked the bottle off the wall once. "Right, now you stand in the middle and I'll shoot over your head at the target." Another genius idea by my brother. I didn't argue. I thought it was a cool thing to do, and if I did it then my brother would have to let me have a go shooting over him. I don't believe he meant to do it. It was just a careless accident, but the arrow never made it past my body. It struck me hard and deep in my left eye. Straight away blood poured down my cheek and I screamed in agony. I spent a couple of days in a hospital before the doctors decided they would have to remove what was left of my eye. Until I was 12 I wore an eye patch, but when I moved into secondary school I decided to give my first glass eye to try and put an end to the pirate jokes. It might sound weird, but I loved my glass eye, and by the time I was 16 and leaving school I had collected dozens, all different colors and designs. My missing eye stopped being something I tried to hide and in a strange way became my kind of signature. Kids would say, "Have you seen the boy with a spiral in his eye?" Or "Have you seen the lad with an eye like a cat?" I enjoyed this. It allowed me to embrace my injury and make it part of my identity. I carried on collecting glass eyes for many years, always on the lookout for new designs or something different to what I already had. When I was 25, I discovered the dark web. A friend from my Dungeons and Dragons club told me about how he had used it to buy some sort of hallucinogenic. I didn't plan on using the dark web for anything like that. I was just intrigued by the idea of it. Once I was on, I started looking for stores. It was amazing and disgusting. People selling guns, drugs, services, and even other people. It made me feel a little bit ill knowing I was now a part of this strange illicit world. I went onto one store page which called itself Mr. Bubble's Objects of Trouble, which was the first store I had come across which had a search bar. So I thought, fuck it, let's see if they have any. I typed in the words Class I. I didn't expect anything to come up, and I was rather surprised when a match popped up on my screen. The item was called the Sight of Sin, which was simply a black eye with a small red number 7 on it. It pulled in my fancy, so I decided to buy it. I didn't truly expect it to show up, but 1 week later a package arrived and there it was. As customary with all my new eyes, I washed the eye in a solution to make sure it was clean. When washed, I put it in a case with the rest of my eyes and went back to watching television. The next morning when I woke up, I thought I'd test out the new eye to see if it was a good fit, to check how comfortable it was. It went in with ease and felt absolutely perfect, so I decided to leave it in for the rest of the day. Nothing strange happened at first. It was just my usual daily routine of having breakfast and doing some work on my laptop, but then the doorbell rang. As I opened the door, I immediately knew something wasn't right. I had double vision all of a sudden. There was only one man standing on my front doorstep trying to sell me solar panels, but I could see him twice. One image of him was completely ordinary, just a bloke dressed in a suit holding a brochure and telling me about how he can save me money on my electricity bill. But the other image, well, it was him, but dressed up in a gimp suit, cracking a whip against the floor lustfully. I don't think I said a word to him. I just stared transfixed by what I was seeing. Eventually I closed the door and stood there for a moment trying to understand what had just happened. I passed it off at the time as just my mind playing tricks on me and that I must be overtired. I decided to have a nap. I was woken by a telephone call from my father asking if I was still coming to his house for dinner. I looked at the time and realized I was running late, so I grabbed my coat and flew out the door. On my way to my father's house, which is just a 10-minute walk down the road from mine, I walked past just one person, a lady, walking her dog, but again, I was seeing double. In one image she was completely ordinary, apart from being overweight. She was wearing a pink coat and beside her a dog trotted along minding its own business. But, in another part of my vision I could see her again, completely naked, eating tinned dog food with a fork. Jellied meat dripped down onto breasts which she licked ravenously. I was almost sick. I thought about just going home and going back to bed, still trying to convince myself I was simply tired from working, but my father missed not having me at home and I didn't want to let him down. Though now I wish I did. Now, what happened next won't make much sense unless I explain something. When I was 2 years old, my mother died. I say died. She was killed whilst walking home from work one night on this very estate. Nobody has ever been caught in relation to her murder, but now I know exactly who took my mother from me. My father opened the door with a large grin on his face. "Come in, son," he said cheerily, but I did not move. Besides the image of my father standing in the doorway was another vision of him holding a knife, and laying beneath him on the floor was my mother, soaked in blood, eyes vacant and still. I took a step back from my father and did not stop running until I had reached the front door of my house. Straight away I went onto the dark web and searched for Mr. Bubble's store, but it had gone, vanished, like it had never been there. I didn't leave the house for a few days. I didn't answer the door. I didn't even pick up the phone. All I did was sit by the window looking out onto the street, watching the people walking past. I think I know what I am seeing now. It makes little sense, but it's the only thing I can think of which almost explains what I am seeing. Firstly, when I remove the glass eye, I no longer see two images of everyone. I only see one, just like I always have. But when the eye is in, I see two visions of every person I look at in the flesh. Secondly, I think I know what I am seeing. I am seeing their sins. I know that sounds utterly mad, but it's the only thing all this seems to point to. The name of the glass eye, the red number 7, and the grotesque and disturbing images I see. I believe it's their sins I am seeing with my new eye. I see the true hideous nature of people, the part of themselves they hide from everyone else. I know I could just take the eye out and forget about it, but I just can't bring myself to do this. I can't trust anybody without it. I can't see the real them. But seeing people's darkest secrets also leaves me alone, for once you see the hidden nature of someone, you never want to be close to them again. Many questions remain. Why does this eye allow me to see these things? Who made it? How did it end up on the dark web? I need to know the answer to these questions. So please, if anyone out there has any information on the eye, or if anyone has ever come across Mr. Bubble's Objects of Trouble store, then please get in touch. Please. My story begins a few years ago. I decided to use my computer skills to run a small darknet forum, mainly just to share information without censorship. At first I was extremely paranoid about my site getting hacked and having my anonymity being compromised, so I went online and began to research everything that I would need to ensure my own safety. After countless days of scouring blogs, forums, and other material, I decided I was ready. Now I didn't have any money, so I couldn't just buy a VPS and host the site offshore or whatever. So I decided to use my old laptop. After all, I wasn't planning on running a major website. So after setting the server up and what I thought was literally every single thing I could to do harden it against attack, I put the site online. Everything went great for a couple of months. Donations rolled in as the user base grew larger and larger. After around 5 months, the user base had gotten so big I had to upgrade and migrate everything to a new PC, which I built just to host the forum, and from there everything seemed perfect. The site was running smoothly and there were no issues with the migration until one day when I came home and noticed the PC had frozen. I didn't think much to it, maybe just a software bug caused it, so I rebooted, and that's when it was clear to me something was wrong. The PC lit up and beeped a few times, then shut off, so I thought to myself, okay, so it's a hardware issue. After a few hours trying to diagnose the issue, I figured it out, and it turned out the RAM had been corrupted. I took it back to the store since it was still under warranty. The customer rep just told me it might have just been a faulty stick. When I got home, I replaced the stick of RAM and had the site back up and running within a few hours. Everything seemed to be perfect again. I apologized to the users for the downtime and everyone seemed to be happy enough. Fast forward a few more months. The forum's been up and running for around a year and a half now. This is when things started to get really weird. I finished work on a Friday. It was a gorgeous day in the middle of summer. I came home, had something to eat, and sat down in front of my PC and noticed I had a message. Upon opening the message, I realized that somewhere I'd messed up. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not like Assange or anything, so I don't really know why anybody would actually target me, but the world is a crazy place, so whatever. The message had my details from my name, address, bank details, passwords, private emails, private messages, everything from nearly every single device I owned. I freaked out and immediately took the PC offline, turned my internet off, but little did I know that this guy had done his research. After a couple of hours pacing my room, I received a text message. "I know everything about you." The message was sent via some type of SMS service, so there was no way to trace it, and then my phone rang. "Don't talk, just listen. I know everything there is to know about you. All I want is 2 Bitcoin or things get worse. I'll send you a text with the wallet details." The phone call ended just as quickly as it started. I opened my laptop up and checked my Bitcoin wallet. There was enough left over from the donations just to pay this guy off and hope that would be the end of it. So I entered the guy's details and sent the payment. My phone rang again. "Thank you for complying. Unfortunately, someone I know really likes you." He hung up. Panicking, I tried calling the number back. An automated message began to play. "The number you have dialed has not been recognized." A few hours passed and I began to think to myself, well, maybe the last call was just him having fun, and decided after a long day I'd just go to bed. Sometime around 2 a.m. I was woken up by the sound of banging at my front door. I jumped out of bed and turned on all the lights. Grabbing a knife from the kitchen, I walked slowly towards the window and looked out. I could see someone standing by a car. When they spotted me, they got in and drove off. I rushed to the door in hopes I might be able to get a license plate, but by the time I'd opened it, they'd already turned the corner. As I turned, I noticed an envelope on the floor. I picked it up, went back inside and locked the door, closed the curtains and sat in the kitchen. I placed the envelope on the counter and stared at it for around half an hour, trying to muster up the courage to open it. Did these guys really come to my home? I thought to myself. After the half hour was up, I decided enough was enough. I opened the envelope and pictures fell out onto the counter. They were of me sleeping. These guys had not only been outside my house, they'd been inside whilst I was sleeping. The images had been edited and strange love hearts had been added next to me, so now I was sufficiently freaked out. I didn't go back to sleep, and when the sun broke the darkness, I decided to head to the police station and tell them everything. I hadn't broken any laws, so I hoped they would just help me. At least after hours of explaining everything to them, they told me there was nothing they could do. At this point, I had never felt so alone in the world. I was scared of what this guy was planning for me. I didn't have the foggiest idea what I was supposed to do or expect, so I decided to wipe everything: my laptop, PC, and phone. I picked up everything I needed, stuffed it all into a bag, and decided to leave. I had a couple of friends that I knew I could rely on, so I called up my old buddy Marcus, and we met, had a few beers, and I explained everything to him. He offered me a place to stay, and I hoped that would be the end of it. How wrong I was. A few days later it happened again. There was a knock at the door first thing in the morning. Me and Marcus both went out to find another envelope on the floor. Same thing, pictures of me sleeping, but these were in Marcus's house. I started freaking out again, and Marcus just said, "Okay, well, we need to do something, maybe set a trap or something." So we went over numerous ideas, everything you could think of, from cameras to baiting him, and we settled on the idea of staying up during the night and locking him in the room. We filled the bed up with pillows, set up cameras, and even barred the windows in the room. We hid in the room next door. After a few hours had passed, we heard the lock rattling on the front door, and we knew it was game time. We'd left the door just slightly ajar so we could see outside as he went past, and the moment he went Into the room we both sprung to action quickly as we could. We closed the door and locked it from outside using a chair and a metal bar. There was only one way he was getting out, and he'd have to destroy the door. We could see the silhouette of him as he paced the room quietly. It was creepy as fuck. We called the police as we kept an eye on him. At last I thought I can finish this and move on with my life. Just as the police arrived, we noticed a guy take a gun out and place it to his head. He held a sign up which read, "I love you," and he pulled the trigger. The police barged in, guns drawn, told us both to get the floor. We complied and shouted, "He's in there," pointing at the door. The police removed the makeshift lock and entered the room, called for an ambulance, and put me and Marcus in the back of a police car. I'd been sat in the interview room for a good couple of hours, I guess, whilst they carried out the investigation, when a detective came in and sat down in front of me, opening a folder and placing pictures on the table. "Do you know her?" I said, looking at the pictures. "No," I replied, confused. He looked at me and said, "This is the person who's been stalking you," and he then began to tell me they had visited her home and found a shrine with photos of me all over the place, from restaurants to the gym, even shopping. He went on to tell me that she'd been the one that sent the messages, made the phone calls, etc., and they'd also found a diary which had some kind of future plans for me and her. She wanted me to be her husband, and we've been chatting for around a year and a half from the moment I started the forum. After I explained everything, the detective said I was lucky to be alive. She had actually planned to drug me and kidnap me. She had even made some makeshift lock beds so I wouldn't be able to escape. To this day I feel lucky, and I haven't been on the dark web since. There is a reason why so many people go missing each year and are never heard of again. Despite the resources of entire communities, and in some cases even governments, people still have the tendency to vanish without a trace. Ask yourself, do you really believe that some people just vanish out of thin air? In some cases it does happen. But when you look at the amount of missing people that a country has per year, you should know that there is a reason for it. Regardless of what happens to the person, or what kind of behind-the-scenes crimes they commit, the news is all the same. Family man this or charity giver that. I will tell you up front, most of the people who go missing deserve to go missing. And I can speak confidently about this because I am one of the reasons so many people have gone missing. I am what you call a BHK, which stands for Bounty Hunter Killer. There is a whole community of us that operate on the dark side of the internet. The reason I have the K at the end of my title is because some of the best trackers and hunters don't have the morals to kill the people they find. This has never been a problem for me, and I am quite glad that my conscience can take it. The people who are willing to execute the target get paid significantly more than the ones who plant blackmailable evidence or set up the target for extortion. Oh yes, there are many ways to get rid of a victim once they have had a bounty placed on their head. It is easiest to think of them as prey instead of people. This is because nobody ends up on the hit list unless they have done some unspeakable crime. Most commonly we have child predators, serial killers, or very high-end drug pushers. But occasionally we have a doctor who sells back alley drugs, or a boss who exploited their employees to the point that they pulled their money together for him to meet his demise. All in a day's work, as I suppose. Though I have numerous stories of my killings, which perhaps one day I will share with you, I am here to talk about the recent one. This happened last winter when I got contacted by my manager. For the sake of anonymity, let's just call him Chuck. Chuck is a certified tech whiz who handles all the details and transactions with my payments. I was skeptical about letting someone in who knows about me and what I do, but in time I realized it is the smarter move to have a tech guy on your team, especially when dealing with the dark web and murder. File, my code name, we got a killer. Wichita, Kansas. Track him down, get the location of the bodies, waste him $20,000. Attached to his message was some pictures of a torture setup and the body of a woman whose age I am not going to try and guess. Some serial killers really think posting their photos to the dark web is safe. This particular photo had a white male hand and several identifiable items in the background. It appears someone related to one of the victims had been searching that part of the internet in suspicion that she might show up there. Like I said, no one just goes missing. This case would be pretty straightforward. Chuck would analyze the criminal records of white men in Wichita as well as get the details on the items showing up in the tortured girl's photo. Raid bug spray, a tackle box of lures, in particular largemouth bass, and a few disposable vapes. This would be a cakewalk for Chuck. I'm game. I can be in the area by the weekend. Hack security cameras and see if you can get a car that at one point or another visited a fishing shop, hardware store, and tobacco store. Let me know what you find. I was greeted with a response immediately. Knowing Chuck, this wasn't all that strange. He probably wouldn't have contacted me if he hadn't already found something. Let's just say that Chuck enjoys the hunt as much as I do, just in a different way. 2017 red Hyundai Sonata going in and out of several of the shops. White guy too. License plate is unreadable from the cameras. I can give you all the roads where I lose him. Luckily he passes tobacco and gifts every time he has movement. I think I can narrow you down to a few neighborhoods. Good luck. Ah yes, good old Chuck. Any mention details on how the child killer meets his demise? Make him suffer. This is how the conversation ended with me and Chuck. It was at this point that I headed down to my garage where all of my gear is located. It would be a bit of a drive to get to Kansas, so I would get ready early. Since this is the first time I am sharing one of my jobs, I will give you a rundown. In my garage I have a blacked out 2014 SRT Charger, all white with tinted windows. In the trunk I have my usual tools. Milwaukee chainsaw, 2 cases of table salt, Beretta Plus silencer, tripod, duffel bag, and most importantly my Soviet WW2 era bomber jacket that I stole out of a Nazi's collection after he met his demise at my hands. This job was going to be creative though. I went to the back room of my garage and loaded up all the cages I would be needing. After getting everything aligned, I called it a night and got ready for next morning's drive. There are other trivial details that I could fill you in on, but we can skip to the good stuff. The real reason why I am sharing this and why you are reading this. Upon arriving at Tobacco and Gifts, I wasn't forced to play the waiting game long. I saw the red Sonata fairly early and copied down the license plate. It looked like he was heading back to the house or apartment where he lived. After getting the details to Chuck, I was game. Guy's name is Marvin. No criminal record, lives alone. Google Earth shows that his driveway wraps around to a back basement entrance. I thought it would be tricky getting everything unloaded at his house, but I was in luck. After parking in the street, I only had to wait 6 hours until Marvin took a hike and left. This gave me plenty of time to pull my car around back, break into the back door, which did in fact lead to a basement, and unpack my things before returning to my car and moving it out of sight. Once that was all done, it was going to be the waiting game. I was able to get familiar with the surrounding of Marvin's basement and torture chamber. Except this time, it would be him. Run-down pornography posters hung from the walls. There was a strong smell of musty cigar smoke. I thought this guy was supposed to be a vapor. The rest of the room consisted of trash except one thing. There was a blood-stained table bolted to the floor with chains. This was the place where the woman's photos ended up on the dark web had met her fate. Alas, she will be avenged. I'll tell you this. Marvin was a bitch. When we walked downstairs face first into the end of my Beretta, he pissed himself and broke down. I didn't need to lecture him very long for him to lay on his table. Look, Marvin, I am not going to hurt you. I know what you did, and no police get involved if you do what I say. I need you on the table and chained so you don't try anything. No, I promise I won't hurt you. This wasn't entirely a lie. I wasn't going to be the one to hurt him. Once Marvin was thoroughly chained up, I opened up my duffel bag and tied 4 tourniquets around each of his limbs. Next, I opened up the tripod and began to record. Lastly, I went to the cages in the corner that had my bomber jacket over them and brought them over to the table. 4 cages total. In the first cage is the infamous Arizona bark scorpion. I got it as a pet from an ex-girlfriend who ironically knew I loved researching arachnids. In the second cage is my Brazilian wandering spider. This one was actually tough to get, but I had a connection in Colombia I met from the Deepweb who dealt with exotic animals. In the third cage, the most boring in my opinion, is my pet rattlesnake. Eastern diamondback to be more specific. I call him Salty. And in the fourth cage is the non-lethal giant desert centipede. I will be honest with you, the thing scares the shit out of me. Even now I am a little wigged out that I have it in my house. Marvin at this point gets the gist of what is about to happen. He can't scream or cry because of the gag in his mouth, but the eyes say enough. I double-check the camera, make sure the tourniquets are nice and tight, then begin. I put on replica gloves and grab Sally first. I bring her over to old Marvin's right foot and get her all riled up. When she starts getting snappy, I let her sink her fangs into Marvin's Achilles tendon. I should mention that his feet and hands are white from lack of blood at this point, but his reaction says it all. I let Sally get a few more bites into his foot before I return her to her cage. Bark scorpion time. This one is simple because you just need to hold it by the stinger and stick it where you want. This one goes right into the whiteness of the bottom of his foot. Spider time. As I carefully pick up the wandering spider, it bites my gloved hand a few times. This is a bit of a bummer because I want her to save all of her venom for Marvin's right wrist. Either way, she gets a good few bites and that I think did the job. Lastly, we have a centipede. Now I have to admit, I wasn't going to be picking the thing up if I didn't have to. Marvin at this point was almost passed out, so before bringing him back to full consciousness, I untied his hand and stuck it into the centipede's terrarium. After viciously attacking the hand, Marvin got all antsy and started fighting with me. It did him no good. "All right now, Marvin, on the count of 3. I grabbed all 4 loose ends of the turn axe and smiled at the camera. 1, 2, 3, snap. All at once 4 different types of venom, 3 lethal, shot into Marvin's bloodstream. I walked over to the camera and got his reaction. Realistically, only the first 10 minutes were entertaining. Back and forth, Marvin twitched at his spine like he was stretching to do gymnastics. He was fighting his restraints, biting at his lips, and making a kind of screeching noise. Marvin took a while to kick the can. While I walked out of that basement to fetch the car, it was now daylight. I sent Chuck a quick message. "Oh my, that boy is dead." He responded, "Money in that bank." Fast forward again, and Marvin didn't even make the news. His death was completely unremarkable to public attention. Something that you find out all about when you are in this field long enough. Some people dying just doesn't bother anyone. No one cares. And even if they did run his strange deaths, no one would remember after a few days. At least none that didn't know him. I had also completely forgotten to get the girls' burial locations. Oh well. You see, I don't do this for justice. I don't even do this for a paycheck. I do this job because I am completely vile and my bloodlust just can't be contained. Even though this is just my first murder I am sharing with you, there are a few lessons to be taken away from this. 1. I am a total psychopath. 2. I make my victims' pain sharp and deep. And 3. Feel free to commit crimes and fuck people over. Just make sure that you do not end up on my list of potential bounties. I must say that I am surprised by the amount of people who are interested in my choice of career. I have seen a wide range of comments asking me, "Is this real, or will you write about your other bounties?" Let's just say that I completely understand the curiosity. And everyone who asked for more is in luck. I have been a dark web bounty hunter for many years, and as you can imagine, that comes with numerous stories. As flattered as I am with the positive feedback, I must mention that the story of old Marvin was actually mild compared to what I have done to some of my victims. As everyone who is kept up to date knows, I only target people who deserve it. There are some truly heinous people in the world. Most of these people live perfectly normal lives. Perhaps one of them is your friend, perhaps it is your boss, in some cases, it may even be a family member. Regardless, if the crime they have committed lands them on my list, I will happily be their judge, jury, and executioner. I understand this isn't everyone's cup of tea. Vigilante work is something that society very much frowns upon, and I can humbly understand your position. But this line of work is how I put food on the table, and I happen to be very good at it. As you can imagine, most of the people I take care of have, in some way or another, taken food off someone else's table. Or in many cases, robbed them of the ability to sit at a table. If someone is willing to kill, extort, or rape another person, I think they're fair game. With that out of the way, I will share a bounty that I did a few years ago. Before I begin, if you are sensitive to topics such as sexual assault and rape, please do not continue reading. As this particular person who ended up on my list was a grade A piece of shit. I should also mention that my actions with this person in particular were extremely vile. I will understand if you, the reader, think less of me after reading what I did that day. Seeing what this guy did brought something out of me that I have never felt before. For this reason, viewer discretion is advised. It was April 2020, in the middle of the pandemic. I got an encrypted doc emailed to me from my usual informant, Chuck. If you missed my first post, you know that Chuck is my partner/manager. He is a technologically genius, and like myself, he has nerves of steel. He and I work together in unison. He finds the information of the people on the list of dark web bounties, and I do the executing. Afterwards, we each walk away with a lot of money. Appears we have a child rapist/killer. South of West Point, Mississippi. A guy who works as a mechanic. He thought he was anonymously posting to the dark web bounty list. He calls his client Avion. Does not have a real name for the guy, and he only gets payments from him in cash. He thinks Avion has something to do with a few high school girl disappearances. One each from Tupelo, West Point, Starkville, and one as far as Vicksburg. Apparently when working on Avion's truck he noticed a few bloody condoms and scraps of notebook paper labeled with one of the missing girls' names on it. All stuffed into a Waffle House bag in the toolbox sealed into the back of the truck bed. He was poking around in the truck bed toolbox. He thinks he found the reason why these girls disappeared. Unfortunately, the mechanic, let's call him Wes, can't offer a lot of money, but being a deep South Bible Belt type, he thinks if this guy is guilty the matter should be placed into our hands instead of the police. Gotta say, I admire that mindset. Let me know what you think, Chuck. I weighed the risks and rewards in my head. It wasn't going to be a big payday, but do I not have a moral obligation to destroy someone like Avion? Bloody condoms and a piece of paper with a missing girl's name on it does not automatically mean he's guilty. I decide to let Chuck do his thing before agreeing. I typed back on the encrypted document. Knowing that Wes is the guy who reported this and that he actually knows Avion makes this easier. But I need a lot more concrete proof that this guy is the reason for the girl's disappearance if I am going to go to Mississippi and annihilate him. Before I hit send, I get a mental image of what this Avion guy might look like. I picture a muscle-bound lumberjack type who thinks he's an absolute badass. The picture of a wannabe tough guy in my mind conjured up makes me hate him even more. You want to play that game, Avion? I will swallow your fucking soul and force your mother to bathe naked in your blood. I calm myself down and shake the image my mind created of this guy. I hit send on my message to Chuck and quickly type another. See if you can get in contact with Wes. Check license plates, street cameras, and the whereabouts of Avion. If everything checks out, give Wes a discount and I will S***d** mines all Avion with a tire iron dipped in glue, glass, and salt. I hit send. I didn't hear back from Chuck right away, which didn't surprise me considering we weren't going to be making a ton of money off this bounty. In the meantime, I went on with my usual schedule. Feeding the arachnids and Salty the rattlesnake, getting old blood in the Dodge Charger floor mats washed out, and fighting the urge to murderously beat the shit out of my punching bag with a Louisville baseball bat, something I have unsuccessfully been trying to stop doing. Face it, the whole world was shut down. There wasn't much else for me to do. A whole week went by before I heard back from Chuck. I didn't bother reaching out to him about the avion bounty. I wasn't willing to risk being disappointed to the point of attacking my neighbor's lawn hedges with a sickle, something I have unsuccessfully been trying to stop doing. The encrypted message Chuck had sent said, I reached out to Wes. Nearly gave him a heart attack when he heard I found out he was the one who had posted to the dark web. He really thought he was anonymous, lol. Anyway, we got some interesting stuff. Avion drives a modified 1950s Studebaker truck. You would think that he would be a bit more discreet if he is out kidnapping teenage girls. No address or official name that Wes can give. This guy apparently only goes by Avion and uses cash payments. Wes did give me some other information, once I agreed to help him actually make his postings on the dark web anonymously. Avion runs with the Aryan Brotherhood. H looks like he is some big shot neo-Nazi. That's probably why every payment is in cash. It is also why Wes wouldn't confront him about the bloody condoms. That, and also Avion would have known that Wes had been snooping. Furthermore, he can be linked to the disappearance of one of these girls. The Studebaker happened to be at a Vicksburg car meet 3 days before the police report of that missing teen went live. Could be a coincidence, but at this point, does it matter? Why don't you bag yourself a neo-Nazi? Hit me back. Chuck. My reply was, well done. I still need to know potential locations. No point in asking if this is a hunt-to-kill job. I hit send. Chuck replied instantly to the encrypted document. No set location, but we have a lead. Wes still has the truck and it's not getting picked up for another week. He agreed to let you camp out there and wait for Avion to pick up his wheels. From that point you can follow him to his destination or take him out on the road. It's a pretty desolate area surrounded by forest. Also about the payment, Wes can give us $300, a signed Conor McGregor UFC glove, and an authentic quirky model Batmobile he bought on eBay from a guy named Minty Mint. I actually had to hustle him into giving the Batmobile. Is this payment adequate? I replied, I want the McGregor signature. You take the $300 and Minty Mint's possibly authentic Batmobile. Send me Wes's shop location. I don't see a point in adding the details about packing my gear or the drive. You will see shortly how everything plays. The drive itself was uneventful. Upon reaching Wes's auto shop, which is officially named Wes's Auto Shop, I was greeted by an old man with shoulder-length silver hair. Apparently Chuck had told him why I was driving because Wes did not seem all that shocked that an SRT-8 pulled up to his shop. As I stepped out with my backpack, Wes said, "Now you know I want no trouble with internet folk. But I am confident in the crimes of this here Avion character. Your technician said you want to wait here for Avion to show up. I don't need a murder, even by someone of your caliber, right here in front of Wes's auto shop. I'm actually not going to be hanging out here. I plan on putting a tracker on his truck and going to his turf. Anyway, the less we say to each other the better. You mind showing me the truck? Yeah, second garage bay, right here. Before I bugged the truck, I needed Wes to take a hike. As much as I was certain that he wasn't rolling with Avion, I have been in positions before when the caller has played innocent and ended up biting me in the ass. Do you mind leaving me alone with the truck? Wes didn't say anything, just simply shrugged and left the bay. As feeble and old as he was, I decided I was going to put a microphone underneath his workbench in the front right side of the garage bay. Everything proceeded as expected. I tapped the truck underneath the carpet of the passenger side floor mat, under the rear bumper, and a third under the engine hood. When I was done, Wes gave me the lackluster payment up front. We didn't say much in the way of goodbyes and I was off. I had made a reservation at a shitty motel that was near the off-ramp of the highway that took me to Wes's auto shop. I checked in under a fake name and paid in cash before going up to my room and setting up a small base camp. Once I checked in with Chuck, I monitored the bugs and microphone that I had set up at the auto shop. At some point I must have fallen asleep at my laptop because I awoke to a series of loud bangs accompanied by flying glass and wood shards. Shattering plaster and wall insulation clouded my vision as I dove to the floor and pulled out my brand new Smith & Wesson Governor. I heard the loud shriek of 2 or more motorcycle engines blast away as I laid on the floor. The Nazi fuck shot up my motel room and apparently he had friends. After checking myself over, I heard the blare of sirens in the distance. I wasn't planning on sticking around to check if anyone else was hurt. I was far too pissed off to look out for any sad fuck who happened to be staying in the rooms next to me. Instead, I gathered all my shit and made my way to the car. If being shot up wasn't bad enough, the motherfuckers had spray painted a dark red swastika on the paint of my all-white SRT-8. I suppose being discreet wasn't going to be an option. I wouldn't have time to check for bugs on my own car before the cops and fire department arrived, but I did do a quick scan for any kind of plastic explosive. After being somewhat convinced, I hopped in, fired up the Hemi, and blasted it down the main street. I didn't stop until I reached a remote parking lot of a factory several miles away. As soon as I pulled out my laptop, activated my Wi-Fi hotspot, and sent a distress video call to Chuck. The fucks not only knew I was coming for them, they found my motel and shot the living shit out of my room. What the fuck went wrong? I shouted. Don't look at me, big guy. Everything on the virtual end is secure. It is either Wes who talked or someone followed the out-of-town car leaving his shop. I didn't get to respond before I heard the sound of motorcycle engines roaring in the distance toward me. I told Chuck I've got company, and hung up without another word. It turns out my car was bugged or they had some sort of lookout following me from the motel. Nonetheless, I was pissed off enough to deal with whatever the fascists were about to throw at me. I jumped into the back seat of the Charger and strapped on a bulletproof vest underneath my Soviet-era bomber jacket. The windows of the Charger are totally blacked out so my attackers would shoot toward the front seats first, but as seen back at the motel, they will probably rain hell down on the whole vehicle. As they pulled into the parking lot, I discreetly climbed out of the back seat on the opposite side of them and laid with my back to the rear wheel. The shots rang out for 15 seconds straight. Broken glass covered me and sliced up my face and neck. Bleeding badly, I waited for a reload gap to check what the situation was. From the brief bit that I saw, 2 bike headlights were shining about 25 yards from my car. Fire rained out into the body of my car, lighting up the entire parking lot. The warm blood fell from my face. I needed to act quick and fast in case they were willing to shoot until the car blew up. Seeing as all of my heavy weaponry was in my trunk, which was undoubtedly sealed shut from the frame damage, and also in the direct line of fire, I needed to rely on the 6 rounds in my governor. Immediately after the next break in the firing, I rolled out from behind the back tire to the gap underneath the car. I squeezed off 3 shots right above one of the motorcycle's headlights. Surprisingly, I heard screams of pain and saw the headlight flicker as the bike dropped down to its side on top of the shooter. This immediately led the second attacker to open fire again, aiming low at the center of the car. I rolled back behind the safety of the hubcap, but I was still nowhere near out of danger. I was still bleeding profusely from the broken glass that had showered me, and I was down to 3 bullets. This became one of those fuck it moments that you sometimes experience in life. You are in the midst of fight or flight and get exhausted to the point where you are willing to suicide for the other person to die. At the next break, I simply stood up and shot the 3 rounds into the biker. The first shot hit him in the head and he went down with his bike also on top of the other shooter, who was still wailing in pain. The shooter, who was still alive, was being crushed by 2 bikes and couldn't fight back. I walked over to him, gun pointed, even though I was out of ammo, and checked his condition. He looked at me with hate as blood poured out of his mouth. I asked a simple question. How long has Wes been raping little girls? I don't know anything about raping little girls. The guy who works at Wes's auto shop is named Avion. He said there is only one thing he is scared of, and that's the internet, because the internet is undefeated. I noticed the dead man had a helmet strapped to his bike. Had he been wearing it, the headshot might not have been fatal. This is when the idea occurred to me. While still being crushed by his own bike, I removed the second bike and aligned the exhaust pipe with the wounded man's face. I reached over, untied the helmet, and jammed it onto the wounded attacker's head. From there I pushed the exhaust pipe right into the helmet visor gap. The bike was still running and I could see the exhaust fumes burning and suffocating the wounded man. Before he died from inhalation, I wrenched the ungeared accelerator and watched as the exhaust melted my would-be killer's face off. I cranked for around 10 seconds before pulling the bike and exhaust pipe out of the man's helmet. The third-degree burns suffered by the man were quite impressive. I removed the helmet and watched as part of his skin came loose with it. Black soot covered most of his face, but dark orange specks where the skin got completely melted away dotted the blackened areas. Steam was still wafting off of his face. His charred eyelids showed no movement behind them. I didn't need to check his pulse to know that if he wasn't dead from all the damage he took from the exhaust, his gunshot wounds would take care of him eventually. I returned to my car and grabbed what little had survived the shooting. After getting the trunk open, I grabbed my extra ammunition and removed the license plates. Unfortunately, I was going to have to write my SRT off as a loss. I had a quarter stick of dynamite in the trunk and I lit it and put it in the tip of the gas tank. After a brisk walk, I got onto one of the attacker's bikes, 2017 Harley-Davidson Iron 883, and rode away as my SRT-8 Charger exploded behind me. I was headed back to Wes's auto shop, and I knew I wasn't going to be needing any bullets. I had already planned out what was going to happen to old Wes. As I pulled into the shop parking lot, I saw Wes come out of the first garage bay. He probably recognized the sound of the bike I was riding. However, I was not who he was expecting. When he saw me on the bike, he immediately ran back inside the garage bay and closed the door. I dismounted the bike and walked into garage bay 2, which wasn't connected to the first bay, but had what I needed. I wheeled the hand-push lawnmower I had noticed during my first visit out into the parking lot and went back in to grab a roll of duct tape from his workbench. I leaned next to the side of garage bay 1's door and lightly knocked. As I moved out to the side of the door, an explosion of twisted metal ripped through the steel door. 2 quick blasts, one preceding the other. The damage done to the door told me this was a 12 gauge, and the quick succession of shells told me it was a double barrel. Wes had fired 2 shotgun shells through the garage door where he presumed I was. However, this was expected. He was a cornered old man paranoid of the mean people on the internet. I could hear him trying to reload the shotgun, but it was too late. I leisurely walked up to the massive hole in the door he had made. I took careful aim and fired a shot that grazed the old man in the shoulder. He went down like he himself got hit by a 12 gauge. I made my way through the massive hole in the metal door and approached Wes. After kicking the shotgun away from him, I saw all hope leave his face. I leisurely walked up to the garage door opener, doing the famous Conor McGregor billionaire strut. Opening the door, I walked out and grabbed the lawnmower and brought it right up to Wes. He was screaming and saying something to me, but I was too distracted thinking about whether there would be any UFC fights during the pandemic. I duct taped the mower's safety handle down and cranked the cord until it started up. I carefully set it upside down so that the blades were facing up. Still thinking about other UFC-related topics, I fought off Wes, who was trying to prevent me from taking his boots off. The old man kicked and struggled, but he was just too weak. With his boots off, I took off my Soviet-era bomber jacket and threw it a safe distance away. I grabbed his left leg and sheared off his foot up to the heel and the lawnmower blades. At this point, I was covered in blood. The spray didn't bother me. I just wanted to spare my jacket from the blood. With Wes's left foot essentially just a heel, I repeated the same action with his right leg. He was screaming, but I still wasn't paying attention. The only thing running through my mind was if I could find another SRT-8 on Craigslist for a reasonable price. With 2 sticks for legs, I turned Wes, or should I say Avion, around and grabbed him by his right forearm. He wasn't able to fight it anymore. Bastard. I sheared his fingers and hand off up to the palm. Once again, I repeated the action with the left hand. Wes now essentially had bloody pulse for limbs. Before I shut down the lawnmower and let it die, I brought Wes's face to the cutter and guided his nose into the blades. The cut was actually very clean. It looked a bit like cutting a sausage with a weed whacker. Bit by bit, the nose disappeared into the spinning blades. Quick, clean cuts. Once his nose only had a few millimeters left, I took inventory of the room. The garage bay was a mess. I calmly walked over to the workbench and grabbed a Phillips head screwdriver and a box opener he happened to have. Walking back to Wes, I knelt down and cradled his head in my lap. I proceed to skewer the Phillips head into both of his eardrums almost up the handle. I then took the box cutter, flicked it open and jammed it into his mouth. I was filleting his tongue with the expertise of a third-grade Cub Scout who tried gutting his first fish. I got up and inspected my work. Wes had no digits on any of his limbs, no nose, eardrums, or tongue. I looked around Wes's shop until I found his cell phone and went back to his dying corpse and took a selfie with a thumbs up. I then texted the photo to myself, popped out the SIM card and crushed the phone. Like I said, this all happened in April of 2020. I never really got to the bottom of what happened to the Mississippi girls. I assume it was Wes, but I can't say for sure. I only do the jobs I get paid for, and I did leave this whole ordeal with a signed Conor McGregor glove. I never heard anything else about old Wes. I actually left him alive in the bay, even though I don't think he survived much longer. If I had to guess, Wes is crawling the floors of hell deaf and me thinking about the time he decided to waste my time on a serial rapist. Well, there you have it, folks. I don't really feel the need to go into detail about my journey home or the aftermath of the whole ordeal. As always, I licked my wounds and got ready for the next bounty that presented itself. You all asked for another bounty, and here it is. I hope you all leave this satiated for a little while. I stated this before, and I feel like it is fitting to do so again. You can feel free to commit horrible acts on people. Many people in this world are rapists, murderers, etc. Do whatever the hell it is that you want, but just make damn sure that you do not end up on my bounty list. My story begins a few years ago. I decided to use my computer skills to run a small darknet forum, mainly just to share information without censorship. At first I was extremely paranoid about my site getting hacked and having my anonymity being compromised, so I went online and began to research everything that I would need to ensure my own safety. After countless days of scouring blogs, forums, and other material, I decided I was ready. Now I didn't have any money, so I couldn't just buy a VPS and host the site offshore or whatever. So I decided to use my old laptop. After all, I wasn't planning on running a major website. So after setting the server up and what I thought was literally every single thing I could to do harden it against attack, I put the site online. Everything went great for a couple of months. Donations rolled in as the user base grew larger and larger. After around 5 months, the user base had gotten so big I had to upgrade and migrate everything to a new PC, which I built just to host the forum, and from there everything seemed perfect. The site was running smoothly and there were no issues with the migration until one day when I came home and noticed the PC had frozen. I didn't think much to it, maybe just a software bug caused it, so I rebooted, and that's when it was clear to me something was wrong. The PC lit up and beeped a few times, then shut off, so I thought to myself, okay, so it's a hardware issue. After a few hours trying to diagnose the issue, I figured it out, and it turned out the RAM had been corrupted. I took it back to the store since it was still under warranty. The customer rep just told me it might have just been a faulty stick. When I got home, I replaced the stick of RAM and had the site back up and running within a few hours. Everything seemed to be perfect again. I apologized to the users for the downtime and everyone seemed to be happy enough. Fast forward a few more months, the forum's been up and running for around a year and a half now. This is when things started to get really weird. I finished work on a Friday. It was a gorgeous day in the middle of summer. I came home, had something to eat, and sat down in front of my PC and noticed I had a message. Upon opening the message, I realized that somewhere I'd messed up. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not like Assange or anything, so I don't really know why anybody would actually target me, but the world is a crazy place, so whatever. The message had my details from my name, address, bank details, passwords, private emails, private messages, everything from nearly every single device I owned. I freaked out and immediately took the PC offline, turned my internet off, but little did I know that this guy had done his research. After a couple of hours pacing my room, I received a text message. "I know everything about you." The message was sent via some type of SMS service, so there was no way to trace it, and then my phone rang. "Don't talk, just listen. I know everything there is to know about you. All I want is 2 Bitcoin or things get worse. I'll send you a text with the wallet details." The phone call ended just as quickly as it started. I opened my laptop up and checked my Bitcoin wallet. There was enough left over from the donations just to pay this guy off and hoped that would be the end of it. So I entered the guy's details and sent the payment. My phone rang again. "Thank you for complying. Unfortunately, someone I know really likes you." He hung up. Panicking, I tried calling the number back. An automated message began to play. "The number you have dialed has not been recognized." A few hours passed and I began to think to myself, well, maybe the last call was just him having fun, and decided after a long day I'd just go to bed. Sometime around 2 a.m. I was woken up by the sound of banging at my front door. I jumped out of bed and turned on all the lights. Grabbing a knife from the kitchen, I walked slowly towards the window and looked out. I could see someone standing by a car. When they spotted me, they got in and drove off. I rushed to the door in hopes I might be able to get a license plate, but by the time I'd opened it, they'd already turned the corner. As I turned, I noticed an envelope on the floor. I picked it up, went back inside and locked the door, closed the curtains and sat in the kitchen. I placed the envelope on the counter and stared at it for around half an hour, trying to muster up the courage to open it. Did these guys really come to my home? I thought to myself. After the half hour was up, I decided enough was enough. I opened the envelope and pictures fell out onto the counter. They were of me sleeping. These guys had not only been outside my house, they'd been inside whilst I was sleeping. The images had been edited and strange love hearts had been added next to me, so now I was sufficiently freaked out. I didn't go back to sleep, and when the sun broke the darkness, I decided to head to the police station and tell them everything. I hadn't broken any laws, so I hoped they would just help me. At least after hours of explaining everything to them, they told me there was nothing they could do. At this point, I had never felt so alone in the world. I was scared of what this guy was planning for me. I didn't have the foggiest idea what I was supposed to do or expect, so I decided to wipe everything: my laptop, PC, and phone. I picked up everything I needed, stuffed it all into a bag, and decided to leave. I had a couple of friends that I knew I could rely on, so I called up my old buddy Marcus, and we met, had a few beers, and I explained everything to him. He offered me a place to stay, and I hoped that would be the end of it. How wrong I was. A few days later it happened again. There was a knock at the door first thing in the morning. Me and Marcus both went out to find another envelope on the floor. Same thing, pictures of me sleeping, but these were in Marcus's house. I started freaking out again, and Marcus just said, "Okay, well, we need to do something, maybe set a trap or something." So we went over numerous ideas, everything you could think of, from cameras to baiting him, and we settled on the idea of staying up during the night and locking him in the room. We filled the bed up with pillows, set up cameras, and even barred the windows in the room. We hid in the room next door. After a few hours had passed, we heard the lock rattling on the front door and we knew it was game time. We'd left the door just slightly ajar so we could see outside as he went past, and the moment he went into the room, we both sprung to action quickly as we could. We closed the door and locked it from outside using a chair and a metal bar. There was only one way he was getting out, and he'd have to destroy the door. We could see the silhouette of him as he paced the room quietly. It was creepy as fuck. We called the police as we kept an eye on him. At last I thought I can finish this and move on with my life. Just as the police arrived, we noticed the guy take a gun out and place it to his head. He held a sign up which read, "I love you," and he pulled the trigger. The police barged in, guns drawn, told us both to get the floor. We complied and shouted, "He's in there," pointing at the door. The police removed the makeshift lock and entered the room, called for an ambulance, and put me and Marcus in the back of a police car. I'd been sat in the interview room for a good couple of hours, I guess, whilst they carried out the investigation, when a detective came in and sat down in front of me, opening a folder and placing pictures on the table. "Do you know her?" I said, looking at the pictures. "No," I replied, confused. He looked at me and said, "This is the person who's been stalking you," and he then began to tell me they had visited her home and found a shrine with photos of me all over the place, from restaurants to the gym, even shopping. He went on to tell me that she'd been the one that sent the messages, made the phone calls, etc., and they'd also found a diary which had some kind of future plans for me and her. She wanted me to be her husband, and we've been chatting for around a year and a half from the moment I started the forum. After I explained everything, the detective said I was lucky to be alive. She had actually planned to drug me and kidnap me. She had even made some makeshift lock beds so I wouldn't be able to escape. To this day I feel lucky, and I haven't been on the dark web since. I had just started a summer job where I was basically a custodian, cleaning classrooms in preparation for the upcoming school year. My dad worked for the town's district, so he was able to get me this job. I was the youngest one there, as I'm only 20, and there are a handful of people worked with me. They were usually off doing other tasks like waxing the floors or covering up foul writing on the walls with paint. The schools were completely empty besides the staff who was cleaning. Things were going fine my first couple of weeks. For the most part, I was on my own, wiping down desks and dusting while listening to music. It was nice, and I enjoyed not having someone on my ass all day telling me what to do. After I had finished cleaning the middle school, the head custodian had sent me and another woman, we'll call her Karen, who was my coworker, to go start cleaning the high school. She was a slacker who'd often go out to smoke cigarettes, but was a really nice lady. She didn't really care what I did and always was off doing whatever she wanted. So yeah, basically I was alone. Again, I didn't mind because I liked the freedom, but I was taking up the bulk of the work. A few days had gone by and I finished cleaning a couple hallways. It was time to move to the basement where the robotics and woodworking classes were. I didn't think anything of it until I got down there. I noticed light was peeking through under the doorway of the classroom. The windows of the class were covered with shades. I found this really odd since it was summer and no one was in the building besides Karen and I. I walked over and peeked in the door window. The lamp was on at the desk, but no one was inside. I proceeded to knock. No answer. After turning the knob, I realized the door was locked, so I used my key to open the door. A musty smell flooded my nose. I decided to scope out the room. Maybe someone had forgotten to turn the lamp off. I disregarded the idea when I noticed the computer at the teacher's desk was on. The screen looked weird. I'd never seen this layout before. The website was all black with red writing on it. It also had a chat box. I didn't have time to read the chat because a sudden voice came from the doorway. "Can I help you?" It was a man, maybe in his early 40s, about 6 feet. "Oh. Sorry. I'm just cleaning the classrooms and I didn't know if anyone was in here," I said in an embarrassed tone. So I see. Well, I appreciate that, but don't worry about it in here. I'm working on a few things, so sawdust is gonna get everywhere again after you clean anyways. He said this in a very strange way. Like he was hiding something. He walked over and sat at his desk while closing the browser. "Okay, no problem," I then proceeded to the door. "Wait, could I ask you a favor?" he said in a delirious way. "Oh. Yeah, sure." I didn't really know what he was about to ask and I couldn't find myself to say no. I just wanted to get out of there as I was already creeped out. "I have this, petition. It's to get more funding for the extracurricular classes, like art and woodworking." He sounded so uncertain, as if he made that up out of thin air. Sure, I paused for a moment when he handed me the paper. It only had 2 other names on it. The petition required a full name, phone number, email, and address. I immediately felt uncomfortable, but I didn't know how to decline, so I just added my information. "Thank you so much, dear. You have a beautiful bone structure, by the way," he said in such a creepy way. Thanks. I grabbed my cleaning supplies and speeded out of there. After that experience, I didn't really put much thought into it. Yes, he was creepy, but I didn't really have much evidence to persuade myself that he was out to get me or something, until I started running into him throughout the school. It became pretty frequent. It's as though he was watching me. Now I was concerned. I dismissed it because he'd just smile at me or wave if I saw him. Maybe I was overreacting. I mean, he was a teacher there after all. Still, my gut feeling was telling me something wasn't right. Weeks went on and I started to notice him less and less. I only had a few more weeks at this job and then back to college I go. One day, the boss let everyone out early since it was almost 100 degrees. I got home and decided to hang out with some friends. It was a group of us, about 5 or 6. My boyfriend's brother joined us this time, which was unusual since he's not really a social person. He is really into technology, so he's always on his computer, which he built himself. He's also good at hacking and stuff like that. Anyways, that day he told me he needed to talk to me and it was serious. I was conceited because we weren't close, so it must have been legit. He brought me into my friend's living room and pulled out his laptop. To my surprise, he was on the deep web. "So, you are up for bid on the deep web?" He hesitated. "Wait, what?" I knew how the deep web worked. I would often listen to horror stories, but I'd never been on it, so how would my info even be out there? It suddenly clicked. The web page matched the one I saw in the classroom a month back. I had also given my info to that guy. My heart felt like it dropped to my stomach. I explained this to my boyfriend's brother. He advised me to call the police immediately, which is what we did. They did an investigation on the teacher and found the activity on his computer. Not only that, but he had several girls' information along with pictures. Some of the girls were minors too. There were also wooden contraptions they found in his home and which he probably made in the shop. He probably planned to use them on these girls, or me. I was disgusted, but relieved that he was caught. I often wonder what would have happened if the page was never discovered. Would he have kidnapped me and killed me online for these sick people? I don't know and I don't want to know. I changed my number and moved since the incident. This just goes to show you can never give out your personal information. I'm a bit of a nerd. I tend to hold on to that pretty tightly, since I don't really have anything else to go with. I don't have any friends, and I'm not athletic in the slightest, so I spend most of my time online watching fail videos on YouTube. I guess it's fun, but really it's just a way to fill the time. I've been learning more about the dark web lately. It seems like every show for boomers is currently using it as some great faceless evil. If it scares my parents even though they know nothing about it, then of course I'm going to be a little curious. Some general research led me to downloading the Tor browser and doing some basic searching about. The whole .onion thing at the end of web addresses seems super dumb, but whatever. It was exciting to be doing something that I knew my parents didn't want me to. It's a thrill, and I don't have too many of those in my life. Most of the people in my school are going out and trying beer or hoping to get someone in their bed, and I'm goofing off on the dark web. I swear, this isn't the origin of a serial killer. I'm just shy in social situations. Occasionally the ads are pretty weird and messed up on Tor. So much porn. Guns. White supremacists. Survivalists. I haven't seen any human trafficking stuff, which, believe me, huge relief. The truth is, I'm pretty straight edge. Playing on the dark web is as dangerous as I get, and I like to stay in the safe areas. I just dip my toes in to feel that taste of excitement. Something has to fill the void of having no friends. So when I saw the ad that blared "Program Your Own Friend" in bright pink and red letters, with a fuzzy stuffed puppy pictured below it, I suppose I was pretty much the perfect target audience. I clicked on it. I went to a site that had lots of fluffy clouds and pictures of tons of different stuffed animals. It was like the place in the mall where you make your own stuffed animal, but way bigger. They had everything. Llamas. Narwhals. Platypuses, or are they platypi? Squid. A three-legged dog with a little set of wheels scaled to its size. There were even little baby doll-looking ones, but let's be real here, that's just creepy. In the middle of the page was a button that said, "Design your friend." I clicked on it, and it took me to a chat screen. Text started to appear on my screen. "Hello, friend. I can't wait to be your best friend and love you forever. I just need a little help to get to know you. Answer my questions and I'll be able to be the best friend you've ever had. Are you ready to get started? Just type your answer below. I stared at the flashing cursor for a second before I decided that it couldn't hurt to play around with the design program. I didn't have to get anything. I'm ready, I typed. That's so wonderful. Let's get started. If you were to have the very bestest fuzzy friend ever, what animal would they be? I thought for a minute. I wanted to say something fun. A gorilla, I typed. That's so fun. I love apes, too. I am one, after all, because I'm going to be your very bestest friend ever. What color would your gorilla best friend be? Light purple, I typed immediately, getting into the process. Such a wonderful color. Now, I want to be the very bestest friend I can be. What would you want me to be able to do to be your friend? I thought for a moment. Could you talk to me? I typed. Of course. Talking is what friends do, silly. What else? I'd like to be able to snuggle you. I love snuggles. Love, what else? Could you help me make my family pay more attention to me? They always ignore me and pay attention to my older brother, I typed. I'd be happy to do that. What are bestest friends for, after all? What else? Can I take some more time to think about it? Of course. You can always tell me what else you need me to do after I've arrived, and I'll update myself. Also, I want to tell you about a super special offer. The people who help me be your very bestest friend are a new company and really need some customer reviews to show their product is great. You have been randomly selected to be a product tester. If you are willing to leave a detailed review of why I am the very bestest friend ever, then I can come be your friend for free. Is that okay? I was so into the whole thing, my fingers answered almost as if they were on autopilot. Yes. Wonderful. If you give me your address, then I will be there in 2 to 4 business days. I hesitated for a second, leery of giving out my address, but I figured it was public information anyways, and it wasn't like I'd given them my name, so it was probably okay. And, honest, I wanted a new friend. I typed in my address. I can't wait to meet you. This chat will automatically close. A couple seconds later, it did. The wait was agonizing. I rushed home from school each day to see if I had a package, terrified of explaining it if my mom checked the mail first. Don't worry, Mom, I just gave our address out to a random website on the dark web. It's totally no big deal. Yeah, right. Finally, 3 agonizing business days later, when I checked the mail, there was a large box with our address. There was no name, although I hadn't given them one, so that made sense. No return address either. But what else could it be? I ran up the stairs to my room and plopped the box down on the floor. Grabbing scissors off of my desk, I sliced the box open. Inside, there was a light purple gorilla and a single sheet of paper. I grabbed the gorilla out of the box. It was amazing. It was so soft and squishy, and while I could feel thin wires running through it on the inside, there were no hard chunky pieces in it like in all other talking, snuggling stuffed animals. I loved it already. "Hi," I said to it. "Nothing." "Are you my new friend?" "Nothing." This was disappointing. But I guess it's still a cool stuffed animal. I reached back in the box and pulled out the sheet of paper. Across the top it said, "How to turn on your new best friend for the first time." A part of me was intensely embarrassed that I had somehow not thought to immediately look for directions. Thankfully, no one had witnessed that dumb moment. The directions were pretty basic. There was a key phrase I had to speak, made up of random words that wouldn't usually be heard together so that he didn't get turned on by accident. I was just about to say the phrase when I heard my mom come home. She yelled from downstairs for me to come help set the table for dinner. I guess I would activate my new friend after dinner. Dinner seemed to take forever. As soon as I was done washing the dishes, I ran up to my room. But then my mom yelled at me to do my homework. So I got that done. Then I had to take a shower, brush my teeth, take out the trash. Finally, everything was done and it was time for bed. I told my parents and my brother good night and went to bed. I turned off the lights, grabbed my small flashlight and the stuffed gorilla, and went over to the bed. I whispered the key phrase. Daffodil cream fart propellant. There was a pause, and then the gorilla's mouth swung open. "Hello. I'm your very bestest friend," it said in a loud, cartoony voice. I jumped, started by the sudden noise, and then rapidly through the blankets over our heads. "Can you be quieter?" I hissed. "Of course. Anything to make you happy," the gorilla said in a volume just above a whisper. "Thank you." "You're welcome, bestest buddy." "So," I said, "is there anything else we need to do to get you up and running?" "I'm all set." "Want a snuggle?" Its voice was so sweet it sounded like tooth decay. Sure." I was not sure. "Okay." The gorilla crawled up the blankets to my chest, curled up, and snuggled down into me. The gentle weight and slight warmth felt really comforting. All the days of anticipation had really taken it out of me, and now I felt really at peace. Like I wasn't alone anymore. Before I knew it, I had dozed off to sleep. When I woke up, the gorilla was gone. "Ah, gorilla?" I asked awkwardly, realizing I had never given it a name. It didn't respond. I looked around my room, but I couldn't see it anywhere. What I did see, though, was a chat screen open on my computer. "Good morning, bestest friend. I'm out running some errands, but you can talk to me by sending messages here and I'll respond from wherever I am." "Where did you go?" I typed. "You told me during setup that you wanted my help making friends and having your family pay more attention to you than your older brother, right?" "Yeah," I typed. "Well, I'm working on the friend project. Do you know someone named Devon? He's in my bio class. He's headed over to your house right now. He wants to hang out. You'll probably be hearing my knocking in just a minute or two." Devin never wanted anything to do with me. This was weird. Guess the gorilla was an amazing persuader. Okay. Odd choice, but cool, I typed. Don't worry, I'll help you make even more friends. There was a knock on the door. Be right back, I typed. I ran downstairs and pulled open the door. It was Devin. He was shaking. His face was pale. Devin, you okay? I asked. I'm here to hang out, he forced out, his voice quavering. I brought him inside and shut the door. Dude, what's wrong? I asked. It's got my family, man. What? What's got your family? The purple gorilla. His voice was almost a whisper. He has them tied up in our basement. He said if I didn't come over to hang out, and if you didn't have a great time, he would kill all of them. And then Devin was overcome with emotion and started sobbing. I reached out to put my hand on his shoulder, but he shrugged it off. He hurt them, man, Devin said. Just to prove he meant business. He hurt them. There was so much blood. It was everywhere. Stay right here. I'll be right back, I said. I ran upstairs and back to my room, fell into my computer chair, and started typing. What are you doing? I typed. Helping you make friends. Everyone will love you as much as I do. Love. You hurt Devin's family. I had to. Devin didn't understand, and he needed to understand. Now he's your friend. This isn't right. It's what you wanted to have so you could be happy. I also talked to your family, and you're them paying too much attention to your brother will no longer be a problem. In fact, they won't be able to stop paying attention to you now. They're in the living room. Go see. I'll be home soon. I shoved away from my desk and ran back downstairs. In the living room, I saw something that will be burned into my memory for the rest of my life. My brother was on the ground, not moving, with purple blotches on his neck and a gray pallor to his face. He wasn't breathing. My parents sat in chairs, ropes tied around their arms and midsections, tape across their mouths. They seemed to be looking at everything very intently. It took me a moment to figure out why. The gorilla was right. They wouldn't be able to stop watching me without eyelids. The front door opened, and the light purple gorilla walked in. Hello, my very bestest friend, it said. I hope you liked your surprises. I would be very sad if you didn't like them, and I don't think you'd like me very much when I'm sad. And with that, the light purple gorilla turned and walked up the stairs. I've never been one of those people fascinated by the dark web. As a 16-year-old girl in high school, I had much better things to do. I'd prefer to hang out with my friends and get my nails done than spend all my time on the internet searching for this dark web. One day at school, my friend Kelly was telling me about how her boyfriend was dared to go on the dark web. There is some weird stuff on there. He said it was really creepy with videos of cults and sacrifices. Kelly said, "Why would someone even want to see that stuff?" "It's disgusting," I said. Yeah, I wouldn't, that's for sure, Kelly said. At lunch that day, all my friends were talking about Robbie's dare and how one of us should do the dare. I didn't say anything as I did not want to even think about having to go on the dark web. Rape, killers, weapons, I knew what was on the dark web and I wanted none of it. Hey guys, maybe Charlotte should do the dare, my other friend Christine said. Heck no guys, I'm not going on that creepy website, I said quickly. They all started chanting now. Do it, do it, do it, do it. People were starting to stare as I turned red. Finally, after more people started to join and I gave up. Fine, I'll go on that stupid website, I screamed. They all started to cheer with Kelly saying, okay, but just to make sure you do, you have to FaceTime me while you're going on, and don't worry, I'll have Robbie send you a link, she said with a smile. I was furious with them but didn't say anything. Who cares? I'll just close my eyes when I see anything bad they didn't say I had to look. I thought. That night I got a text from Robbie giving me a link to a website. He also said in the text, good luck. I got goosebumps reading it, but I wasn't going to chicken out as I knew my friends would never let me forget it. I FaceTimed Kelly as I was loading the link onto my computer saying, this is so stupid, can't believe I let you guys talk me into it. Oh, don't be like that, how about this, you only have to click on one site on the web and that's it. I'll tell everyone you went on and we'll all have a good laugh, Kelly said on the phone. The link loaded and I was taken to a black screen with a skull in the middle and a whole bunch of links all in red. I gulped as I decided to click on the third link. I was taken to some kind of an auctioning website. It didn't seem bad at first, but then I read the auctions. The auctions had female names attached to them with a link. I clicked on a random link which had a picture taken from a car of a girl walking home from school. She looked about my age with dark brown hair and green eyes. It had a description underneath that said, Tiffany Smith, age 16, high school, Adelante High, parents, Martha and Gordon Smith, hair color, brown, eyes, green, body description, small but packaged with good sized breasts and small waist, price, $20,000. What do you see? Kelly said on the phone. It's some kind of sick auction where they're selling girls, I said in a shaky voice. Are you serious? Call the police right now, she screamed on the phone. As I was about to hang up the call and dial 911, I froze as I saw a name on the top of the list. Charlotte Miller. I freaked out and started to cry. I don't know why I did, but I clicked on the link next to my name. The picture was also taken from a car of me walking home from school. The description said, Charlotte Miller, age 16, high school, Spring Hill High, parents, Cindy and Harry Miller, hair color, blonde, eyes, brown, body description, excellent body with curvy hips and great-sized breasts, price, $60,000. I screamed and started to cry. Kelly tried to talk to me, but I couldn't hear her. I hung up the phone and ran to my parents' room. They heard me and ran out of their room before I could even come in. I told my dad about the website which he and my mom checked on. They called the police shortly after. After looking at the website also, they said there was nothing they could do. The link was untraceable, so they couldn't figure out where the website came from. They said they would keep an officer nearby watching my house in case someone came. After that they left. I slept in my parents' room that night. I didn't get any sleep as the image of me walking home from school and the description of me were all burned into my mind. How did they know all this? Were they going to come for me? I thought the whole night. I told Kelly and my friends everything that happened as they all listened in shock. They apologized for making me go on the website and said that we should all hang out after and go shopping to get my mind off what happened. I agreed as we made plans to meet at the mall at 4. I asked Kelly if she could walk home with me, but she said she was getting a ride from her mom. Panicking, I called my parents and asked if they could pick me up, but they weren't even home from work as they were stuck in traffic. I somehow got the courage to walk home by myself as I started walking to my house. You'll be okay. You're only 15 minutes away from your house and it's the afternoon. No one is going to do anything with people around. I thought to myself as I walked. As I walked, though, I could see out of the corner of my eye a man walking behind me, fast. I started to speed up my walking, but he followed and got faster as well. I freaked out and started to run and didn't look back. I ran all the way to my house as I fumbled for the keys to the front door. Just as I was about to put the key in, I felt a prick in my shoulder and the world faded to black. I woke up to find myself in a dark room, lit only by a computer right in front of me. In the computer I saw that it was on a Google Meet with at least 50 people in it. When I tried to move, I found myself chained to the ground. I screamed and pleaded for help to the computer with no avail. Then as I looked in the camera, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows. He wore black jeans and a black hood. I couldn't see his face in the dark. He came up right behind me and spoke in a deep voice to the computer. How much? I saw in horror as the people in the meet started numbering off prices. 60,000, 80,000, 90,000. The biggest price came shortly after, 115,000. There were no prices named after that. The man then spoke. Going once, going twice, sold. 2 days later. Kelly stares at the poster in her hand, tears in her eyes as she reads, missing Charlotte Miller. She cries even more as she sees the smiling picture of Charlotte on the poster, looking so happy with her glistening blonde hair and brown eyes. Charlotte, I'm so sorry. I sat down at my computer and opened the Tor browser. I've been reading recently about using the dark web. I didn't want to do any of that crazy stuff. Nothing weird. No dead bodies or torture or weird porn or anything. I was just curious. For me, the dark web was like driving past a car crash. You don't want to see what happened, all the gory details and possible bodies. But at the same time, you have to look, you have to see. You have to know and witness, and you want to see the viscera. You need it and you hate that you need it. I was able to find some basic dark websites. I kept messing them up, typing .com instead of .onion, but I was slowly making progress. One site would lead me to another, and I wound up on a site that paired you with anonymous chat partners. I was operating under the username StevieBoy69. Yes, whine about it, but the 69 made it funny. I entered a chat room and found myself talking with someone called Gatekeeper Off Secrets. Probably some emo kid who thought they were so fucking cool. Dumbass. Hey, how's it going? I typed. Don't waste my time. Gatekeeper off secrets typed back. You're acting like you've never been here before. Well, I am new to this. Fuck, a newbie. I'm leaving. Wait. Please. I typed back in a panic. You here to fucking goof around, or do you mean business? I'm not here to get dicked around, moron. I doubted that I actually wanted to get involved, but this guy was challenging me. I couldn't just wimp out. I mean business. Fine, he typed. What you got? Ha! What you fucking selling, shithead? I'm not selling, I typed back. Then what you buying? He asked. What you got? I got access to the realm of secrets. I can give you the address and the passcode, but you got to give me something in return. What? I really hope this wasn't some scam. Sounded like a scam. I need a secret, he typed back. I hate cream cheese, I typed. Fuck you, motherfucker. I'm out. Wait. Shit, I typed. What kind of secret? Something that fucking means something, he typed. Like what? You killed anybody? So shit just got real. I could feel the nervousness in my gut. But it's the dark web. He can't trace me. I'm safe. That's the whole point. No, of course not, I typed. Weak little asshole, he typed back. What are you, 12? Looking for some strange, and you wound up here? I'm 22, I typed back. I'm 20, but 22 sounded more mature. No one cares, he typed. You have any secrets that mean a damn, or are you some straight-edge little fuckboy who ain't done shit? I watched my neighbor undress through her window, I typed. Well now, maybe you ain't a total waste. Tell me about it. I was still in high school. My neighbor was my mom's friend, I typed. Oh good, the little kid is into granny porn, gatekeeper typed back. Fuck off, I typed. Then gasped, because I probably shouldn't be talking shit to people on the dark web. But I lucked out. Haha, he typed back. Looks like you might have a little life in you yet. Anyways, she was a total cougar. And she left her blinds pulled back in her bedroom one time. Maybe it was an accident, maybe it wasn't. She was changing into workout clothes. She took off everything. I was in my room, and I ducked down so I could look through my window without being super obvious. It was unreal. Quite the story, he typed back. Alright, Stevie Boy 69. I'm feeling generous. Go to G5JKVRQ23 or G23490.onion and when prompted, type in 9infin33 in an E. That'll get you to the business chat. When you start talking, someone will ask you a question. You need to answer them by saying exactly this: I have secrets to buy. Then you're in. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it, I typed. Fuck off. That link will only get you to the password prompt for the next 5 minutes, so use it or lose it. Gatekeeper off secrets left the chat. What the fuck? I mumbled to myself. This was some crazy shit. It was scary, but at the same time it was so thrilling. I really enjoyed sharing that story. I hadn't been able to tell anyone else before. I could feel myself getting turned on just thinking about it. And it was anonymous, right? So I could say or be whatever I wanted. I only hesitated for a second before I typed in the address I'd been given. It took me to a super bland password entry page, and I entered the password Gatekeeper off secrets had given me. I was redirected to another chat room. A message told me that I was connected with Guardian of Secrets. Why are you here? Guardian typed. I have secrets to buy, I said, copying what I needed to say from my conversation with Gatekeeper. Welcome. Be respectful. Step out of line and you will pay the consequences, he typed. Guardian disconnected from the chat. My screen flashed, and I found myself in another chat room. I was connected with someone called Secrets. What is it you seek, Steve Miller? Secrets typed. How did he know who I was? This shit was supposed to be private. Secure. Untraceable. That was the whole point of the Tor browser. I'm fucked. I know many things, Secrets typed. That is the role of a broker of knowledge. Now, what do you desire to know? What do you have to offer? I asked, stalling. How about your best friend's darkest secret? Secrets asked. Joey? What would Joey keep from me? He wouldn't keep secrets from me, I typed. Oh, but he does. And I have proof. You'll want to know. I promise, Secrets typed. What does it cost me? Nothing you can't pay. Is it agreed? I need to know the cost first, I typed. I'm not that stupid, after all. Nothing you can't pay, Secrets typed again. Either we have an agreement or I leave. I couldn't help it. Knowing there was a secret that Joey was keeping from me was driving me insane. Not knowing would eat at me. Fine, just don't steal my organs or some shit, I typed. Agreed, Secrets said. There was a pause. Is he going to tell me this secret or not? I grumbled. I reached towards the keyboard to send a message when I saw Secrets was typing again. 3 weeks ago, Joey came by your house to talk to you. You were not there. You were at work trying to save up enough money for your own place. Your parents were also gone. Your older sister was home, though. She invited him in and offered him a drink. They got to talking, and one thing led to another. Joey fucked your sister. It was her suggestion. It was his idea that they do it in your bed. No fucking way, I gasped. You've never had sex in this bedroom for fear of being caught by your parents. So who do you think the condom wrapper under your bed belongs to? I shoved away from my computer, almost tipping my chair over. I laid down on the floor next to my bed, pulled out my cell phone, and turned on the flashlight. I saw condom wrapper. And then another. and another. There were at least 5 of them, all ripped open. I could feel my body shaking. Fuck, I said, too shocked for anything more intelligent. Slowly, I got back to my feet and sat down at my computer. How the fuck did you know? And why are there so many condoms down there? I asked Secrets. To the first question, I cannot reveal my ways. To the second, they had a lot of fun, so there were repeats. Most recently, yesterday. Last night you slept in the same sheets that your sister and best friend were in when they copulated. Shit, I said, startled and disgusted in equal measure. I was home alone, so I couldn't confront my sister. She was at the movies with her friends, and I wasn't sure if she'd be back tonight at all. Now, Secrets typed the payment. I felt shivers throughout my body. I was so tweaked out, I had forgotten about the rest of this bargain. I want another secret. Or else I'll tell your mom's friend's husband that you were touching yourself while you watched his wife undress. Oh shit. That dude was a fucking brick house. He'd destroy me. Fuck. Alright, sure, fuck, I typed. I don't know what other secrets I have. I'm super boring. Think fast. You have 2 minutes to come up with a second secret, or else I share your first one. I have no time for boring people, Secrets typed. What the fuck was I going to do? What have I done? What do I know? I'm just a regular, dumbass college dude. Fuck. Wait. What about Doug? Can the secret be something I know about someone else? I typed rapidly. Any secret that is powerful enough will do, Secrets replied. Stop the clock, I've got one for you. I typed. I am ready to hear it, he said. I know this guy, Doug. We have classes together. Used to hang out, but he's a fucking tool, so we don't anymore. I don't know why this is the case, but the assholes always seem to have absolute rockets for girlfriends, and Mel was no exception. Holy shit, so hot. Anyways, turns out Mel was having some fun on the side with a girl named Mallory. She was super sneaky about it. The only reason Doug found out is because he had installed a hidden camera in Mel's bathroom so he could fucking creep on her, and he saw them getting it on in the shower together. So Doug made copies of the tape and sold it all over campus. Posted it online behind a paywall. Made a few $100. Mel and Mallory were fucking traumatized, obviously, and they both ended up dropping out of school. I haven't heard from them since. No one else knew how the video was made, and when Mel tried to say something about it, the school called her a disgrace and refused to listen. I heard she moved to another state. Interesting, Secrets replied. I accept this as payment. Would you like a second secret? I am willing to provide up to 3, so long as the payment is acceptable in return. Fuck, I was in way too deep. I should stop. This shit was serious. But I thought of another secret I could tell, about my sister and the white powder I had seen peeking out of her makeup bag, and if I had payment at the ready, then this shouldn't be a problem. What you got? I asked Secrets. You know Sasha, the girl you stare at in Intro to Chem? How the fuck did he know about that? Yeah, I typed. She took these but never sent them out. Below the last chat bubble, a zip folder appeared. Downloaded, Secrets said. Once the secret is started, it must be completed. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Death by angry husband, he didn't need to add. I downloaded the folder and extracted the files. It was a dozen image files. I clicked on the first one to open it. It was Sasha, smiling at the camera, wearing a low-cut yellow dress. Attractive, but definitely not as scandalous as I had feared. Hoped. I went to the second. Sasha was removing the dress. In the third, no more dress. By the sixth picture, she was completely naked, and by the 12th I had seen all of her, inside and out. She was stunning, and I had my own little file of photos of her for the next time I was feeling lonely and too afraid to text her. I saw a new message pop up behind the photos, and I switched back to the chat. Payment for these photos will be photos of your own. Take photos of yourself without clothes in the same positions as Sasha. You need to use props the same way as her, as well. Your sister should have toys you can borrow. Oh, now, I typed. That's way too far. I have a secret that I can pay with instead. Take the photos or face the consequences, Secrets responded. Wait, look, it's a really good secret, I typed. Last chance, Secrets typed. You'll enjoy it, I imagine. The secret's about drugs and everything. I typed. Prepare for a visitor, Secrets said. Then my screen went black, and the computer turned itself off. I heard my neighbor's door slam and heavy footsteps run through our yard. Open the fucking door, Stevie. I know you're home, and I'm going to rip your face off, I heard my mom's friend's husband yell as he yanked open the front door. It was late at night, and my wife was asleep. With a small table light on, I sat alone downstairs on my laptop, searching. Well, I'll leave that to your imagination. I heard a slight creak from upstairs, but I'm used to those little creaks. This had been my routine for the last several months. Our marriage wasn't always like this, but recently we have been drifting apart. She's become distant, and it's like she's just going through the motions. Sex consists of me lying on top while she stares at the ceiling. We are still a young couple in our early 30s, but unlike our friends who stayed together because they had kids, we enjoy our dinner parties and game nights too much. But now, our marriage had become stale, and we were too afraid to be left on the shelf. I finally relieved myself, to put it politely. Like every night before, I went through the ritual of deleting my internet browser history. I had no choice, as my wife often uses my laptop to order stuff. As I went to press delete and cleanse my soul, I noticed a site called Sinister. That's strange, I didn't recall ever visiting that site. I clicked on the link and it took me to a dark web forum page. And there is no way my wife's been on here. She's the definition of vanilla. Against my better judgment, I decided to read the page, and there was a conversation between two usernames, Gus, the name of our cat, and the other, haystack. I scrolled through the messages, and my eyes widened in shock. My wife had hired a hitman to kill me. I slunk into bed beside her. I lay flat on my back, wide awake. Every time she stirred or turned over, I flinched. Should I leave? Should I call the cops? Why does she want me dead? All these thoughts raced through my mind. The next morning I was shattered. I didn't sleep at all. How could I, after finding out my wife hired a hitman to kill me? We have a routine before work where Alice brews the coffee while I prepare breakfast, usually porridge and fruit. Yes, we are one of those health-freak couples. While we eat breakfast, we rarely converse. Over the years, we've slowly run out of things to say. Out of the blue, Alice asked, "What have you got on today?" I stared at her. She never asks me about my day. Why is she asking now? I stayed vague. Just a lot of meetings. Alice continued, "Any important?" Why is she probing me? Is she looking to inform the hitman to my whereabouts? Brad and I have a meeting with the board over the merger, I replied. Alice quietly left the table. I couldn't concentrate at the board meeting. There's no way my wife, who I exchanged vows with, could have hired a hitman. I was in a nightmare, and I was ready to wake up. And the timescales? The CEO asked. A round table of suits stared at me. I snapped out of my trance. Yes, the timescales are fine, I replied. As I left the board meeting, my business partner Brad caught up to me in the corridor. Brad was a little older and had a speckle of gray in his beard, making him distinguished. "Is everything okay?" he asked. "Sorry, I couldn't sleep last night," I replied. Brad smiled. "Go home, get some rest. You need to be at your best tonight." "Tonight?" I asked. He looked at me funny. "Yes, our weekly game night. You're hosting." With everything going on, I had totally forgotten. It was getting late at work. Everyone had left the office floor. I sat anxiously in my cubicle, too afraid to go home. What if the hitman was waiting for me to leave? After all, my wife would have likely informed the hitman of where I worked. A cleaning crew entered the office floor. One guy had a skull tattoo on his arm. Is he here to kill me? I told myself to stop being crazy. I had a game night to host. I entered the office's underground parking garage. The lights switched on as I walked to my car. I heard footsteps from behind and turned sharply. A security attendant politely nodded. I took a deep breath. If that was the hitman, I would already be dead. I would never have seen it coming. On my journey home, I kept glancing in my rear view. An SUV was keeping its distance. Up ahead, the stoplight turned red, and I was forced to slow down. The SUV pulled up beside me at the lights. I looked across but couldn't see anyone through the blacked-out windows. My heart was pounding. The light turned green, and the SUV drove off in another direction. Back at home, we hosted our game night with two other couples. One couple was Alan and Jules, who always told stories of their latest wine tasting weekends. They were incredibly superficial, but that's why we liked them. And then there was Brad and his devoted wife Cara, who weren't drinking tonight. They were going through their third IVF cycle. My wife chose the adult game Bad Choices, which was ironic as it's designed to find out your darkest secrets. I somehow managed to keep my composure during the game. Everyone enjoyed the questions, giving silly answers. Alice was the life and soul of the party. How can she act so sociable after what she's done? Did I even know her? It was my turn, and I decided this was the perfect opportunity to slip in my own question. Would you ever hire a hitman to kill your significant other? My aim was to get Alice to confess in front of everyone. As I was about to ask my question, Alice stood up and asked, "Would anyone like more wine?" Jules quipped, "Do you have a 1920 Buell?" Alan looked at Alice. "He's such a bitch." Everyone laughed. Alice went into the kitchen, and Brad joined her. "I'll help you pour." A few minutes later they arrived back, and Brad is drinking a glass of wine. Cara looked down and sipped her water. I took a deep sigh and asked a question on the card. "Have you ever looked through your spouse's phone?" Everyone put their hands up. After the couples finally left, I waited for my wife to go to bed. I went back on the dark web forum. I still wasn't convinced my wife ordered the hit. What if it was just a fantasy? That would be disturbing, but at least my life wouldn't be in danger. I scrolled through the rest of the forum and saw dozens of spouses ordering hits. At what point did their love go rotten? I reread my wife's chilling conversation with the hitman. There was no doubt she had ordered my death. It was like I was nothing more than a bug waiting to be zapped. I violently hurled into my waste paper bin. I wiped the vomit from my mouth and reached for my cell to call the cops. I couldn't make the call. Even though my wife despised me, I couldn't bear for her to spend the rest of her life behind bars. Okay, there must be another way. Maybe I could get the hitman to call it off. I set up a new profile and messaged the hitman asking to meet. I stared at the screen, awaiting a response. I had no idea how long it takes hitmen to reply. A few minutes later, a message appeared from the hitman. "Why?" I quickly typed, "I need you to take special care of my wife." Yes, I know I'm incriminating myself, but it was the only way to get the hitman to agree to meet me. The hitman answered, "Seals tonight." It was now 1 a.m. I snuck out of the house and drove to Seal's bar, which was located by the docks. I glanced out of my window as I passed the dark waters. I arrived and parked close to the entrance, just in case I needed to make a quick getaway. I tentatively entered the dive bar. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to leave. The bar was nearly empty, with only a handful of unsavory characters hunched over their drinks. They all looked capable of killing a man. One already had. I ordered 2 beers and sat alone at a table near the back of the bar. I took a sip of beer, but my hands were trembling so much I spilt it down my shirt. I waited for over half an hour. This is batshit crazy, I thought. As I got up to leave, a tall, thin Middle-aged guy with long, greasy hair swiveled a chair in front of me and sat backward on it. His hawk eyes pointed to one of the beers. Mine? I struggled to speak and just nodded. The hitman took a long swig of beer. "Are you a cop?" he asked. Before I could answer, he sniggered, exposing his rotten meth teeth. "Cops don't waste beer." I realized he had been studying my every move since I arrived. An awkward silence. "I found a message," I stuttered. "Let me guess. You want me to stop the contract?" he interrupted. "Yes. How did you know?" I inquired. "Gus has the same IP address," he replied. "How stupid of me. I should have used a VPN. In my defense, I am running on fumes." I took a deep swallow. "It's been a misunderstanding." The hitman casually lit up a cigarette. He seemed so at home, like he's had this exact same encounter before. "She's already paid," he said. "I can pay you more," I blurted out. He leaned in close and spoke in a hushed tone. "Money isn't the only reason I'm in this line of work." His words shocked me to my very core. He stood up. I panicked. "I can pay you more to kill my wife." I couldn't believe what I had just done. If someone had told me a few days ago that I would order a hit on my wife, I would have had them sectioned. Old school, the hitman wrote a figure on a piece of paper along with his offshore bank account details and slid it across the table. 24 hours, he stated. I watched him leave the bar and flick his cigarette to the ground. That weekend, something had happened between myself and Alice. We were being nice to each other. It seemed we both felt guilty for hiring a hitman. As we were doing our mundane household chores, Alice suggested, "Why don't we go out to eat?" I was taken aback by her request. We hadn't gone out for dinner in over 6 months. "Where?" I asked. "Donatello's," she replied. I smiled. "Our first date." Alice smiled back. "I remember." My heart sank. Was this her way of saying goodbye? Or even worse, is she setting up a time and location for the hitman? How could she be so callous as to choose the place where we fell in love? Little does she know, she's the one in danger. I played along. Sounds good. Later that evening, we arrived outside Donatello's in an Uber. Wearing his sports jacket, I opened the door for Alice, who wore a beautiful evening dress. Yes, even though I ordered a hit on my wife, I'm still a gentleman. At dinner, in the charming Italian pizzeria, our conversations were stilted. "You look tired," Alice said. "It's been a long week," I replied. That was the understatement of the decade. As the meal unfolded, we started to chat like old times. I could feel a spark between us. It was most likely the flowing wine, but we always did have chemistry. I could sense she wanted to tell me something. I asked her, "It feels like you've been somewhere else." She looked at me, but before she could answer, the waiter arrived with our bill. I paid and left $100 tip. Alice laughed. "You always did over tip." "That's what I liked about you on our first date." I laughed. Was that all? Our laughter soon petered out. It was dark outside. We left the restaurant and our Uber pulled up. From a shadowy alleyway, a tall, thin man wearing a hoodie approached us and reached into his pocket. I panicked. Is the hit on my wife happening right now? I grabbed Alice's arm and yanked her toward the Uber. What are you doing? She cried out. I glanced behind at the hooded man who took out his cell and kept walking. In the back seat of the Uber, Alice stared at me in disbelief. What the hell was that? I couldn't answer. My heart was pounding through my chest. We spent the rest of the journey home in silence. A terrifying thought entered my mind. She was not at all concerned for my safety. Over the next few weeks, nothing happened. My wife spent many nights staying with friends and family. Our relationship was non-existent. Every time she left, I dreaded a knock on the door from the cops informing me that they found her body. What would I say to them? How would I act? I tried acting out the scene in front of the bathroom mirror, but I couldn't look at myself. The guilt and suspense were destroying me. I couldn't eat, sleep, or focus on anything. At work, the merger collapsed, and I was on the verge of losing my job. I couldn't go on living like this, so I messaged the hitman and arranged another meeting. This time, he told me to meet him at the docks. I had no choice but to agree. I needed to put an end to this. I arrived at the docks. It was pitch black except for the moonlight shining off the water. With my cell torch, I walked slowly through the maze of shipping containers. What if the hitman lured me here to kill me? After all, the best way to never get caught is to get rid of any evidence. A gust of wind shot through me. It's getting choppy out here, the hitman called out. He appeared from behind a container, and we stood face to face. It was different meeting him here as opposed to the bar. Although he was relaxed, there was something threatening about him. I need you to call off the hit, I said firmly. The hitman smirked. Even though she wants you dead? I closed my eyes, the pain too much to bear. Yes, even though she wants me dead. The hitman sighed. There's a slight problem. Someone else paid me more. He removed his gun from its holster and aimed it at my chest. I stood there shell-shocked. We had a deal. You were okay when I broke your wife's deal, he quipped. I felt like such a fool. Who in their right mind trusts a hitman off the dark web? I cried out in desperation. I can pay you more. The hitman lowered his gun slightly. I'll pay anything, I pleaded. The hitman placed his gun back into its holster. I thought about running, but I was frozen to the spot. He wrote down a number on a piece of paper and gave it to me. I stared at the ridiculous figure. There is no way on earth I could pay this. The hitman didn't blink. He was deadly serious. 24 hours, he stated. I'll throw in the guy for free. No one dies, I exclaimed. The hitman walked away. What's his name? I shouted out. The hitman continued to walk away. Speak to your loving wife. I was left alone and confused with a life and death bill I could not afford. Back at home, I desperately tried to find ways to pay the hitman. My life depended on it. I attempted to take out large loans with several banks, but they refused to lend me the money. Was there anything I could sell? I had a collection of watches, but that wouldn't come close. I even resorted to putting my kidney up for auction on the dark web, but the offers were either too low or too weird. At the same time, my mind was wondering, who is the guy that paid the hitman more? How is he linked to my wife? I only had one option, and that was to get the guy to call off the hit. But that would mean I would have to speak to my wife. Something I had dreaded since that fateful night. A nervous wreck, I sat my wife down on the couch and looked into her eyes. I was about to find out the truth. Why did she order a hitman to kill me? But before I could speak, Alice burst into floods of tears. "I've been seeing someone," she wept. I stared at her in disbelief. Somehow, this betrayal felt worse than the hitman. I remained calm. "Who is it?" She wiped away her tears. "Brad." "How long?" I asked. "A few months," she replied. The affair made perfect sense. It tied in with Alice becoming distant and the cracks appearing between Brad and his wife at the game night. It must have been Brad who took out the hit. My wife would have inquired to the hitman as to why I was still alive. After finding out she's the target by my hands, she had no choice but to confide in Brad. Or maybe they were in it together from the beginning to get me out of the way. Out of desperation to save his lover, he agreed to pay more. I somehow managed to keep my composure. Alice continued her confession. "We met at this shitty bar by the docks. At that exact moment, I realized I had been extorted. My wife never placed a hit on me. She's never even been on the dark web. The hitman was a con artist who witnessed my wife's shady encounter with Brad. By eavesdropping, he gathered enough info to set up a fake hit. He even used our cat's name Gus as my wife's username. The hitman preyed on me finding out about the affair and the idea they would conspire to get rid of me. If Alice hadn't mentioned that she met Brad at Seals, I could have ended up losing everything." Alice placed her hand on mine. "Can you forgive me?" I had a deep pit in my stomach. She may have had an affair, but I hired a hitman to kill her. "We'll get through this," I replied. We exchanged a tight hug. Our lives slowly got back to normal. My wife will never know what I did, but I still have to live with it every day. I searched the dark web forum to retrieve the money stolen by the hitman, but his username and messages were deleted. I even ventured back to Seals, but he was long gone. It was like he never existed. I could never go to the cops. I would get a life sentence for what I've done. There is one good thing that the hitman gave us. Our marriage is no longer stale. A former colleague, Treadwell, pulled me into the job. Something was happening deep in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, way out in the Pacific Ocean. I'm a marine biochemist by trade. Spent my whole career studying life in places it shouldn't exist, deep sea vents, anaerobic bacteria, that kind of thing. So I wasn't surprised at the call. But I was surprised what he said. They'd found oxygen at the bottom of the ocean, where there shouldn't be any. And it wasn't just oxygen, it was dark oxygen. The helicopter ride out was long. Hours of staring at nothing but endless ocean. The kind of blue that makes you feel small. I kept thinking about what they'd said on the phone. Oxygen beyond the abyssal zone? Impossible. There's no light, no photosynthesis, no way for oxygen to be generated naturally down there. But they had data oxygen spikes where there should have been none. I was excited. This was the kind of discovery that could change everything. Or ruin it. When we finally reached the research vessel, it was bigger than I'd expected. Massive, really. But it wasn't the ship that mattered, it was what lay beneath it. The Deepwalker 9, a high-tech submersible, waited to take us down to the station on the ocean floor. As soon as we descended, the tension hit. The light from the surface faded fast, leaving us in a kind of darkness that feels like it's swallowing you whole. The deeper we went, the heavier the silence grew, broken only by the occasional creak of the sub adjusting to the pressure. The creaks grew heavier. I remember thinking of a story I'd read of survivor accounts of the Titanic. People who were there when it went down, stayed in the water and somehow survived. One of them talked about how after the ship had fully dipped below the surface, they could still hear her as she sank into the deep dark depths. One of them talked about how, after the ship had fully dipped below the surface, they could still hear her as she sank into the deep dark depths. They heard metal grinding against metal and the hull ripping open. It sounded like a wild animal being torn apart as it sank to the bottom of the ocean. My mind kept racing, trying to figure out how they could be finding oxygen down here. The numbers didn't add up. And then, through the inky blackness, I saw it. The research station. It looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, this sprawling facility, glowing faintly in the depths. Cylindrical pods connected by long, transparent tunnels, robotic arms hovering over the seabed, tending to the mining equipment. It felt alien. Out of place. Like it didn't belong there. None of US did. Dr. Layla Patel, the lead scientist, met me at the dock. She looked tense, like she hadn't slept in days. No time for pleasantries. She rushed me through the corridors, past labs and tiny potholes that looked out over the barren seafloor. We've been monitoring the oxygen levels, she said, her voice clipped. It's the nodules. Polymetallic nodules. I'd heard of them, these strange metal-rich rocks scattered across the seafloor. They'd been mining them for a while, trying to extract cobalt and nickel. But this was different. Patel showed me a screen displaying the data. Oxygen spikes. Huge ones. And not just any oxygen. Electrolysis. Somehow, the nodules were generating electrical charges strong enough to split water molecules into oxygen and hydrogen. But that shouldn't have been enough to create the kind of readings they were seeing. I remember staring at the screen, a cold knot forming in my gut. "There's no life down here that could cause this," I said. "No bacteria, no plants, nothing." Patel nodded. "That's the problem," she said. "We don't know what's causing it." She led me deeper into the facility, into a sealed lab. That's when I saw the tanks. Big, murky things filled with black water. Patel pointed to them, explaining that they'd been able to trap samples of the dark oxygen from the nodules. But she didn't seem excited. She seemed scared. "We found something else," she said, leading me to a small chamber. Inside, there was a tank. And in that tank, floating in the dark oxygen, was a fish. A dead fish. At least, it should have been dead. I stared at it. It wasn't decomposing. In fact, it almost looked like it was healing. Slowly. The implications of what I was seeing hit me hard. "This isn't natural," I whispered. Patel just nodded, her face pale. "Dark oxygen," she said, "could change everything." She didn't know how right she was. That was just the beginning. I thought I'd be down there for maybe a few days, on some tests, and go home. But days blurred into weeks. We were sinking deeper and deeper into something none of us really understood. And the more I uncovered, the more I wished I hadn't taken that call. I set up my equipment in the lab, next to the other researchers. Dr. Patel wanted me to start with simple oxygenation tests, basic gas analysis to figure out how the dark oxygen was interacting with the surrounding water. It was supposed to be routine, but nothing about this stuff was routine. Dark oxygen didn't behave like normal oxygen. In the mass spectrometer, its molecular structure was different, twisted, wrong. The electrochemical potential coming off the samples was higher than anything we'd seen in natural environments. At first, I thought I'd miscalibrated the instruments. I checked, rechecked, but the results stayed the same. There was something alive in it. I began investigating the electrochemical behavior of dark oxygen using cyclic voltammetry to measure its reduction and oxidation potentials. Think of normal oxygen as a ball rolling down a gentle hill. It moves smoothly, predictably, and eventually comes to a stop. That's what I expected when I measured how oxygen behaves in water using cyclic voltammeter. Usually, oxygen takes in electrons in a steady way, like that ball rolling to a rest at about minus 0.40 volts. But dark oxygen? It was like a ball that suddenly shot sideways, bounced, and then kept moving on its own. The readings I got were wild and unpredictable, like the ball hitting hidden springs and speeding up when it should be slowing down. It wasn't just following the usual path, its molecular structure had changed, like the rules of gravity shifted just for it. When I measured the current it generated, how much electric charge it was moving, it wasn't just strong, it was nearly twice as powerful, like the ball had found a way to roll faster with each bounce, even gaining energy from the ground itself. And in the longer test, instead of that motion dying down over time, like normal oxygen reactions would, dark oxygen just kept going, as if it had found a secret power source. It didn't just react, it fed off something unknown, a kind of self-fueling energy. That kind of behavior is supposed to be impossible, like a ball that never stops rolling uphill on its own. Next, I ran tests to understand how dark oxygen interacted with living cells. Think of normal cells as little factories, carefully managing energy and production. Mitochondria act like the power generators, keeping everything running smoothly. When I introduced dark oxygen to these cells, it was like hooking up a power plant to a small-town factory. The Warburg respirometer showed that the cell's energy consumption went through the roof, almost 10 times what it should have been. It was like their engines had been pushed into overdrive, churning out energy at a crazy pace. But instead of using all that power to keep everything in order, the cells went haywire. Imagine those factories suddenly building extra rooms and adding new machines, but without any plan, just a chaotic sprawl. That's what happened when I checked the nuclei with Doppler staining. The DNA, the blueprints that keep things running, was coming apart, then reconnecting in random ways, like pages of instructions being torn out and put back in the wrong order. Even parts of the genetic code that are usually dormant, like transposable elements, were suddenly active, jumping around like they'd come to life. The dark oxygen wasn't just giving the cells a boost, it was rewriting them, turning them into something new and unpredictable. Like a factory morphing into a strange, uncontrolled machine. It wasn't just giving life a little push, it was changing the very rules of how life worked. By day 3, I started hearing voices, soft whispers that seemed to seep from the walls. I chalked it up to stress, the pressure of the work. I wasn't sleeping well, none of us were. Patel had us working in shifts, constantly analyzing the dark oxygen and its effects on biological matter. It was consuming us, just like the samples consumed everything we put in them. The fish, the one I told you about, it didn't just stop decaying, it started regenerating faster, its cells dividing like it had found a way to cheat death. It was wrong. Dr. Patel said we should run more tests before jumping to conclusions, but deep down, I knew. This wasn't some natural anomaly. It was something far more dangerous. And that solidified when I performed my own test, putting a fresh, healthy fish in the tank with the one that had regenerated. The regenerated fish tore the other one to shreds. I continued my own experiments to test the reanimating effects of dark oxygen on organic cells. I wanted to see if dark oxygen could actually bring dead cells back to life, so I set up an experiment using human fibroblasts and cardiac muscle cells. First, I made sure they were really dead, cutting off their oxygen to simulate how cells die under stress, like suffocation. They went through necrosis and apoptosis, which means they broke down in all the usual ways, shriveling up or bursting apart. Then, I introduced the dark oxygen under the same high pressure you'd find deep in the ocean. And that's when things took another drastic turn. The fibroblasts, tiny cells that shouldn't stay dead, started to swell up and pull themselves back together, like deflated balloons slowly refilled. The cardiac cells, even though they'd ruptured, began to twitch and pulse like a heart trying to beat after it's been stopped. But this wasn't real light coming back, it was more like a zombie waking up. The cells weren't working right, they were just running on basic instincts. Instead of using oxygen the normal way, the mitochondria switched into a sort of emergency power mode, anaerobic glycolysis, which is what cells do when they're starved of oxygen. and their sodium-potassium pumps, which normally keeps the cell's electrical charge stable, went haywire, firing off like sparks from a short-circuited wire. The cell started to twitch unnaturally, like a puppet with tangled strings. It wasn't life, it was more like a chaotic, twisted restart. I decided to push things further, so I tried exposing tissue samples from lab mice to the dark oxygen. Just like before, the results were eerie. The muscle fibers in the samples, which should have stayed still, started moving on their own, like a marionette with its strings being tugged by invisible hands. When I ran a Western blot test, it revealed something even stranger. Calcium channels in the muscle cells had reopened without any signals from the nerves. Normally, the brain has to tell these channels to activate, but the dark oxygen was forcing them to open directly, making the tissue contract like a zombie brought to life. It was pushing the cells to do twice the basics: twitch, react, and burn energy, but without any coordination or control. The dark oxygen wasn't just preserving the cells, it was turning them into chaotic, reanimated versions of themselves. I had a theory. The dark oxygen was behaving like a rogue catalyst, messing with the cell's electron pathways and pushing them into overdrive, turning them into hyperactive but mindless versions of their former selves. To stop it, I'd need to cut off that power source. My place was to use free radical scavengers to soak up the wild electrons that the dark oxygen was feeding on. So I designed a custom antioxidant compound to neutralize those rogue electrons. To get it where it needed to go, I thought up a nanoparticle delivery system. It was carry the scavengers straight into the mitochondria, where the dark oxygen had taken hold. If I could shut down that energy production, I might be able to force the cells back into apoptosis, their natural death process, stopping the infection in its tracks. It was a long shot, but it was the only chance I had. Dr. Malkin decided to run his own experiments as well. Malkin was one of the older researchers, brilliant, but the depths, isolation, and intense work was clearly suffocating him. He volunteered to spend extra time in the containment area with the dark oxygen tanks. At first, it was little things: Malkin talking to himself in the lab, laughing at things that weren't funny. He said he was fine. He wasn't. He was spending more time around the tanks than any of us, and the longer he was in there, the stranger he got. One night, I found him standing in front of the tank, staring into the black water like he was hypnotized. "Malkin, what the hell are you doing?" I asked. He smiled into the dark liquid. Before I could stop him, he climbed the ladder, lifted the tank cover, and plunged headfirst into the dark oxygen. The alarms went off immediately. Biohazard warnings blared through the facility. We put on biohazard suits and dragged him out. His skin was pale and slick. He should have been dead. But after a moment, he was standing. Weakly, but his motor functions were firing. He was alive. We brought him into the sick bay and gave him by-the-second monitoring. Over the next few days, he got worse. Fever, cold sweats. He was deteriorating in front of us. His veins turned a deep blue, almost black, and his eyes, they weren't his eyes anymore. He would stare at you, but it felt like he was looking through you, like something else was using him to see the world. Something almost reptilian. Then one night, I caught him standing over one of the younger researchers, Dr. Barnes, as she slept in the infirmary. And the violence began. Malkin looked like he'd been underwater for centuries. He picked up a chair and slammed it down onto Barnes. One leg on the chair hit Barnes' face head-on, punching through it and collapsing her skull. And he kept going. He swung up and down into her destroyed head until there was nothing left but the remnants of a blood and brain-stained pillow and mattress. It took 4 of us to pull Malkin off. We locked him in a containment room and put Barnes' headless body in the sickbay freezer. The research mission was called off immediately by the executives topside. We were all to pack our belongings, pull all data and samples from the lab for further testing, and leave from one of the 2 mini-subs. Before we packed our bags, chaos erupted. Malkin broke out of containment. He was unrecognizable and ferocious. As the first group was about to eject in their emergency sub, Malkin broke apart the door before it fully pressurized. The sub exploded. All 6 researchers and scientists inside were immediately crushed into marine snow. Malkin attacked Patel, decapitating her with a series of vicious bites and rips. I ran through the tight corridors of the facility with another researcher, Wayland. But ahead of us, a silhouette was standing in the sick bay. A headless silhouette. Barnes. Running on pure animal motor function and dark oxygen. She sprinted right at us. I managed to duck out of the way, but she hit Wayland head-on. Her open wound of a neck sprayed dark, foul blood all over Wayland's face. I heard him screaming out behind me as Barnes pulled him apart. I didn't look back. Couldn't. The sound of Wayland's screams echoed down the corridor as I sprinted through the narrow halls of the facility, my heart hammering in my chest. I heard the sickening crunch of bones snapping behind me, the tearing of flesh, the animalistic screeches as Barnes tore into him. I turned a sharp corner, the cold, sterile lights above flickering as if the facility itself was decaying under the weight of what was happening. My mind raced, my body moved on instinct, driving me forward through the labyrinthine corridors. Ahead, the faint glow of the next section was my only focus. And then, I ran straight into Meadows. She staggered out from a darkened alcove, her skin mottled with the same dark veins as the others. Her eyes were wide and lifeless, reflecting nothing. She lunged at me with a guttural snarl, her hands clawing at my throat. I barely had time to react, slamming my elbow into her ribs, but it was like hitting a wall. She didn't feel pain, she didn't even slow down. Desperate, I grabbed the first thing I could find, a heavy glass beaker, and smashed it over her head. Glass shards flew, but it did nothing. She swung back at me, her nails raking across my arm, drawing blood. I stumbled, but my hand found something more solid this time, a metal scalpel tray. Without thinking, I drove the tray's edge into her chest. Meadows let out a wet, gurgling scream as the tray pierced her, blood bubbling from her mouth. She went down hard, twitching on the ground as dark oxygen pumped through her veins in a final, grotesque convulsion. I didn't have time to catch my breath. Behind me, the echo of footsteps, heavy, relentless, filled the corridor. Wayland, or what was left of him, was coming. And Barnes. And behind them, the unmistakable, labored breathing of Malkin. They were coming for me. I bolted, my feet barely touching the ground as I pushed through the facility, trying to remember the layout. I needed to get to the other side. The final emergency sub. The walls felt like they were closing in, the narrow corridors turning into a maze designed to trap me with them. Their growls and roars echoed, getting closer. Their hands pounded against the walls like they could already taste my blood. Finally, I saw it, the hatch to the emergency sub. I jumped into the sub, turning and slamming the door shut, pulling it tight, the metal ceiling with a heavy clunk just as Barnes and the others reached the window. They slammed against the door, banging and howling like wild animals. Their eyes were wide, bloodshot, their skin slick with dark oxygen-infused sweat. Malkin pressed his face to the glass, his gaze locked onto mine. A grotesque grin spread across it as he clawed at the porthole. With trembling hands, I fired up the subsystems. I could hear the grinding of the docking clamps releasing, felt the sub lurch free. But even as I pulled away and started the ascent, it wasn't over. The hatch at the facility opened. I saw them. Malkin, Whalen, Barnes, and the others, all of them swimming after me. The facility in on itself, sending sediment everywhere. Visibility went to 0. I just kept pointing the sub upwards. Then I heard it. Scratching. Banging against the sub's exterior shell. It sounded like it was all of them, trying to break in. I heard them clanging at the door, trying to open it. The sub shook. One of the propellers was torn off. The sub began to spin upwards. I knew if the second propeller was taken, we'd all sink back down. Malkin's face pressed into the front viewing porthole. His skin had flaked away. He stared at me through the glass, trying to eat through it. I watched his teeth grind, break and push back into his gums. The banging started to slow down. The others started to lose their grip as the pressure increased, their bodies unable to withstand the force. But Malkin, he held on. His eyes stayed locked on mine, unblinking, unrelenting. The higher I went, the more his body contorted under the pressure. And then, at a certain depth, I saw it, the inevitable collapse. Malkin's body exploded, blood and bone scattering into the abyss as the pressure pulled him apart. I kept climbing, the sub spiraling upwards. The weight of the ocean lessened, but something else pressed down on me. My arm, it had been itching since Meadows scratched me, but now it burned, the veins near the wound darkening. Spreading. I glanced down and saw the familiar web of black, crawling just beneath my skin. The dark oxygen had found a way in. Panic gripped me. I reached for the radio, fumbling with the controls. Surface, this is Dr. Fielder. I need a medical kit waiting in the depressurization chamber when I arrive. Get me glutathione, N-acetylcysteine, antioxidants, and anything with nano-delivery capabilities. The response was quick but tense. They knew what I meant. I didn't have much time. As the sub surfaced, I was moved into the depressurization chamber. Inside, I found the medical kit ready. My arm was throbbing. The dark oxygen spread through my veins, making my muscles twitch involuntarily. I had sketched out the theory before, but I never expected to need it like this. The dark oxygen was using my mitochondria to fuel its takeover. I needed to block that process. Glutathione and N-acetylcysteine were my best bets. They could neutralize the rogue electrons that the dark oxygen used to power its reanimation effects. I had to create a nanoparticle delivery system to ensure the compounds would reach the infected cells before the dark oxygen overtook me completely. My body convulsed as I worked. The infection tightened its grip. I could feel my control slipping, the hunger starting to gnaw at my thoughts. Every second was critical. I programmed the nanoparticles to target the mitochondria directly, shutting down the energy production the dark oxygen was hijacking. The machine beeped. It was ready. I grabbed the syringe, filled it with the synthesized antidote, and without hesitation, jabbed it into my arm. Pain shot through me, but I gritted my teeth and waited. For a moment, I thought it was too late. My vision blurred, the room spinning as the dark oxygen raged in my bloodstream. Then, slowly, the burning subsided. The dark veins receded over the course of the next few hours, and my muscles unclenched. The antidote worked. I was still alive and still myself. For now. I am stuck in here for almost an hour. All alone. They'll track me down before somebody gives me a lift. But I had to run away. My parents hate me and they want me to go to the prison. I don't know why. It was the best job I could find. It's not my fault. It is fault of my parents. They wanted me to make a good money. They wanted me to find a job. It isn't a job like any other. But we have to start from the beginning. Me and my brother, Adam, were 16 right then. We were twins. I am 5 minutes older than him. Our mom told us to find a good summer job. Something that makes a good money and isn't too hard for us. We decided to find a job, but only because our mother's wish. We told her we can find a job for a month, so we won't have to ruin our summer fully. So we were searching for it. My brother got work in the supermarket. He was cleaning the aquariums in the pet shop. It wasn't so easy for me. I decided that one job is enough, so I happened to work. Mom disagreed. She told me to find a job, or I am grounded for the rest of the summer. I am starting tomorrow. I told her. She agreed. I sat up on the computer and went on Facebook with my friends. They told me they bought some drugs on Deepweb. I was interested in Deepweb, so I asked them, how can I get there? My friend told me that I have to download something. They gave me a link and I did it. I turned it on and something changed. There was some other Google, or something like that. Instead of the window cleaner ad, there was ad and phone number for the assassins. I went on the page, but only because I was curious. I saw it. Photos and phone numbers. There weren't only men, but a few women too. Then I got an idea. Idea that my parents wouldn't survive. I decided to call an assassin. He was older, but not too much. He had rough voice with French accent. "Hello?" I told. "Greetings." He answered. "Do you have something for me, mademoiselle?" He asked. "Some work?" "Not really. I don't have a work for you. But I have a question of you." I told him. He was confused. "What question? How can I become one of you?" He laughed. "You have to create an account on this website, write your phone number, and have a good weapon, of course." I hang up. I clicked on the log in button. They didn't want an email. Hooray! They wanted name and phone number. I gave those to them. First day, nothing. Of course. I had to be a little patient. At the dinner, my mom asked, "So, Agatha, have you found a job?" "Yes," I answered. "Which one?" "The good one." She wasn't asking me anymore. When I returned to my room, I got one phone call by a man. He sounded familiar to me. I knew that voice, but I couldn't remember. He said, "Good evening, miss. I am just a man who has enough of his boss. I can pay you $95,000 if you will kill her. Her name is Maxine Anderson. I will send you her photo. I would like you to kill her with a gun and shoot her in bed tonight. Okay? Okay. I will send you a number of my bank account. You can send the money there." I told. "Maxine Anderson. I know her. She is my dad's boss." I sent my account to him. Almost after a minute, it was there. $95,000. Now, where to get some good gun? I remember Dad has some gun in the nightable. I was waiting for my parents and Adam to go to sleep. I went into my parents' bedroom and took the gun quietly. I know where she lives. I took a hoodie and gloves for no fingerprints, and I went out. Gun, notebook, and phone in my backpack. She lived in next town. I went by my own. I got there around 4 a.m. I found the key under the rock next to the door. I opened. She was sleeping. Alone. No husband, no children. That was Maxine. The chute was ear raping. Blood everywhere, brain everywhere. I took the gun and ran away. No fingerprints. Great job. I got my money. I was on the side of a road when a car of my parents stopped next to me. "Agatha." My mom yelled at me. They went out of a car. My parents and my brother. I didn't know what to do. "Where have you been all night?" my dad asked. "I was working." I told. I thought my parents would believe, but then my brother started to scream when she saw the gun in my hoodie's pocket. My dad took it out. "Is that my gun?" he yelled. My mom started crying. They got it. "Are you an assassin?" my brother asked. I didn't know what to say. I showed them it is true. "Have you killed someone?" Dad asked. "Yes, your boss." My dad was so frightened. So that was you?" "I understand. My dad was the man who gave me those money for the murder. I ran away. I heard the police sirens. They didn't catch me. I ran away from the city. I am now living in Abaddon building at the deep forest and still working. Assassin. I am filthy assassin. I belong to the hell. The devil's daughter. I want to stop, but I need money. Now I am entering the door. I got $1,000,000 for someone here who is sitting at the computer or phone or something. Now I am entering the room in which he is. You are asking who is it, huh? I can tell you. I can show you. Turn around. I know, because he's my best friend. We grew up next door to each other, born in the same year to sets of parents who had both recently moved to the new development. His name was Mal, and he was older than me by a couple of hours. We played on the same sports teams, went to the same schools, it was all the same. We were as close as brothers. That changed the summer before our final year in high school. That was 5 years ago. I'm 22 now, but Mal's still 17. He hasn't aged a day since the night of the attack on his family, the Grays. I'm an only child, but Mal had an older sister named Michelle. One night, she met a guy named Waylon at a bar and brought him home. This is where the story gets tricky, and if I lose you here, I'll understand. Waylon killed Michelle, then killed Mr. and Mrs. Gray in their bed. He almost killed Mal. Mal told me he fended off Waylon's attack by using a piece from his newly broken bed frame and stabbing Waylon in the chest with it. Waylon stumbled off, crashing through the window and disappearing while Mal began to transform. My parents heard the commotion and called the police, who obviously arrived too late. The 3 dead Grays had been decapitated by something akin to large animal bites puncturing their necks. Mal had a bite mark on his, but it quickly healed. Mal refused to leave the house after that night. He was almost 18 and had just inherited a chunk of money from his parents. He found a doctor to diagnose him as having some irrational fear of sunlight, so friends and family only came to see him at night. Though there weren't many visitors. I went over every evening at dusk and spent the night. Because the other thing was, I developed insomnia since the attack. Mal and I were so close, it was like my physiology was affected by the violent acts just as much as his. Only not. Over the weeks that followed, my sleep patterns turned into Rubik's cubes. Then they spun out of control altogether and I was basically awake all the time. Even now, I haven't slept in something like 487 days. I fall into micronaps every few hours or so. My brain shuts off and the world goes black. Then I come to like nothing's happened. In the early days, I watched Mal change, getting skinnier and painfully malnourished. He looked terrible. but he never wanted to eat. And any time I brought something over, he got nauseous. He had no appetite. He was always thirsty though. He started off with consuming the blood of small animals, raccoons and possums. Then he moved on to strays, cats and the occasional dog. Then he was visiting the next town over after he'd scorched our hometown of animals to drink from. He emptied neighborhood after neighborhood of strays in weeks. But all those animals seemed to do was keep Mal alive. And barely at that. They didn't give him the sustenance he needed. It was like he was trying to fuel a car with watered-down gasoline. Now, I don't want to use the V word that probably comes to mind, but whatever the infection that Mal was given in the attack, his entire physiological system now ran off of his ingesting of the chemical properties that make up animal and human blood. He needed to drink as much as he could, as often as he could. It was only a matter of time before Mal turned away from the animals and towards people. I wasn't surprised when he told me the morning after his first kill. Mal had come across a strung-out, unconscious woman. She was homeless and was slumped over in the door inside an alleyway. She had a needle hanging out of her arm. Blood was dripping from her open track marks. The smell pulled Mal in and he drained the woman of blood until she was dead. Mal ripped up her arm, trying to hide his bite marks, or give the impression it was something else. Then he went home. But he didn't walk home. He flew. He could never explain how it worked other than a strange, mental and instinctual feeling that allowed him to levitate, then move directionally up or down, forward or backward, left or right. The blood of the woman made him healthier and stronger than he'd ever felt. All of his senses and more seemed to be charged up like he was operating on high-octane fuel. He was more clever and conscientious than ever. It was like he suddenly met his potential in every way. He also became meaner, crueler, disconnected from humanity. His power could have been used quite differently by others. But it was toxic for him. It drove him to justify what he was doing. With every homeless person Mal killed, I watched him develop a god complex, seeing me and others as something like old, outdated models. Mal rationalized the murders by explaining he was doing a public service. The homeless and drug-addicted were just drains on society and our taxes. The town would be cleaner and run more properly without them. Mal would fly their body to a quarry, decapitate them, drain them, then chain them to a rock and drop them in the deepest part. It was the easiest way to continue doing what he was doing, while not raising suspicion by leaving any evidence. The homeless person would just vanish. No one would ask about those people, he'd say. They'd simply disappear, and the town could run more efficiently without them. And with his meanness and cruelty, he also became more isolated. Outside of me, no one knew about him and what he was doing. But he never looked at me as a liability. We were sandbox brothers, and that went deeper than blood. Until it didn't. I met Kristen in one of my classes. She was my girlfriend for all of a month. Mal hated her and was open about it. I think that's what drove him to the chat rooms and away from me. Neither of us had ever had girlfriends, so when I found companionship outside of him, he felt abandoned. Mal started diving into the deep web, searching for others who were like him. Specifically like him. Online, he went by the handle of Anderson Gray, which were both of our last names put together, mine being Anderson and his being Gray. He didn't want to use his full name to protect his tracks. Mal went out to meet with the people he chatted with sometimes. People who claimed to be like him. But they never were. They were fakes. Wannabes. Performers. Which, to Mal, was worse. Because with every false hope, it was becoming more apparent there wasn't anyone, anywhere, like him. Then he met a group of people online who referred to themselves as the Oryx. They identified as sanguinarian vampires, and fed on small amounts of human blood in ritual sacrifices. Mal became close with them. Online. He thought they were the real deal. He finally met with them in person. There was an abandoned church on the outskirts of town that the Oryx would perform their rituals in the basement of. But again, it all led to heartbreak. The Oryx were wannabes. There was no sacrifice. One of them was a nurse and had access to the blood bank at her hospital. She'd take 3 or 4 bags, test them to make sure they were clean, and bring them to the ritual for consumption. All of this crushed Mal. After all the talking online, this was just more of the same. People pretending to be like him. Mal went home pissed off, then came by looking to vent. Kristen was over, which made him more angry. So I sent her home and went over to visit. It was the worst I'd ever seen Mal. He was beyond distraught. He was hopeless. And in the most destructive way. We hung out until the morning, then Mal went to sleep in his blacked-out basement. I thought our lengthy talk and hangout went well. That he was going to start changing his direction. Maybe use his abilities for good. If there was such a way. I was wrong. Mal was awake all day in his basement, planning and scheduling another meeting with the Oryx. He'd realized, during our talk, that the only thing worse than being alone was being surrounded by people who made him feel alone. So he put out an offer to the group. If the Oryx wanted to be like him, he would turn them. Every member of the group responded yes to the offer. So they all planned to meet that night at the church where Mal would bite and infect them. And after that, the Oryx, led by Mal, would enter the town and turn everyone to be like him. Mal left me a note on my window just after dusk. He wrote of the plan and warned that I should leave town. Though, wherever I went, this would catch up to me. Mal knew I wouldn't stop him. But I had to try. I'd stood by and watched Mal do horrible things to animals and people. So I made an easy plan. I drove to the abandoned church with 2 jerry cans of gasoline and a pack of matches. When I got there were a half-dozen cars and trucks in the back parking lot. I walked to the edge of the basement entrance and could tell Mal was just starting to turn the Oryx. The screams and cries coming from the basement were horrific. They'd all wanted it, but the infection sounded excruciating as it took them over. I snuck onto the first floor as the savagery below quieted. I quickly opened the first can and covered the floor of the old church with gas, lining the areas between the pews so the floor would drop into the basement as the fire burned through the deteriorating wood. I emptied the first can, but as I went to open the second, I heard sounds starting again from the basement. Animalistic sounds of creatures waking up. Thirsty. I kicked over the other can and rushed over to the pulpit, which had an exit off to the right. I lit one of the matches and sparked the rest of them with it. I went to throw the burning pack, but stopped. Mal was standing at the far end of the church. He told me the fire wouldn't stop anything, and that he was here to stay. Then he started walking towards me. I tossed the matches and a puddle of gas towards him and ran. I felt the heat from the fire as an inferno ignited behind me. I ran out through the side exit as an explosion tore through the church. The extra jerry can must have erupted in the fire. I was thrown across the grass yard and landed hard. My neck was burning and the back of my jacket was on fire. I peeled it off and stumbled to my feet. The church had collapsed in on itself now. There were chunks of burning wood and roof all over the yard and parking lot. But amongst them was movement. A body. Twitching. Pulling itself forward. Trying to survive. I picked up a piece of wood that had blown off the church and approached the body. It was badly burned, but I could tell it was Mal. He looked up at me and told me he'd still be here, no matter what I did. I lifted the piece of sharp, broken wood. Just as I was about to slam it down through Mal's chest and heart, a bullet tore through my shoulder and sent me spinning off him. A second shot exploded into my chest. I knew I'd been shot because of the loud bangs, but didn't know who shot me until I hit the ground. There were 2 police officers, guns raised, quickly approaching me. I tried to yell out to them that it was okay. We were safe. I'd stopped the bad guys. But they thought I was the bad guy. I guess I don't blame them. It looked pretty bad at the time. The gunshots were painful and my vision became hazy and hallucinatory. As I started to black out, I turned to look at Mal's body beside me, but it wasn't Mal. It was some old meth head now. He was burned to a crisp. I wasn't on the church lawn anymore either. I was in the middle of a dirty street downtown. And there was a small building burning out with a hellish roar of fire on the corner. Then my consciousness drifted away. When I woke up I was here, being psychoanalyzed by white lab coats. They keep saying I killed those animals, the dogs and cats. That I killed those homeless people and anchored them to the bottom of the quarry. But that's insane. It was Mal. He did all of that. Now they're telling me I wasn't at a church. I was at a homeless shelter that had a soup kitchen under it. I'd set fire to it, killing 45 people. One of which I tried to stab through the chest in the middle of the street. But that's also wrong. I saved everyone. I saved the town. The world. If the Oryx had gotten out, we'd all be like them now. Like Mal. But thanks to me, I stopped it all. I saved the planet. And what did I get for it? Being locked in a fucking padded cell in a straitjacket and charged with dozens of murders. They keep saying Mal's not even real. That I made him up. That I've never lived next door to a family named the Grays. that it was my parents who were killed in a trucky home invasion gone wrong 5 years ago. But I know the truth. I saved the world. And I'd do it again. It started on a late-night Deepweb prowl. I wasn't in it for anything too sinister, just generally idle curiosity for things most people wouldn't even dare to search for. I came across this really weird website entitled Silent Upload. The page was simple, black background with a white text box saying, "Upload your file. Watch what happens next." Naturally, my first instinct was just to leave it. But something in the words clicked. I hadn't uploaded in ages, and the idea of seeing what happens next curiously appealed to me. On impulse, I dug up an old picture file from my desktop, something mundane, a photo I took years ago. I uploaded it. Immediately, the screen flickered, and a circle of red with 3 dots materialized in the middle of the page. It pulsed well, rather rhythmically. For a while, nothing happened, and I almost closed the window when the circle turned green, and another text box appeared. "Now, watch." The screen flickered black for a second. Then the photo I had uploaded appeared. But something was wrong. The image of my photo was different. In the background of the picture, a shadow now loomed, stretching unnaturally across the frame. The person in the photo, me, wasn't the same either. My face was distorted, twisted in a grotesque manner that didn't belong. A chill crawled down my spine as I stared, heart pounding in my chest. I clicked on the image to zoom in, but it would not zoom. Instead, the face in the photo seemed to stare back at me, moving ever so slightly, as if breathing. I tried to close the tab. The website wouldn't let me. The panic began to rise within me as I clicked furiously on the window. The only response was more text. "Thank you for the upload. Now, we are one." The screen flickered once more, and the image changed. This time, the shadowy figure of the photo background stood right behind me. I wasn't in the picture anymore. Instead, some version of me, my identical likeness, only cold and more unsettling, stared back from the screen. I heard a knock at my door. Frozen in place, I hardly dared to breathe. The knock came again, this time more insistent. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. I didn't recognize the number. Hesitant, I answered. "Did you enjoy the upload?" a distorted voice asked on the other end. "Don't worry, we'll be uploading more. Together." I hung up, my hands shaking. I looked back at the screen. The shadow in the photo had moved closer. He was standing behind me now, right behind me in my real room. I turned around, but he wasn't there. Just the silence of my empty room. Then, the website updated again. "Your upload is complete. Welcome home." I spend a lot of time on Reddit. I'm sure you do, too. I'm on a lot of video game subs, and in particular ones about text-based games. I'm talking games like Zork. I wasn't alive when Zork came out, but I got really into it in high school. When I made it to college, I took an even deeper dive, playing all the sequels, all the knockoffs, and every shitty game that people had cobbled together and released online. I had to refocus a bit, adding work on top of college courses so I could afford my shoebox apartment, but eventually I came across a post called Apartment Complex. Not a super promising name. But I was bored, and it was free, and the fact that it was hosted on some weird site that I couldn't access from regular browsers appealed to me. It added an element of mystery. So I opened a Tor browser, entered the link, and got to a profile creation page. Basic stuff, username, preferred resolution, etc. It didn't ask for any personal info, so I kept going. The screen went blank, then a text box opened up. Welcome to Apartment Complex. You have been assigned your very own apartment building to run. But this isn't any apartment building, because the tenants are going to be experiencing some pretty scary ordeals. You get to decide what happens next. Will your tenants survive? Will you accidentally butcher them all? The power is in your hands. Are you ready? Y/N. Why not? I figured. I typed in a Y. More text appeared. Excellent. We'll start you off with an easy management level. You have 6 tenants, numbered 1 to 6. None of them know each other well. Enter a number to learn more about a tenant and begin to make decisions. I grabbed a 6-sided die off my desk and rolled it. 3. 3, I typed. Intriguing choice. The tenant in apartment 3 is Sherry. She's 19 and a sophomore in college. All her friends know her to be outgoing and flirty, and she brings new guys back to her apartment multiple times a week. She doesn't want a commitment. She enjoys sex, but mostly she just likes not being alone. It's possible it's related to how she was repeatedly abandoned by foster parents. Tonight, she brought home a young man named Thad. She plans to have sex with Thad, and he will pressure her not to use a condom. She will say yes because she doesn't want to scare him off. But you can help her out. Should tonight be the night she stands up to Thad and tells him she won't sleep with him without protection at the risk of spending the night alone? Y/N. I didn't realize this game would be so domestic soap opera. Whatever, I thought. Let's see how this plays out. Y. I typed. Intriguing choice. Thad and Sherry start to get hot and heavy. When they are naked on her couch, Thad starts to try penetrating her, but Sherry stops him and says he needs to use a condom. Thad complains that it doesn't feel as good. Sherry tells him that it's more important that both of them are protected from STDs. She's feeling a little tense. Thad calls her a whore and a tease and throws his clothes back on. Sherry cries as Thad goes to storm out. Unfortunately, Sherry's door won't open. Thad checks, and the door isn't locked, but it refuses to open. Furious, Thad storms back to where Sherry is still laying naked on the couch, crying, and begins to scream at her. Would you like to continue making decisions for Sherry, or try another tenant? 1. for Sherry, 2 for new tenant. This game was weird and pretty retro, but I also found myself pretty intrigued by Sherry and Thad's story. The clunky stories in these games had a certain charm that made them very engaging. Fuck it, let's keep going. 1. I typed. Intriguing choice. Thad continues to scream at Sherry, who can't stop crying. She's afraid he might hit her. Thad hasn't decided if he will or not, but plans to let his anger and lack of concern for Sherry as a human being guide his behavior. If things continue as they are, Thad will most likely beat Sherry to the point she will need to be rushed to the emergency room. Should Thad be stopped? Y/N. Fuck, I mumbled out loud to myself. This got intense. Why? I typed. Intriguing choice. A ceiling tile falls off. The edge cuts across Thad's jugular. Blood gushes everywhere. He is dead in seconds. What the fuck? I said to myself. This game is whack. The text continued to appear. Sherry is horrified. Much of the blood sprayed all over her. She's so scared, she starts to shut down. Sherry won't be taking any more actions for a while. Choose a tenant. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Damn, I thought. Looks like I'm not going to finish this game with a decent score. Keep plucking away though. I rolled the die again. 5. I typed it in. Intriguing choice. The tenant in apartment 5 is Clyde. He is 35 and works at the local First State Bank. His hobbies include snowboarding, tennis, recreational murder, 90s sitcoms, and fishing. He's home alone tonight after his girlfriend, Alicia, texted him and told him she was leaving him for his brother. He bought a gallon of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream and is working his way through that and the third season of Frasier. He feels the itch to strangle someone. It's been a while, and he's trying to kick the habit, but the deep well of emotion seems to be so deep that ice cream alone can't fill it. He's hoping to quench the urge with a TV binge, but just as he's settling in, he starts to smell gas. Should he investigate? Y/N. Not investigating would be boring, so of course I typed in a Y. Intriguing choice. Clyde gets off the couch and follows his nose to the kitchen, where a heavy propane smell is blasting out of one of the burners. He's familiar enough with gas leaks to know that he's one spark away from Clyde flambe. Should Clyde leave or keep sucking up the fumes? 1. Clyde leaves or 2. Clyde stays. Seems weird to release the murdered, I thought, but it would be boring to just gas him to death. I type a 1. Intriguing choice. Clyde exits his apartment and heads down the stairs to the front door. When he makes it to the floor below his, he sees that the stairs are blocked by fallen ceiling tiles. There are stairs on the opposite side of the floor. On the way, he would pass 2 other apartments, which would likely have phones to call the fire department to handle the gas leak. Should he stop at the first apartment, 1, the second apartment, 2, or take the stairs, 3? 1. I typed. Intriguing choice. That was it. No more text. "What the hell?" I said under my breath. And then there was a knock on my door. I froze. "Hey, anyone home?" a voice called from the other side of my door. "My name's Clyde. I live on the floor above you. My phone isn't working and my apartment smells like gas. Can I borrow your phone?" I sat as still as I could, making no sound. "Seriously, it's an emergency. I'm pretty sure I heard some noise in there. I need help." On my screen, I saw more text pop up. Should Clyde keep trying the first apartment? 1. Try the next apartment. 2. Or take the stairs on the far end of the floor. 3. As gently as I could, I pressed 2. The clack of the key sounded like a gunshot in my head. "Whatever, asshole. I know you're home. I hope you enjoy being a piece of shit," Clyde said. Then I heard his footsteps go down the hall. The apartment building I'm in is new and pretty well insulated, but I could faintly hear knocking on the apartment down the hall from me. I knew a college girl lived there. Hopefully she isn't home. Wait. College girl? No, it couldn't be. Text started filling up my screen again. Clyde went to the next apartment and knocked on the door. He heard sobbing from inside. When the tenant inside didn't open the door, he tried the knob. It turned, but the door wouldn't budge. It looked like it was misaligned, and with the heat wave, the wood had swollen and jammed the door in place. Suddenly, I heard a smash from outside. I tore my eyes to look at my front door, but it was still solidly shut. The sound had come from down the hall. I looked back at my screen. Clyde used his shoulder to slam the door, and it popped open. He stepped in, calling to whoever was in the apartment. Walking further in, he saw a shocking sight, a man on the ground, his neck slashed open. A ceiling tile on the ground next to him. On the couch, a completely naked young woman. And, covering everything, a massive splatter of blood. Clyde grinned. "Are you going to help Sherry? Leave your apartment and go to hers? Or do nothing while Clyde murders her?" 1. This was so messed up. I couldn't just let someone murder my neighbor, even if I barely knew her. But I was terrified. I got up, ran to my kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife I could find, then went to my door. I took 3 deep breaths to steady myself, then I unlocked the door, threw it open, and ran out into the hall. I looked over to where the other apartment was, and I could see where the door had been broken in. I ran as quietly as I could over there, and when I reached the door, stopped short and stuck my head around the door frame to see what was going on. Unfortunately, I couldn't see what was happening from where I was. I crept in as stealthily as I could. The first thing that hit me was the bitter stench of blood. Then I got close enough to see what was happening. Sherry was on her back on the couch, Clyde leaning over her with his hands around her throat. She was scratching at him, but the blood made everything slick and it looked like her nails were sliding around more than doing damage. I ran up to them and drove my knife straight into Clyde's back. He roared and whirled around. "You bastard," he yelled, and dove at me, tackling me to the ground. He started pummeling me with his fists. There was little I could do to stop him. With each blow, I felt myself getting weaker, my vision going darker. And then Clyde screamed. I focused as best I could. Above Clyde, Sherry was raising the knife for another blow. She stabbed Clyde over and over until he collapsed on top of me, and then she stabbed him some more. I screamed at her to stop, to let me up, and eventually I broke through her terror. She helped me push his body off. I threw a blanket around Sherry and then called the cops. We spent a lot of time going over our stories with them. I left out the dark web stuff because I didn't want to get in trouble. Finally, the cops left. Sherry went to go stay with her parents and I went back to my apartment. When I got back, words were flashing on my screen. Remember, everything that happened tonight was your choice. And below that, we hope you play Apartment Complex again. In early 2018, I began my professional boxing and mixed martial arts career. Up until present day, I have 52 wins and 0 losses on my official amateur record. While that was only my official record, the list went on much deeper as I ended up doing some regrettable choices, doing dark web fights and fighting superhuman crackheads live streamed to thousands of shady fuckers for a little bit of money, only $10,000. I ended up making so much money from those underground Fight Club style bouts that I managed to move out of state into a shitty little trailer in Oklahoma, where the bouts were most prevalent. It was on that one fateful, utterly chaotic Wednesday that started it all, when I got a phone call while beating the shit out of my heavy bag out back. Assuming it was one of my unethical managers, I tried to catch my breath and clear my throat before I sighed and picked up. "Yeah," I said. "Rocco," the guy on the other end said. His name was Argob, a slimy little bastard who usually organized fights that took place in underground parking garages or pits in the woods. "I have an offer for you. One of my connections is the president of some sort of fighting club in Houston. He saw your record and resume and wants you to come by tomorrow to fight a bunch of other fucks in a tournament-style fight." "I can be there," I said. "What's the pay?" "Have I fought for this guy before?" "Nah, you haven't." "I haven't met him in person either. He's more of a friend of a friend, yeah." "And what he's offering for you to come and fight in an MMA exhibition match in itself is $50,000. If you enter and win the tournament though, the grand prize is $500,000. "Tell him I'm in," I said. Then I thought back to previous times where Argob had exaggerated how much I was owed. "But I want everything signed." "You too, you sleazy bastard. Send me the location and I'll be there by tomorrow." I blasted music through my headphones as I took my overnight bag and gym bag full of gear and tossed them into the truck of my shitty Nissan, and I hit the road heading straight to Houston, Texas, at 3 in the morning. The location itself? What appeared from Google Maps to be a tiny, abandoned boxing gym in the middle of the desert. But having been in this line of work for this long, I knew that there was probably much more to it. Driving from almost beside the border, I was in the outskirts of Houston after a few hours. Driving through unpaved desert roads, I made it to the location, in the middle of an empty desert field, with one small building and a parking lot. The faded sign on the front of the building simply read the Houston Boxing Club. I stepped out of my car and walked back to the trunk, opening it and setting my duffel bags on the floor before I leaned against the car and called Arco. "What the fuck do you want, Rocco?" Look, I'm at the location and it's a dusty-ass boxing gym in the middle of bumfuck Hick City. You sure this is the place? There ain't any cars out here. When you said boxing gym in bumfuck, it suddenly clicked in my head that you're a fucking dumbass. Yes, it's the right place. Just go inside and the owner, president, whatever, he'll meet you. Yeah, thanks for the kind words, I said. Arkup hung up, muttering something as I put my phone in my pocket and walked over to the building, opened the door and walked in. To my surprise, it didn't look nearly as shitty as the outside would suggest. The inside was a well-lit, well-equipped gym. It had heavy bags hanging off the ceiling, with grappling mats, a boxing ring, and a small octagon at the back. There was weightlifting equipment, gloves, and gear stored neatly on the walls. As soon as I stepped in, an older, short Italian man with a beer belly and huge, hairy forearms walked over to me from one of the heavy bags, sweat dripping from his face as he took his gloves off. "You're Rocco, yeah?" the man asked, shaking my hand. "Heard a lot of good shit about you. Notorious underground champion." "Sure," I said. "I'm here for the, exhibition match?" "Of course," the man said. "I'm Giovanni, the owner of this club." "About that," I said. "Sorry if I sound rude, but I've done a shit ton of shady dark web fights before, and the places where they usually happen don't nearly look as good as this gym." "Where are all the fighters, the audience, or is that somewhere else?" "Don't sweat it, Rocco." Giovanni laughed. "The new ones say that all the time. Come, follow me. The real shit is downstairs." I followed him as we walked to the back of the gym, and he opened a white door, with a few flights of stairs going down to what looked like the basement. I walked behind him and shut the door behind us, and heard the faint sound of a click as the door locked from the outside. Now in a more professional setting, that would have unsettled me, but this kind of sleazy, shady shit was much more common in underground fights and dark web bouts. The organizers would usually trap the fighters or keep them captive until they fought voluntarily. I heard the faint sound of booming thrash metal from the bottom, and the sounds of people cheering and shouting. "Holy shit," I said. "How deep does this place go?" "Very deep," Giovanni replied. "Few floors. We don't want anyone on the surface hearing the shit that goes on down here. The whole place used to be some sort of secret government prison bullshit. My boss switched everything up and turned it into this." We reached the bottom of the stairs, which ended up leading into a large hallway with two swinging doors at the end. Dim overhead lights lit up the way as we walked through the hallway, and Giovanni opened the door, and I was met with an incredible sight. Behind those doors, there was a large, sprawling complex that looked akin to something like a UFC tournament stage. It was a gigantic underground room a few times the size of a high school gymnasium, with dim overhead lighting and music blasting, drowning out the noise of the crowd. There were several large, fully fenced-over full-size octagons on platforms a few feet above the ground, with fights going on in them as we stood there, and hundreds of people surrounding each cage fight, and a few restricted rooms at the back. There was a few stands and vendors along the walls selling food and snacks. "This is it," Giovanni said. "We're doing a tournament-style fight in a few hours. We're just doing a few exhibitions and openers to get the crowd riled up. All these fights are being live-streamed to dark web websites and people all over the world. Your fight begins in 30 minutes. Just think of it as a 5-round bare-knuckle sparring match. No rules, no referee, no contracts, no signing, no bullshit, my friend. The locker room is right over there. Just get your shit ready in 30 minutes and I'll come to get you. I already got your stats. You're 6'2" and weigh 210 pounds. Got it, I said. I'm getting 50,000 just for this exhibition match, right? And who's my opponent? Yeah, Giovanni said. About your opponent, don't worry about that. Just know that he's really, really good. I expect good from you, though. Kick his fucking ass. Giovanni patted my back and I grinned before he gave me a thumbs up and disappeared into the crowd. I walked through the people, walking beside the vendors and into the locker room. I walked in and sat on one of the benches, putting my duffel bag on the ground and looking at the several other fighters in here with me. The first guy was a massive motherfucker. I mean, I was 6'2" and had to crane my neck upwards to look at this guy. He was probably 7'1" and 400 pounds. He was a mountain of muscle, Samoan tattoos, and scars. The second dude was a kid. I swear he couldn't be older than 15. He was Asian, ripped and lean with tan skin, and had white boxing tape wrapped around his hands, forearms, elbows, and calves. He was shadowboxing by himself in the corner. The last person was a girl, around my age, slim and toned with red hair tied into a ponytail, wearing thin grappling gloves, a wrestling rash guard, and biting down on a mouth guard. I stayed silent, just like the rest of the room, as I took my hoodie off and put on a compression shirt and fighting shorts. I got my competition boxing laps and starting lapping my left hand, when the short, lean kid stood up and turned to me. "You're the new guy, right? Rocco Creed?" the kid asked. "That's me," I sighed. "How'd you know?" Giovanni gives us a rundown on all the new fighters. If you do choose to join the official tournament, which you probably won't have much choice in, we might face each other. That's a relief, I said. I've always loved illegal underground fights against kids. How'd you end up in here anyway? It's complicated, but I've been here long enough. This isn't your run-of-the-mill underground fighting tournament. I can see that, I replied, wrapping up my other hand and rubbing Vaseline over my face. This whole place is on par with a UFC arena. Best place I've been in my life. No, I mean the opponents you're going to fight won't be normal. That's all I can say for now. What the fuck? Got it, I said. What's this tournament Giovanni's going on about? Look, dude, I don't know much about it myself. Some once a year, open deathmatch tournament. If you want, you can ask Arya. Been here for a year or two, the girl, Arya, said. From what I heard, fighters from all over the world come here for this tournament. Don't know much else, though. We're not even a quarter of all the fighters in the tournament, Arya said, stretching her calves. This is just one locker room, you know. Fuck, I said. Better get ready soon. Got a match in a few minutes. Good luck, Kama said. Thanks, I said. I started wrapping my ankles and shins in black boxing tape, then I stood up and started stretching. I had 5 minutes left as I started shadowboxing and practicing my footwork. Giovanni walked into the locker room and grabbed my arm. Rocco, you're up next, he said. Put on a good fucking match. Yes, sir, I said, punching the air. I ran out of the locker room and put my mouthguard in, walking through the crowd and up to the empty octagon, with a full roof cage covering it. One of the employees, wearing a ski mask, opened the door as I stepped in. He locked the cage as I started beating my chest and shouted to the crowd, grinning and feeling the rush of adrenaline I chased for so long. The crowd roared as Giovanni walked into the center of the octagon, holding a microphone and laughing heartily. Ladies, gentlemen, and creatures of the abyss, we return once again for our annual worldwide fighting tournament with no weight class restrictions, no rules, no referee, and the chance to win $10 million, a chance at freedom, or the title of the undisputed openweight world champion of the mixed species martial arts tournament. The crowd roared, stamping their feet on the ground and chanting. Giovanni continued. Now, as tradition follows, every year we open our tournament with a short exhibition match with two very special opponents. One is a newcomer, bare-knuckle boxer and wrestler who hails from Portland, Oregon, with an official 52 wins and 0 losses, is Rocco fucking Creed. The crowd roared as I shadowboxed in place and watched the other corner, still empty. Now on the other corner is something that also hails from Oregon, a demon of the abyss that killed several of our handlers, bringing it in, a surviving worshipper of Tlatekethco, the Nagfnawalchi. On the other side of the octagon, a platform from deep beneath the floor rose, and with it a massive cage containing a creepy fucking creature that roared and slammed itself against the cage wall. What the fuck? I looked back at Giovanni. He held eye contact for 1 second before nodding. He had set this up. I glanced back at the creature. It had semi-translucent dark skin, a humanoid torso, a large, eyeless head with a massive, tooth-filled maw, and a massive long tentacles and appendages for legs. It had its massive clawed hands bared and outstretched as it looked right at me. The crowd roared chants as roaring rock music played in the background, while I was freaking out. While I had fought the occasional bear or tiger in illegal fights, this thing wasn't a fucking animal. A win is considered when the opponent is dead, knocked out, or incapacitated. Begin. The electronic cage lock unlocked and the creature crawled out of the cage, roaring and crawling right for me, moving on its two muscular, long arms. From here I could tell it was more or less my size, maybe 200 pounds, and extremely fucking fast. I got in a Muay Thai stance and the creature finally approached and tried clawing and tearing at me, sticking its head out to bite my outstretched arms. I jumped back and sidestepped it, waiting for it to go for my arm when I went for an overhand right and hit it in the mouth, smashing its jaw and breaking its teeth. The crowd roared as the commentators went back and forth. Frank Garcia laughed as he commented from his booth right beside the octagon. Creed has just hit a perfect overhand right, and it shatters his opponent's jaw. The newcomer is starting to take off, using his footwork to stick and move, wearing down the monster, or most fighters would have died already. Rita, I hear you've dealt with these creatures before. They're tough bastards. Yeah. The creature roared and jumped onto the octagon's walls, using its claws to hook into the fence as it circled me. I stood in the center, watching its movements as it suddenly pounced at me, pushing me to the ground. I mounted it while it was scrambling to get up, and started throwing hammer fists to its skull, the crowd roaring with delight. I have, said Rita, the co-commentator. I've never seen a normie win against these, barehanded, one-on-one. Creed is doing well. He hasn't suffered any injuries and is still doing the signature ground and pound, with what might be an early finisher. The creature suddenly elbowed me in the ribs and rolled me over, and my back was exposed for a split second, when it slashed into my torso, splattering blood all over the canvas as the crowd screamed for more. I jumped back up, the pain numbing my back as the creature circled me again. I stopped using counters and went on the offense, throwing a feint right hook at it before using a teep to push the creature back as I chased it, pushing it into the fence and holding it to the wall while I elbowed it in the hinge of the jaw so much the creature's lower jaw fell off. I was exhausted, putting my guard up and catching one of the creature's arms as it swiped at me, using a standing joint lock to break its arm. It roared and grabbed and slashed at me with its tentacles and appendages while I put it in the clinch, feeding it elbows and knees, breaking bones in its body and crushing its face as black blood poured onto me in the octagon. The creature suddenly caught me with its arm and threw me across the entire octagon, as I crashed into one of the walls and fell, severely injuring my ribs. The creature made a beeline for me, slowly moving as I struggled to get up. I could see Kama and Arya standing beside the cage, cheering and yelling for me to get up and kill the thing. I stood up, and I approached the creature, throwing a jab at its face while I shot in and grabbed its torso, picking the creature up and using a suplex, throwing it behind me and slamming it into the ground at full force. I heard a loud crunch as the creature's neck and spine were shattered, while it lay on the ground, twitching. I raised my arms out to the crowd, grinning and beating my bleeding chest as I stomped on the creature's neck in victory. I had felt this so many times before, but not as great as now. I had fought a creature that had slaughtered so many and won, with an amazing finisher and victory. After the crowd and the adrenaline settled down a little, I chuckled to myself as I kicked the dead body of the creature and walked out of the ring, the MSMET employees unlocking the cage and letting me walk out. The crowd slapped me on the back, cheering and shouting as the metal music crescendoed. I couldn't hear a single thing but the commentators right beside me as I walked across the arena floor, out of breath. Frank roared, and with a brutal fucking suplex as his finisher, Rocco fucking Creed is the undisputed victor of our first exhibition match. He's becoming a fan favorite after that performance, where dozens of fighters before him died. He crushed and will now be moving on to the official tournament. As I sat down on a bench beside the octagon I had just fought in, I caught a glimpse of the commentary team, sitting in their booth, their microphones and notes strewn across the table. One of them, Frank, was a huge bald and bearded Middle Eastern man, wearing a MSMET hoodie and covered in tattoos and built like a powerlifter. The co-commentator, Rita, was tall, wearing a suit vest and dress pants, with her blonde hair tied into a bun. She also wasn't human, noticeable by her abnormally large jaw, massive, sharp teeth, and long, razor-sharp claws. "Good shit," Kama said, walking up to me. "You might want to get checked out by the medic, dude." "Yeah," I said, feeling the bruises and the pain of the wounds on my back kicking in. "Your fight is coming up, yeah?" "Fuck yeah," Kama said. "Real tournaments start in an hour. Dozens of fighters, monsters, and gods. Should be a blast." The kid slapped me on the back and walked away. "Gotta warm up, Rocco. I'll see you in the octagon." I laughed and I walked over to the medical tent behind the octagon and walked in to see a nurse wiping blood off her equipment, placing it on a trolley and looking up at me as I walked in. She was shorter, around 5'5", with athletic build, light brown skin, and dreads. "I saw your fight," she said. "Hey, my name's Mira. You got a few deep cuts in your back, right?" "Yeah," I said, sitting down on the hospital bed, which was covered in dried blood, and putting my elbows on my knees. "I got cut in the clinch, and a few other bruises, but I'll be fine." "That's what they all say," Mira muttered, taking out a few cotton rounds and soaking them in rubbing alcohol. "This may hurt a little." She pressed the alcohol on the cuts on my back and I winced in pain as she cleaned and disinfected the wound, then put 2 long bandages around the wound. "So you'll probably have to get stitches for this at a real hospital," Mira said, taking her gloves off. "But this should be good for now, since you'll probably compete in the main event." "I get that I don't have much choice in that matter," I said, putting on a compression shirt and hoodie. "I don't make the rules for the fighters," Mira shrugged. "I just patch them up." "Thanks anyway," I said, grinning as I walked out of the medical tent and back into the roaring crowd dispersing to discuss the fighters or place bets on the upcoming matches. I pushed through the crowd searching for Giovanni, and I finally found him sitting on a chair ringside, smoking a cigar and talking to someone on the phone. He saw me coming and he grinned slightly, while I was royally pissed at this sleazy little motherfucker. I laughed and I walked over to the medical tent behind the octagon and walked in to see a nurse wiping blood off her equipment, placing it on a trolley and looking up at me as I walked in. She was shorter, around 5'5", with athletic build, light brown skin, and dreads. "I saw your fight," she said. "Hey, my name's Mira. You got a few deep cuts in your back, right?" "Yeah," I said, sitting down on the hospital bed, which was covered in dried blood, and putting my elbows on my knees. "I got cut in the clinch, and a few other bruises, but I'll be fine." "That's what they all say," Mira muttered, taking out a few cotton rounds and soaking them in rubbing alcohol. "This may hurt a little." She pressed the alcohol on the cuts on my back and I winced in pain as she cleaned and disinfected the wound, then put 2 long bandages around the wound. "So you'll probably have to get stitches for this at a real hospital," Mira said, taking her gloves off. "But this should be good for now, since you'll probably compete in the main event." "I get that I don't have much choice in that matter," I said, putting on a compression shirt and hoodie. "I don't make the rules for the fighters," Mira shrugged. "I just patch them up." "Thanks anyway," I said, grinning as I walked out of the medical tent and back into the roaring crowd dispersing to discuss the fighters or place bets on the upcoming matches. I pushed through the crowd searching for Giovanni, and I finally found him sitting on a chair ringside, smoking a cigar and talking to someone on the phone. He saw me coming and he grinned slightly, while I was royally pissed at this sleazy little motherfucker. "Lawrence, I'm gonna have to call you back," Giovanni said, hanging up and turning to me. "What do you need, Rocco Dash?" I grabbed his shirt collar and lifted him up, screaming in his face as several massive security guards rushed in to stop me. "What the fuck was that?" I spat in his face. "You never said I would be fighting some fucking monster, you slimy fuck." Several massive bodyguards grabbed me and wrangled me back as the music blared and lights flashed, a moment of silence between us as I stared down Giovanni, breathing heavily. "You've just made a big fucking mistake, my friend," Giovanni said, his friendly voice taking a dark tone. The New Yorker in him was really coming out about now. "I could have you killed and never seen again right now, but I'll forget that you tried that fucking bullshit. Now can we talk?" "Fine," I said, as the guards roughly pushed me out, and I stood in front of Giovanni, beside the empty fighting cage. "I never said you wouldn't be fighting these creatures. After all, this tournament's name is the Mixed Species Martial Arts Tournament. You've done underground fights against animals before, so grow the fuck up and grow some balls, yeah?" "Fine," I said. "I'll compete in the tournament. But I swear when this is done I'm fucking you up so bad it'll feel like you're walking with hot coals up your ass." "Scary stuff," Giovanni said. "Now fuck off, kid. I have work to do, and you have a post-match interview to do. Rita will take you there." I looked behind me to see the blonde co-commentator had walked up behind me, gesturing for me to come with her. "Real nice fucking boss you got there," I muttered as we walked through the crowd, into one of the corridors with lounges, break rooms, and the post-fight interview room. "Giovanni?" Rita scoffed. "Yeah, he's a greedy asshole conning fighters into illegal bouts with monsters, but he's not the most malicious guy. Isn't half bad as long as you don't talk to him." "Right," I rolled my eyes as she opened the door to the soundproof interview room, a spacious, dimly lit room with 2 armchairs, a table, microphones, recording equipment, and posters of previous tournaments draped across the walls. "You've done post-fight interviews before, right?" Rita asked, turning on a laptop on the table and looking over some notes. "Yeah, I've done some," I said. "So you know the drill. Just wait a second while I get the questions, the microphone, and the recording equipment ready." While she prepared for the interview, I tapped my foot and finally addressed the elephant in the room. "So," I said, taking a deep breath, "you're not human. Are you like a werewolf, vampire, or?" Rita sighed, as if she'd been asked the question a million times before, and without looking up, she answered, "Wendigo. I'm a Wendigo from Canada, a genuine one, not the deer skull bullshit you hear about in creepypastas." "Oh," I said. "And how did you end up here? As a commentator and interviewer?" "Fighter too," Rita added, testing the microphone. "Been in a few bouts myself, but I'm mostly a commentator." "Still doesn't answer my question," I said, holding the ice pack against my bruises. Rita sighed again. It's a very, very long story I neither have the time or desire to tell, but I was with a few of my friends before we had to split up, and I took a job here with someone I fought alongside during the war. I came here mostly because I used to be a boxer and wanted to get back into combat sports, but still as brutal as my past activities. Turns out, the MSMET was a perfect match for me. You're talking about Aria, right? I asked. Your friend? Bingo, Rita said. We got a few other monsters here, some you may recognize. Anyways, let's start the interview. This is gonna play on every screen in the arena, so don't fuck up. We're going live in 3, 2, 1. She started recording as she got her notes in order, and I grinned at the camera. Folks, we're back again for our first post-match interview for the night, and this one's gonna be a treat for y'all. Right in front of me is the winner of our opening exhibition match, Rocco Creed, who's quickly turned into a fan favorite. We're glad to see that he's set to compete in the main tournament, and you'll see him back in the cage tonight. Rocco, how did you feel during the first unexpected moments of the fight? I chuckled nervously. Well, thanks to the wonderful president of the MSMET, I wasn't aware of my opponent, and I had to react quickly to stay alive. The fucker was strong, but I crushed it in the clinch, and that's what led to my victory. That's interesting, Rita said. I think the fans see some real potential there. You absolutely crushed the opponent, or a bloodbath would have usually happened. I understand you've met some fighters in the locker room and have a taste of how good the longtime MSMET fighters are. How do you think you'll fare against them? Do you think you have a chance at winning this year's World Openweight title? Fuck yeah, I said, picking up the microphone. Even fuckers from the UFC couldn't have stood a chance against that demon. I came in unprepared, and still adapted and fucking crushed the opponent. The title is mine, and mine only. Well, there it is, Rita said, grinning a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. Our first winner is on the warpath, and I'm sure the other fighters reaching for the title know they've got a match. I was personally ringside, and as a fellow boxer, I thought your striking was absolutely phenomenal, but I saw some Muay Thai and Dagestani wrestling, especially in that brutal suplex finisher. What's the story behind that? I cracked into the dark web. I'd learned to code when I was about 14. Now I'm 21. So, yes, I've been doing this a long time. I actually work coding for a pharmaceutical conglomerate. During my off hours, I break through essentially unbreakable websites just to prove to myself I can do it. A sleuth without the job title. A cyber sleuth. This day, however, I went further. Not into the deep web. Anyone who has taken a computer basics course in 5th grade could get into and peruse that place. The deep web encompasses 90% of the overall internet, which are nothing more than just sites which aren't indexed. I'm talking about the dark web. That 5% of the internet full of drugs, credit card thieves, arms dealers, and sex traffickers. I cracked into it with a Tor browser, and because Tor automatically has JavaScript turned off, you get no ads. It's pretty convenient. The first few sites I browsed were nothing to rave about. I found one site which sold loafer stuff with taxidermied small birds inside. I don't know what that was about. Anyways, as I began scrolling through different pages, I was only getting websites which looked like they'd been discarded for decades. I began to think that this dark place was merely nothing more than a virtual garbage dump. But then, I kept going, deeper down the dirt path. I came across a site with a large, gold coin. The graphic would just keep spinning. Underneath there was a phrase, "What is the answer to 99 out of 100 questions?" Money. I knew it was a credit card fraud scam site, so I just kept going. Next was a site of nothing but full screen running video of a bedroom. I watched for a good 20 minutes. I saw an old woman of maybe 70 enter the room, shut the door, and begin changing clothes. Gross. Off to the next one. One thing to be known about the dark web is that, though a haven of anonymity, the federal government actually can trace information to servers if you happen to stumble into one of their fake pages. Most notably sites which offer illegal drugs or money laundering schemes. The government creates these clandestine sites so they can catch fish, or simply put, catch you. Passing through, a large majority of spaces were, in fact, sites which push narcotics. Ignored. Not today, boys. A few more sites down the chain I saw something especially upsetting. A pig pen. On one end, a frightened golden retriever. On the other, being pulled by two men, a mountain lion, which was extremely aggressive, trying to tear itself off the leash. The dog was cowering on the other end. Standing around the cage were cackling men in suits placing bets. I'd seen enough. I couldn't bear to see any sort of cruelty to animals. I was beginning to feel that this place is just not for me. It's more than disquieting at this point. Something just feels wrong. I shouldn't be here, but I can't look away. It just kept getting worse. I found a site. Very vintage, with archaic graphics, like something a desperate parent would put up with very drab text underneath a photo of their missing child. Only this page had a rainbow, which said above it, pedophiles are people too. Jesus Christ, get it the fuck away from me. I'm going to end up arrested, I thought to myself. Self-mutilation. Suicide for pay. Underground elective suicide for people who can't do it themselves. Arsonists. Voyeurism. Fetishes that would make Robert Ben Rhodes queasy. And then finally, I made it to a corner. A space all the way at the end. The very last site. Maybe not the last, but alas, a site I could not navigate past. The entire page was a dark, deep blue. It contained an elegant, classy golden rectangular border around the screen, and in gold cursive, looking like a book cover from the 19th century. It read, Novella Black. Trapped. So, I'm stuck in this vacuum. This space which will now not allow me to browse beyond or backwards. I turned up my speakers. Nothing. I was convinced my computer was frozen, or had gotten some horrible virus. My assumption as to why I was stuck on this particular page. I tried moving the mouse around. I no longer had a scrolling arrow. Then, after 8 minutes, like some morbid, full-screen GIF, the Novella Black title page, for just a blink of an eye, flickered, and almost subliminally, I witnessed the black and white image of what looked like a woman with her mouth opened, almost like a yawn, and her pupils were rolled up almost all the way to the back of her head. I could only see a sliver of the bottom rim of the eyes. And that was it. A flicker. A cigarette burn into my eyes of a yawning, or maybe screaming, girl with long dark hair. It was unsettling to say the least. This twitch and print alerted me that I, in fact, was still on this site. My screen wasn't frozen. Before my eyes. The golden cursive text of the page slowly faded into words I couldn't understand. Aloha Barak Lok. I typed the letters into Google and my iPhone. It reads God bless you in ancient Aramaic. This then dimmed into a purely black screen with a giant keyhole in the center. My scroll arrow appeared on screen, except it wasn't an arrow. It was a T. I'm a tad nervous about what I'm getting myself into. But I've been waiting for this. I scrolled to the keyhole with the key, and left click. A box popped up in the center of the screen. Are you sure? Fade into keyhole and T. I click it again. A box. Are you positive? I click once more. The screen goes black, but reappears with a strange symbol. It's the Star of David. 2 of them, one atop the other, points poking out of the corners of the one below, making for a total of 12 points, all in a dark gray. It's so subtle that your eyes almost have to adjust to fully see it. Then, a voice. The voice of a man. I don't have an acute ear for accents. I can only speculate that the language I was hearing was of Middle Eastern dialect. The language was indecipherable. The recording was also very full of static. Like it had been recorded on some decades-old tape recorder. He was speaking at a very rapid pace. At points, he would stop, almost as if he's turning a page and reading from a script. And on it went. Scroll arrow again gone. I thought about just pulling the plug on the computer and letting it reboot, but my curiosity kept me going. I pulled out my phone and went to my audio recorder. I recorded a good 35 minutes until I no longer had any more space to use. Still, I couldn't get off of this peculiar site, so I took my work laptop, hooked a router to my computer, and used a different audio recorder to just relay and record what was being said on the page. I shut off my screen, turned down the volume, and went to sleep. When I awoke, I found out that I'd recorded 6.5 straight hours of audio. I got out of bed at 6:45 a.m. and turned the volume up. Nothing. Turned on the computer screen. All that was there was, as I described before, a bland, very dated-looking website which said Autonetics Incorporated. I scrolled through the content. Autonetics Incorporated is just a Michigan-based sheet glass manufacturer. I was able to work my way back up to the surface web, the web which everyone begins on, which contains Google. I rebooted my PC, saved the audio file on my work laptop, and went to work. Later on while at work I emailed the linguistics department of my college, asking if they could possibly help me translate something for what I explained to be a school project. I also detailed the length of the recording, which turned out to be 4.5 hours, but that I just needed to know a little bit of the context and also the language behind it. After a few days I received an email from a woman named Janice Cruz, assistant head of linguistics, telling me she received my file. She assured me that she would take a stab at it when she gets some free time. Several more days pass. Then, another email, which read, "I've reviewed quite a bit of this file you sent. It would be best that you call me on this matter. Any weekday after 3 p.m. on my office phone, listed below." And so the conversation went. Janice Cruz. Oh, hi, Janice. This is Travis. I'm the one who sent Dash. Oh, yes. Glad you called. Travis, thanks for looking into this for me. Janice, no problem. So, yes, I looked into it. Actually, I started thinking I'd only be on the hook for maybe 5 minutes, but this thing kept my attention for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I listened through all of it. Travis, oh, wow. You didn't have to. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't make it clear. I just wanted to know Dash. Janice, oh, no, you've made it clear. But first, I have to ask you, is this a practical joke? If it is, then you got me. But I really need to know. Travis, joke. Oh, no. Not at all. Janice, how did you come across this? Travis, I stumbled upon this site. Did you find out what it was and what the content is? Janice, the language is Arabic. As for the content, so, where again did you come across this? Travis, the truth is, I work in coding. In my off hours, I tend to break into encrypted sites. I guess I kinda just went down the rabbit hole one night. I ended up inside the dark web using a Tor browser. I stumbled upon this strange site called Novella Black. Janice, I see. Well, I'm just going to be honest with you. At first, there was a lot of talk about astronomy. But, a little while into it, the speaker began spouting anti-Semitic jargon and propaganda. It was really vile. Then, it was mostly incantations in 6th century BC Aramaic, which then switched back to modern Arabic. Travis, whoa, okay. Janice, the majority of the rest of it were very thoughtfully, precisely planned out attacks. Precision down to exact coordinates. Coordinates inside of Israel. Travis. What? Janice. Places which are to be bombing targets in the very near future. And you said you got this all out of a website? Travis. Yes. It was just a website. I hacked my way into it. Janice, where are you right now? Travis, I'm on my way home. Janice, okay. I could hear a voice coming through what sounded like another phone. I heard her, obviously holding the phone far from my ears, say he's on his way home now. Janice, what road or street are you on right now? I already knew the situation. I felt like I was falling inside. I quickly hung up the phone. Instead of heading home, I went to a bar about 10 blocks from my house. I needed a drink. Thank God I'm 21. But they found me. Within 5 minutes I was in handcuffs and on my way to the station. But first, they took me to my apartment, where they confiscated my computer. They interrogated me for 2 hours. One, a detective, and the other, a young cadet, writing on a pad as I spoke. 2 hours while a trained computer programmer sifted through my history. Novella black. There it was. The officers got a look at it. We sat around and waited until the keyhole appeared. He opened up the page and saw that everything I'd been saying all along was the truth. During the interrogation, they spoke to me only about one tiny kernel in that 4-hour amalgam of Jewish hatred. While naming a list of terrorist plots, one piece that was mentioned was a synagogue. Not just any, but Baron Hirsch Synagogue, which seats up to 3,000 people in Memphis, Tennessee. It was clearly explained that the biggest Jewish place of worship in the U.S. was going to be bombed on April 12th of this year. I was released without charges and went home. I couldn't believe it. Why? Why would Palestinian radicals so explicitly state anywhere on the internet the exact place and date of an attack? I thought attacks were supposed to be secret. Sitting on razors. For weeks, I sat absolutely terrified about this planned attack. It was not even a week away. On the night of the 5th, I came home, made myself a rum and coke, and flicked on the TV. And to my horror, there it was. Breaking news on every channel. Baron Hirsch Synagogue. Half of the structure collapsed, people fleeing, screaming, and fires raging. Helicopters circling. We don't have exact numbers yet, but authorities have informed us that at least 300 have died when 2 men entered from the West End during Mass and set off explosives, killing themselves in the process, the news anchor obviously speaking under duress. Now I understand. It was disinformation all along. How clever and evil. It made perfect sense. Set up a site in the dark web where they know the feds will be looking and create a campaign of unreliable disinformation. A morose game of chess. And I was directly in the middle of it. That day, I was brought back to the station once more and questioned one last time. They checked my phone records, texts, and emails. They searched my work laptop and iPhone. I was set free almost 24 hours later, after having spoken with the FBI. I tell myself that this would have occurred whether I stumbled upon Novella Black or not. I am so absolutely shook from this experience. I have nightmares of being trapped inside of my basement apartment, with a fire raging above, the smoke creeping down to me as I suffocate slowly, waiting for the flames to make it this way and take me out forever. Sometimes I see the faces of those people on TV boiling in a flame-fueled lake of gasoline, unable to escape and unable to die. Other times, I see that graphic. That face. The woman with the gaping mouth. I still can't explain that, and I don't wish to research it. In the end, 351 people were slaughtered that day. And you know exactly where I will never go again. No, I don't have the source for the movies, and before you ask, it's not mainstream porn you can find by just Googling my name. They're videos of me being murdered. Where would you even find those types of videos? The dark web, maybe? I don't know. I don't like watching myself being murdered. All I can tell you is, I've starred in over 50 movies, and according to the guy who distributes them, I'm the most watched and most sought after snuff star in history, if that's even a thing. You're probably wondering how one would even get into that business. Well, the short answer is by accident. You don't wake up one day and decide you want to be murdered. In my case, I answered an ad looking for an amateur porn actress. I was just starting out in the business and the pay seemed reasonable. When I arrived at the location, which was a house in an upmarket location, it didn't raise any red flags. It all seemed legit until I asked to be paid up front, and the response was, "Let's see how you die first." Before I knew it, I was being held down and the cameras began rolling. All I can say is dying is like going to sleep during surgery. It's painful at the start and scary, but when your heart starts slowing down you get a rush of euphoria and everything goes silent before the lights go out. I couldn't tell if there was an afterlife. I don't stay dead long enough to find out. It's like going to sleep without dreaming. There's a nanosecond of darkness before you wake up again. You would think that a guy whose business is death would be easily scared, but when I suddenly woke up as they were loading me into a shallow grave in the woods, he screamed like a little girl. It took some time to calm him down. You would swear it was him that was just brutally murdered with the way he reacted, but once the initial shock wore off, he looked me dead in the eye, no pun intended, and said, "I'm going to make you a fucking star." I can't go into details on how I get snuffed out, but I can say, the money is great. More than I could ever make being in mainstream porn. The problem isn't the fact that my employer is a death dealer of women. Actually, no women have been murdered apart from me, of course, since I started. The problem is the reaction I'm starting to get the more my popularity grows. The surprising thing is, the people who notice me are the most ordinary people you could imagine. Not monsters that hide away in the shadows fantasizing about murdering women. I mean school teachers, doctors, and even young teenagers. The biggest shock for me was when I was sitting in a cafe and I was approached by a young dad who had his 2 young daughters with him. He sat staring at me while his daughters sat eating chocolate muffins. I knew why he was looking at me, even if he didn't. As I was finishing up my latte, I looked up to see him standing next to me with a strange grin on his face. "Do I know you from somewhere?" he suddenly asked. I was in my comfort clothes, a baggy t-shirt with a pair of sweatpants, and the tattoo of a pentagram on my arm was on show. He began studying me to figure out how he knew me, and when I was just about to speak, he noticed the tattoo on my arm. It was like a light switched on in his brain, and he suddenly realized where he knew me from. His face turned deathly pale, and he began to stutter a bit before he hurried himself and his daughters out of the cafe. I was never really worried about being noticed before, because the men that watched me expected me to be dead. I also never gave a second thought to my tattoo being the thing that gave me away. I mean, how many girls out there have the same tattoo? When I got it done, I was told it was a popular choice. That all changed when I got a phone call from my mother. My poor mother had no clue about the type of business I was in. She always thought I was into some lifestyle stuff, like a trainer to the stars or something. I think the dream was better than the reality, and she always told her friends I was a successful businesswoman of some sort. Technically, she wasn't wrong. All that changed when she rang me in hysterics. She could barely contain herself over the phone. "You're alive, you're alive," is all she kept on repeating down the phone. After I calmed her down and reassured her I was very much alive, I waited until her breathing had slowed to a more relaxed state. "Allison," for a moment I thought I was speaking to a ghost. My mother was always my biggest fan in life, and it broke my heart to hear her this upset. The police were here. Men in suits, detectives, I think. They told me you were dead. Oh, my sweet girl, they told me you were dead. They had found blood and something about a tape or the internet. The bastards gave me a heart attack. I knew you weren't dead. That night, I went to stay with my mother, just to reassure her that I was still physically present and to just hug her. Mainly to reassure myself that I was definitely still present in this world. Deep down, I knew what this was about. Of course, someone who wasn't a degenerate monster was going to watch my movies and try to put a name on the woman who should be somewhere in a shallow grave. But I always thought people would think the movies were just great fakes because you can only be the star of one Snuff movie, not 50. A few weeks had passed, and apart from my mother losing a year or two of her life, things had settled down. I had decided to quit. It was never going to be a long-term thing, but if I was going to stop, my final movie was going to be my best. Go out with a bang, I always say. It was the day of the shoot, and on the way to the location, I couldn't escape the feeling I was being watched. I put it down to my nerves because I was going to die in the most brutal way possible. It was going to be so bad no one was ever going to think it was faked. And the fact it was going to be the last video of me made it sound all the more believable. I knew it was going to be painful, but the pain never lasted, and all I was thinking was, it's going to be a spectacular death, and it was. But as the euphoria swept over me and I began to slip into the darkness, I watched as men in SWAT gear burst into the room, followed by men in suits. As always, I came back to life with a big gasp of air, like a baby taking its first breath after being expelled from the womb. I was expecting to be in the room where I was murdered, but this time I found myself on a cold metal slab. As I looked around what looked like an operating room, I saw two men in suits. One was smiling, while the other appeared to hand over money from his wallet. "Hi, welcome back. I just bet my colleague $50 that you would come back from the dead," he said as he put the note into his top pocket. I must say, I am a big fan of your movies. Damsel in the Dungeon is my personal favorite, said the smartly dressed man as he smiled down at me. This was the first time I had ever felt in danger. A sudden panic washed over me as I tried to get up off the table. The two men in suits smiled at each other before handing me a hospital gown. Where am I? I asked nervously. You have nothing to worry about. It's not like we're going to kill you, said one of the men as they burst out laughing. The two men walked me to an interview room and sat me down at a table opposite them. You still haven't told me who you are and my reasons for being here. The two men adjusted themselves into a more serious posture. Sorry for the confusion. My name is Agent Harris and my colleague here is Agent Butler. I look across at the two young agents sitting across from me as their frozen expressions fixate on me. Agents? Are you FBI or something? I nervously asked. One of the agents gave a disgruntled laugh as if I offended him. Close. We're with the CIA. What do you want with me? I didn't know dying was illegal. The two men sat upright as one of them put a picture of a woman in front of me. We need your help with a delicate situation. It's of the utmost importance to the security of this country. I looked down at the picture of a woman who looked strangely enough like me. Apart from her expensive-looking attire and different colored hair, we had the same facial features and we looked to be the same height. The woman in the picture is the wife of the Russian Minister for Defense Sergei Shoigu, said the agent with a sound of urgency in his voice. What does this have to do with me? I asked. She has a lot of secrets that could be very important to us. The problem is her husband isn't a nice man. Fortunately for us, he treats her like a dog. So she wants a way out of the marriage, but being the man he is, he's not going to let her go so easily. I still don't get what this has to do with me. The two agents look at each other before fixating their stares at me again. Sergei is a very powerful man. Even if we got her out of the country, we couldn't guarantee her safety. The only way we could do that is if we faked her death, but it has to look convincing, and that is where you come in. It suddenly began to make sense. I remember a guy friend of mine who was big into conspiracy theories and would always bang on about how the moon landings were faked in a studio. So would I be correct in thinking you want me to make another movie, given my special talent? The two agents look at each other again, but this time with a smile. She catches on quick. I'm beginning to like her already. I picked up the picture again and stared at the woman looking back at me with pain in her eyes and a painted-on smile. How much does this gig pay? In the dim glow of the moonlight, shadows danced menacingly across the room as I stared at the old, weathered journal clutched in my trembling hands. My heart raced, its frantic rhythm echoing the terror that had taken hold of my mind. How could I have been so blind? My once beloved wife, Eleanor, had harbored a horrifying secret beneath her veneer of charm and beauty. The journal's pages unveiled a night-nourished tapestry of dark liaisons and sinister schemes. It chronicled a chilling history of a woman adept at weaving webs of seduction around wealthy men, only to plunge them into the abyss of death once she had reeled in their riches. The realization tightened its icy grip around my chest, suffocating me with disbelief and dread. Memories tumbled like broken glass, refracting the truth I had refused to see. The missing suitors, the whispered rumors that trailed her wake, all now coalesced into a sinister mosaic. My love for Eleanor had been pure and unwavering, but now it curdled into a nauseating blend of fear and revulsion. As the clock ticked on, each echoing chime felt like a toll for my innocence lost. The woman I had pledged my life to was no longer the same, and I was trapped in a house of horrors with the architect of my nightmares. A storm raged outside, mirroring the tempest of emotions within me. With the journal as my guide, I resolved to uncover the full extent of Eleanor's ghastly history, praying that I could escape the clutches of a woman who had transformed from a lover to a predator. As I flicked through the pages of this goddamn diary, I came across a passage that read, "Tonight, my mind is consumed by a single purpose that beats in time with my heart, the end of my wretched husband, Richard. His arrogance and cruelty continue to poison every corner of my life, even within the confines of our marriage. His ill-gotten wealth, acquired through schemes and manipulation, gnaws at my conscience like a relentless specter. I've crafted a complex tapestry of plans, ensuring that no trace leads back to me. The poison, slow and subtle, infiltrates his existence in a way that mirrors the insidiousness of his own actions. The daily routines and familiar faces mask my intentions beautifully. He'll never suspect the careful hands that prepare his meals or the warm smile that accompanies him through every struggle. Our grand estate will serve as the backdrop for my scheme, its opulence masking the darkness that has taken root. I watch him closely, relishing the anticipation of his downfall. The persistent cough, the inexplicable fatigue, they are all signs that my meticulous plan is taking effect. Living this double life is a curious thrill, balancing the facade of a devoted wife with the hidden orchestration of his fate. This journal hidden within my possession holds the intimate record of my journey, a journey towards retribution for the pain he's inflicted upon me. Each stroke of my pen on these pages is a testament to my newfound strength, a strength I'll soon use to free myself from a monster and reclaim the life he's stolen from me. I can hardly wait to see the culmination of my work, to witness his world crumble as he grapples with the consequences of his actions. And when the final chapter of his story unfolds, I will stand as the sole witness to his downfall, a reckoning I've meticulously designed, a destiny he's crafted for himself. My heart pounds erratically, a sense of foreboding settling in my chest like a heavy stone. I read the entries with a mix of disbelief and horror. The words unravel a tale that feels like a nightmare, casting my once beloved wife as the orchestrator of a malevolent plan. Her emotions, laid bare in these pages, depict a woman I scarcely recognize, driven by revenge and malice. The revelation jolts me, sending tremors of shock through my core. The realization is staggering. The woman I've shared my life with, the one I believed knew my soul, has been harboring these dark intentions. My mind races, images of our past together tainted by this newfound knowledge. Her kindness, her smiles, were they all a facade, a charade meant to hide her true nature? With a turn of the page, my stomach dropped another 7 levels in horror at the serpentine nature of my wife's next entry. The air is thick with anticipation as I sit down to pen these words, my artist's symphony of triumph and anxiety. The plan I've carefully nurtured has reached its crescendo, and the events of the past week have unfolded like a masterpiece. Richard's health continued its inevitable decline, his once robust frame now reduced to a frail silhouette of his former self. The poison worked its magic methodically, every dose administered under the guise of a concerned wife striving to mend his failing constitution. The final act played out yesterday evening, a beautifully orchestrated scene of poetic justice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final, warm embrace upon our estate, I served him his last supper. The culmination of my effort, the ultimate reckoning, concealed within the delicate flavors that graced his palate. He ate with a weary resignation, unaware that with every bite, he drew nearer to his demise. The room seemed to exhale a collective sigh as he finished the last morsel, his fate now sealed. I watched, heart pounding, as his features contorted in pain, the color draining from his face like watercolor bleeding into paper. In his final moments, as life ebbed from his weakening form, I felt a peculiar blend of satisfaction and sorrow. The monster who had tormented my existence was no more, his legacy reduced to a name in the annals of history. As the darkness embraced him, I whispered a final farewell, a mixture of relief and regret tinging my voice. Now, the world believes he succumbed to his ailments, a tragedy befitting a man of his habits. I play my part well, grieving the loss of a husband while secretly rejoicing in my newfound freedom. The journal that has chronicled my journey remains my secret confidant, the keeper of my truth. As the sun rises on this new day, I stand at the precipice of a future unburdened by his presence. The weight of my past has been lifted, and I walk forward with purpose, the echoes of his memory fading like a distant melody. The symphony of my life plays on, a harmonious blend of liberation and retribution. The entries played like a haunting film before my eyes. Her chilling description of the poisoning, her calculated manipulation, and the satisfaction she derives from orchestrating my downfall, they all feel like a cruel, surreal nightmare that I'm struggling to wake from. The estate that once held our shared dreams now bears witness to our secrets, a place of horrors I never could have fathomed. I'm left grappling with a torrent of emotions, anger, betrayal, and an overwhelming sense of danger. The woman I've spent years of my life with has transformed into a stranger, a woman who could do the unthinkable. As I close the diary, a heaviness settles upon me, suffocating and inescapable. I'm now trapped in a world of uncertainty, where the woman I love is a mastermind of terror, and I'm left to navigate a reality shattered by her secrets. The room around me blurs as I wrestle with the choice ahead. Confronting Eleanor directly about her chilling diary confessions seems like the path of truth and resolution, but the implications are staggering. Could I live with her response? Can our marriage survive the weight of her dark secrets? Pros of confrontation. Confronting her might offer the closure I desperately need. I deserve to hear her side of the story, to understand the motivations behind her actions. The truth, no matter how painful, could help me move forward. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for her to redeem herself. Unraveling her motivations could reveal a side of Eleanor I never knew, and perhaps that person is worth saving. If her diary entries are true, then confronting her could also be a means of preventing more harm. It might be my responsibility to ensure that others aren't caught in her web of deception. Cons of confrontation. The first and foremost concern is my safety. If Eleanor is capable of such malevolence, confronting her might lead to unpredictable and potentially dangerous consequences. What if she sees me as a threat to her plans? Confronting her might open a Pandora's box of even more secrets. Am I prepared to learn more about her actions or history that could further shatter my perception of reality? The confrontation could exact an unbearable emotional toll on both of us. Our relationship might be irreparably damaged, leaving us broken and scarred. Pros of running away. Leaving without confronting her would ensure my immediate safety. I could distance myself from her potential harm and take the time I need to process everything. Running away might protect what's left of my emotional well-being. I can escape the devastation that confronting her might bring. This choice offers a clean slate. I could rebuild my life in a place where Eleanor's darkness doesn't haunt my every step. Cons of running away. Fleeing means leaving behind a trove of unanswered questions. The ambiguity could torment me indefinitely, preventing any chance of closure. Could I live with the guilt of leaving without trying to fix things? What if there's a way to salvage our relationship or even help her find a path to redemption? Running away means forfeiting the love we shared, the years invested in our relationship. Can I truly leave it all behind? As the minutes tick by, I'm consumed by the weight of my decision. The road ahead is fraught with uncertainty, whether I choose confrontation or escape. What's clear, though, is that whatever choice I make will irrevocably alter the course of my life. My heart races as I hear the front door creak open, followed by the familiar sound of Eleanor's footsteps. Panic sets in, and I scramble to close her diary, my hands trembling. "Darling, I'm home," she calls out, her voice like a dagger in my chest. I take a deep breath, trying to compose myself as I force a smile. "Hey, welcome back," I manage to say, my voice strained. Eleanor enters the room, her eyes scanning the space with a subtle curiosity. I can feel her gaze lingering on the desk, where her diary sits partially concealed beneath a stack of papers. My heart pounds in my ears, a silent drumbeat of dread. "Have you been going through my things?" she asks, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. "No, of course not," I reply a bit too quickly. I avert my gaze, hoping she doesn't notice the sweat forming on my forehead. She steps closer, her presence an almost suffocating weight. I can feel her eyes on me, studying my every move. My mind races, searching for an excuse, an explanation, anything that can divert her attention. "I thought I left my diary here," she muses, moving towards the desk. In a desperate bid to divert her attention, I reach for a nearby photo frame and thrust it into her line of sight. "Hey, look at this. Remember our trip to the mountains?" She hesitates, her gaze torn between the photo and the desk. For a moment, it feels like time stands still, a standoff between her curiosity and my fear. Finally, she smiles, her attention seemingly shifting. "Oh, I remember that. What a beautiful sunset." I let out a silent breath of relief, the tension in the room easing ever so slightly. She seems to have bought my distraction, her curiosity momentarily sated. But as she turns away, I know that the danger has only been temporarily averted. The diary's contents still hang heavy in the air, casting a shadow over our interactions, a dark secret that threatens to tear apart the life we've built. The days have blurred into a haze of unease and uncertainty since that fateful encounter with Eleanor's diary. The weight of her secrets presses heavily upon me, an ever-present reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath her surface. Every smile, every touch, now holds an edge of suspicion, a question mark that I can't shake. In the weeks that followed, Eleanor's behavior has taken a subtle but disconcerting turn. She's become remarkably controlling, particularly when it comes to our sexual relationship. What used to be an intimate and spontaneous connection between us has now become a series of orchestrated encounters, her desires and needs taking precedence over everything else. It's as if she's playing a game that I'm only partially aware of. She's mastered the art of manipulation, using her physical presence to distract me from the thoughts that plague my mind. She initiates encounters with an air of calculated urgency, leaving me little room to question her intentions. Yet, amidst the passion, there's an unsettling undercurrent, a sense that I'm being steered, guided into situations that she's orchestrating. She revels in her control over my desires, her dominance palpable even in the midst of intimacy. And though my body responds, a part of me resists, resisting her hold over me. It's not just the physical control that unnerves me, it's the psychological manipulation that seems to be at play. I catch glimmers of it in her eyes, in the way she studies my reactions, as if assessing the effectiveness of her methods. I find myself torn between wanting to please her and a growing suspicion that something more sinister is at play. In the midst of her newfound dominance, the memory of her diary's contents remains etched in my mind. The knowledge of her past actions, her plans for the future, creates a chilling dissonance. I'm trapped between my love for the woman I thought I knew and the horrifying revelation of her true nature. As I write these words, a sense of dread looms over me. The intimacy we once shared has become tainted by the shadow of her secrets, and I find myself yearning for clarity, for the truth to reveal itself. But I fear that unveiling her darkness might only plunge me deeper into a nightmarish abyss from which there's no escape. With continued suspicions, I couldn't help but check the diary once again. I hadn't finished reading after all, and I couldn't help but think that this sudden change in behavior was not unrelated to the side of her I had only just discovered. Weeks have passed since I last dared to write, and the weight of my secrets threatens to consume me. My actions have grown bolder, my resolve stronger, and my husband remains blissfully unaware of the darkness that festers within me. The threads of my intricate tapestry have woven themselves into a pattern of deceit, leading him further down the path of his own demise. I watch as his trust in me deepens, his guard slipping away with each passing day. He remains oblivious, trapped in the illusion of a marriage that I have so skillfully crafted. And now, as my plans near their culmination, a perverse thrill courses through my veins. I readjust my facade, acting the part of the devoted wife, his willing accomplice in this macabre dance. The prospect of his demise has never felt so tantalizingly close, and I yearn to witness the ultimate realization of my revenge. His suffering will be exquisite, I muse, my heart racing at the thought. But my plans have taken a new and darker turn. A revelation I stumbled upon, buried within these pages, paints a vivid picture of his impending death. A death he will experience in the midst of a humiliation so profound it sends shivers down my spine. A secret rendezvous has been planned, an intimate encounter that he will believe to be an affirmation of our connection. Little does he know that it will mark his final moments, the crescendo of a symphony of vengeance. As he bears his vulnerability, I will strip away not just his dignity, but his life. The anticipation is intoxicating, a heady blend of power and desire. I find myself consumed by the intricacies of my plan, my every waking moment dedicated to ensuring its flawless execution. He will never see it coming, his trust in me ensuring that he walks willingly into the trap I've set. The moonlight's glow is a silent witness to the darkness that now defines my existence. I am both creator and destroyer, architect and executioner. As the days count down, I am haunted by the image of his demise, a haunting melody that plays on a loop in the recesses of my mind. My hands tremble as I clutch the pages of her diary, the words etched upon them forming a grotesque tableau of deceit and malice. The revelation of her sinister intentions has shattered my world beyond repair. I read the words again and again, hoping that each time I'll wake from this horrifying nightmare. But the reality remains, stark and unyielding. Eleanor's meticulously crafted plan to humiliate and murder me is now laid bare, her malevolence exposed in the pages of her journal. The details are sickening, a testament to the depth of her depravity. The rendezvous she orchestrated, the intimate act that was to be the culmination of her vengeance, it's all there, a chilling testament to her willingness to strip me of my dignity and my life. The woman I once loved, the woman I shared my hopes and dreams with, is now an embodiment of pure evil. Rage and fear churn within me, a tempest of emotions I struggle to contain. How could I have been so blind, so naive? I look back on the weeks that have led me here, the moments of manipulation, the calculated control she exerted over our intimacy. It's all become clear, a sickening puzzle that now forms a horrifying picture. As the weight of the truth settles upon my shoulders, I'm torn between revulsion and self-preservation. The woman who claimed to love me has conspired to end my life in the most degrading manner imaginable. Every touch, every whisper, they were all part of her sinister game. The diary is a damning testament to her malevolent mind, a chronicle of her descent into darkness. It's a mirror reflecting back at me the danger I'm in, the precariousness of my existence. My every step feels watched, my every move manipulated. I'm paralyzed by a fear that grips my heart like a vice. I know that I can't confront her directly. To do so would be to walk willingly into her trap. I must find a way to escape, to outwit the woman who once held my heart but now holds the threads of my life. Eleanor's demeanor continued to shift over the coming weeks, her actions more calculated, her gaze unnerving. It's as if she's inching closer to the culmination of her malevolent plan, a shadow that looms over every interaction. Last night, as the moon cast a ghostly glow through the window, she made her move. Her touch was deliberate, her words laden with a venomous sweetness that sent shivers down my spine. Her eyes, once warm and familiar, held a chilling intensity, a look that spoke of her underlying intentions. Her attempt to initiate the intimate encounter she had described in her diary was a grotesque reminder of the danger I'm in. As she pressed closer, a sickening realization washed over me. She was executing her plan, her fingers like tendrils of darkness seeking to ensnare me. But this time, something snapped within me. The fear that had held me captive for weeks transformed into a surge of defiance. I pushed her away, the shock on her face mirroring the shock within me. "What's gotten into you?" I heard her voice tremble, a mix of confusion and anger. "I won't play your sick games," I said, my own voice shaking with a newfound resolve. The tension in the room was unbearable, a silent standoff between a husband and a wife whose intentions had become terrifyingly clear. The words hung in the air like a heavy fog, an assertion of my newfound defiance against the malevolent current that Eleanor had cast upon our lives. The seconds that followed felt like an eternity, the tension between us a palpable force that seemed ready to snap. Eleanor's face twisted in a mixture of shock, anger, and something else, a glint of a darkness that I had grown all too familiar with. For a moment, it was as if time itself held its breath, waiting for her response. Her voice, when it finally came, was a low hiss of simmering rage. "What are you talking about?" I stood my ground, the trembling in my limbs masked by a newfound determination. "I won't be a pawn in your twisted plan. I won't let you degrade me, humiliate me, and take my life." Her eyes bore into mine, a battle of wills playing out in the silence between us. The air crackled with tension, the room itself feeling like a battlefield. "Don't be ridiculous," she spat, her tone laced with both anger and a thinly veiled attempt at innocence. "You're imagining things." But I wasn't swayed by her words. The diary's contents, the orchestrated encounters, they all formed a chilling puzzle that I couldn't ignore any longer. "I've read your diary," I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I know what you've planned." A dangerous fire sparked in her eyes, a glimpse of the darkness that had consumed her. "You had no right to invade my privacy." My resolve hardened. "Your secrets are a matter of life and death. I won't let you destroy me." Eleanor's facade cracked, her anger giving way to a predatory smile. "You think you can outsmart me?" Eleanor's voice dripped with a chilling mix of confidence and arrogance. Her eyes bore into mine, a challenge that sent a shiver down my spine. For a moment, the room felt like a battlefield, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. I held her gaze, my resolve unwavering despite the fear that churned within me. "I won't let you destroy me," I replied, my voice steady. "I won't be a pawn in your twisted game." Eleanor's lips curled into a sinister smile, a predator sensing its prey. "You underestimate me, darling. You've always underestimated me." Her words sent a shockwave through me, a realization that I was dealing with a foe far more cunning and dangerous than I had imagined. But I wasn't backing down. I couldn't. With a sudden surge of determination, I turned and headed for the door. The time for confrontation was over. Now was the time for action. I could feel Eleanor's eyes on my back, her gaze burning into me like a searing brand. "Where do you think you're going?" Her voice was a mixture of curiosity and something darker, a threat that lingered in the air. I didn't respond. Every step I took felt like a step toward freedom, a chance to escape the nightmare that had become my reality. The hallway stretched before me, a corridor of uncertainty and danger. "Eleanor," I said, finally turning to face her one last time, "whatever darkness has consumed you, I won't let it consume me too." Her laughter was cold and hollow, a sound that chilled me to the bone. "You can run, but you can't hide. I will find you." With those haunting words echoing in the air, I turned away and continued down the hallway. My heart raced, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. The battle was far from over. If anything, it had just begun. As I stepped out into the night, the cool air hit me like a wave of clarity. The moon hung in the sky, a distant beacon of hope. I had escaped the clutches of Eleanor's darkness for now, but the danger was far from over. My journey to reclaim my life was just beginning, and I was determined to outsmart the woman who had once held my heart but now held nothing but my fear. The island was so quiet. I could hear the wind blowing through the leaves of the trees that covered the land and the sound of the tide rolling over the small beach, but there were no animal sounds. No human sounds. Just auditory emptiness. Every step I took sounded like a thunderous crunch, disrupting the quiet. It reminded me of being at a funeral. There's no rule against functioning at regular volume, but there's this presence in the air that seems to mute sounds, leaving you with the feeling of being inappropriate if you speak above a whisper. When Daphne had told me she wanted us all to go check out a deserted island just off the coast, I had some mixed feelings. On the one hand, partying on an island sounded like a lot of fun. On the other, probably a great place to get tetanus. So I was hesitant. Daphne had anticipated that, which was why she made sure to tell me, over and over, that Ted would also be coming. So of course I said yes, like the young, dumb, and in love person that I am. Ted rode in front of me on the boat to the island, and I couldn't help sneaking glances at his rugged profile catching the sun on the horizon, a halo of sea spray making him seem to glow. We picked him up from his internship at Douglas Motors, and on the way over, he changed out of the mechanic's uniform with the Monica name badge he hated so much and into a surf shorts and a polo that screamed I'm a bro. I'd have detested that in anyone else, but on him, I'd have found a paper bag fedora attractive. I was so smitten it hurt. Leo and George rode in the front of the boat, because of course they were sitting together. I try not to take my single lady angst out on everyone, but they were still giggly and always holding hands, and they just had their 1-year anniversary. It really feels inappropriate for them to be so happy in their relationship while I'm still sleeping alone. I mean, seriously. But obviously my jealousy is only on the surface. George has been in our friend group since middle school, and he's never been happier than since he's been with Leo, We've all met Leo a number of times, but this is our first big trip with him. I think he's nervous, but he hides it under his academic attitude and posture. Ted was sitting next to Daphne, who was the one who started this whole adventure. Daphne is working on her engineering degree and is super serious 90% of the time. Her lighter side comes out when it comes to going on crazy adventures. Exploring an abandoned island is so much up her alley. And I have to admit, we've been on some really cool trips that I wouldn't have gone on if she hadn't pushed me out of my comfort zone. She was a born leader and took the reins of our group without hesitation or disagreement. She was our benevolent ruler. I was sitting next to Cel. Cel and I are roommates. While I'm at school or internships all day, she works from home during the day and takes care of our puppy, Thaddeus. Weird name for a dog, I know. Cel works at the local strip club Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, and manages her OnlyFans page the rest of the time. I didn't know indie porn was an industry before I met Cel, but she has a great head for business and is more financially stable than I am. More than I ever will be, with the student loan debt I'm carrying. I love makeup, but this time at school for makeup artistry is really going to need to pay off well in the future if I'm going to survive when the student loan people come knocking. The boat ride was pretty short, about half an hour on an old speedboat we had rented for the day. Daphne kept looking at me and nodding in Ted's direction, desperate for me to finally make a move, but it was hard to do too much chatting over the engine noise. It wouldn't land quite the same if I screamed, "I like you, Ted," with an undertone of diesel engine. I was biding my time and totally not stalling at all. There was a small dock on the island, but it looked half rotted away. We tied the boat to it before very gingerly climbing onto the dock and walking over to the island, one at a time. I slipped clambering onto the dock, and Ted caught me by the arm. We paused for a second like that, looking at each other, and it made the whole trip worthwhile. You gonna get over to the island so I can get out of this boat?" he asked. "Oh, shit, yeah, going," I said, all in one breath. I scrambled down the dock and onto the island. Besides being crazy quiet, the island was an awesome picnic spot. It was so peaceful, far enough from the bustle of the bigger cities that you couldn't hear all the boat traffic, and the weather was fantastic, a gentle breeze making the warm sun pleasant rather than overbearing. With time, we got over trying to whisper to each other, and shortly after that we were laughing and caterwauling like usual. Leo brought some wine, which I'm sure helped. It was fancy wine left over from a showing at the art gallery he interns at, but none of us were wine connoisseurs. We just liked the buzz. After some food, some wine, and a fair bit of flirting, we started wandering around the island. I was hoping to get Ted alone somewhere so we could talk, but it seemed like right as we were about to, someone would come tramping through. It wasn't that big of an island, I suppose. After a few hours of tramping about, we decided to head back to the boat. On the way over, though, Daphne stumbled and yelped. "Damn, I smacked my toes on that bush," she said. She was grimacing and holding her foot. "Are you okay?" Leo asked. Instead of answering, Daphne's eyes got larger. She shuffled over to the bush and started moving branches of it out of the way. "What's up?" I asked her. I saw some metal under the bush. I think that might be what I stubbed my toe on. My mind went back to my tetanus concerns from when Daphne had first suggested the island trip. But Daphne dug under the bush and I saw the metal she was talking about. George went over to help Daphne clear away the dirt that was covering the metal, and it was a surprisingly thin layer. It seemed like this metal had been covered relatively recently. Perhaps the wind had been slowly blowing dirt over it. The pair kept brushing away dirt and exposing more metal. Ted joined in the removal. As the three worked, a large metal rectangle began to appear. It was George who found the handle. "What the hell?" he mumbled. From my perspective, I could see it better than the three who were on top of the metal and removing dirt. "It's a door," I said. "Holy shit," Daphne said. "This is bizarre," Sil said, nodding. "George, Ted, move off the door." "We have to check this out," Daphne said, excited. The pair moved off the door, but there were a number of incredulous looks going around the group. I decided to be the voice of reason. "Look, Daph, this is super weird and everything, and I know that it's totally up your alley, but this seems sketchy at best. There could be all sorts of venomous spiders and snakes and stuff in there, not to mention the risk of cutting yourself on rusted metal. Or falling through a weak floor and breaking a leg. This seems like a really bad idea." "Please," Daphne said, "let's just open the door. We don't have to go in, but let's at least see what's inside." No one said anything. "Come on, just one peek." "That's all." Everyone looked at each other before Sil finally stepped up. "All right, wild girl, I'll help you open this door. We take one look inside, then we head back on the boat." Daphne smiled and nodded. Together, the two of them grabbed the handle and began to pull. It was heavy. George ran in and put his hands under it, pushing while they pulled. Finally, once the door had passed the 90-degree mark, Daphne and Sil jumped out of the way, and with a final shove from George, the door swung over and slammed onto the ground. Dirt flew up into the air and the metal in the door reverberated, disorienting everyone for a moment. When the air cleared, Daphne was the first one over to the open entryway in the ground. She pulled out her cell phone, turned on its flashlight, and directed it inside. It was anticlimactic. The cell phone illuminated a set of stone steps that led down, but whatever was at their base was beyond the range of the light. "Ha," Daphne said. It pretty much summed it up. "Look," she added, "I know we said we wouldn't go in, but only seeing stairs is so unsatisfying. Look at them. They're made of stone or concrete or something, so it's not like they're rusted out and going to break off. Let's creep down a bit and look. Seriously, how can we just stop when all we see are stairs?" "I kinda get what she's saying," said Sil. "That door was heavy as shit. I want more of a reward than this. Now I'm curious, too." I hated to admit it, but I agreed with them. I nodded my head, and Daphne grinned. Perhaps it was their enthusiasm rubbing off on me, or maybe it was just natural curiosity, but I was riddled with a need to know what lay at the bottom of the stairs. Screw it, let's go, said George. Leo nodded, although it wasn't enthusiastic, and Ted grunted his assent. But we be careful. Everyone has lights on, don't touch any bugs or snakes, and definitely no metal. If anyone sees live wires, we get out immediately. Okay? Everyone nodded. Thanks for staying level-headed, Daphne said with real gratitude. Now, let's go exploring. The stairs went down what felt like about 10 or 15 feet before reaching a landing, then turned and went down in the opposite direction. It was like a set of stairs from an office or an apartment building had been sunk down underground. Moving past the first landing felt a bit scary, as we couldn't see the door anymore after that, but with the whole group together and all of our flashlights on our cell phones turned on, it wasn't terribly dark. We went down 3 flights of stairs before we reached a larger landing. We walked out into it and, as our lights moved through the room, we were able to see the outlines of a large room. There were computer consoles and screens on one side of the room, with a door on the right side wall. The left side wall had stacks of boxes alongside it. We walked into the room, splitting up a bit as we explored different parts of the room. Ted had gone towards the computer consoles and I tagged along with him. The computer towers had a thin layer of dust on them, and when I blew on them, a cloud puffed up into the air. I waved my hand in the air to try to disperse it. Ted was wiping dust away from the fan vents and pressing buttons on the front of one of the towers. With a low whir, the light on the front came on and one of the screens came on. "Hey, what you got running over there?" George asked. He and Leo came walking over. "The boxes are just a bunch of supplies. Tools, PVC, zip ties, that sort of thing. Pretty boring." Using the hem of his shirt, Ted wiped the dust from the screen. A logo I wasn't familiar with popped up on the screen, followed by the boot-up menu. It wasn't the usual desktop layout I was used to, but a command screen. Daphne and Silk came over to see what was going on. The door over there was locked. There isn't a handle or anything, but there's a keypad. Doesn't seem to be active. "What you got there, Ted?" Sil said. "Thought I'd explore a little on here, see if we can learn anything before we take off." "I guess the curiosity got to me, too," he said with a laugh. The command screen was pretty basic, black background with grayish-white text. All it said was, "Enter command prompt." Ted stared at it for a minute, then typed in "run." A string of text ran down the screen faster than the human I could follow. Tons of subcommands and file destinations flew by. As the process continued, the lights in the room kicked on. A fan in the corner of the room started to slowly oscillate, and the other screens flickered on, showing camera images of empty gray concrete rooms. A creaking sound came from the stairwell, and everyone turned around to look at it. "What's that?" asked Leo. There came a massive metallic thud. "Was that the door?" Sil yelled. "Stay here, I'll go check," George said, running off. "Not without me," Leo added, already following him. The pair took off up the stairs. I was looking around the room again, taking in all the details now that they had been fully illuminated, when I noticed a single string of words had appeared on the screen. I nudged Ted, who was still standing next to me, and pointed to the words. Welcome to the compound. The challenges are being prepared. The door will open when it is time for you to begin. What does that even mean? Asked Ted. We showed Daphne and Syl, but before we could begin talking it out, George and Leo came back, panting from their run up and down the stairs. The door is locked, Leo said through hard breaths. Felt like it was bolted in place, said George. We showed them the message. What challenges? Asked Daphne. Can you type in questions and asked Syl. Rather than answer, Ted started typing. What challenges? He typed. More words began to run across the screen. You will find out soon. They are designed to test you mentally, emotionally, and socially. If you fail, you will not leave the compound. If you succeed, you can continue on your journey. All contests will be recorded for eventual distribution. Videos may be edited for length. I don't even know what to ask about next. This is all so messed up, Leo said. What if we don't participate in the challenges? Scylla asked. Ted typed the question in. Then you will be taken to our termination facilities. Your body will be processed to see if your meat serves further purposes. Dark, I said nervously, trying to counter my own anxiety with some understated humor. It didn't work. More words appeared on the screen. The challenges are ready. The door will open momentarily. Go through the door to reach the first of 2 challenges. Stay here and you will be transported to the termination facilities. With the crumble of stone sliding against stone, the door on the right wall slid into a recess in the wall. The room beyond was dark at first, but overhead lights crackled on a quiet hum. I guess, I began, before hesitating. We gotta give it a go, Syl said. I don't want to find out what these termination facilities are. She took a deep breath, then walked through the doorway. Damn it, Daphne muttered. She followed Syl into the next room. The rest of the group started to walk through. I brought up the rear, with Ted right in front of me. Hey, Ted, I said. He looked back at me and smiled for me to continue. Look, this is super sketchy, and maybe before we step into whatever insanity this is isn't the best time to say it, but I want to tell you just in case this goes totally awful. Ted stopped walking and turned around. I know, Beth. You've been shyly flirting with me all day. It wasn't subtle, he said, laughing. Can I kiss you? Wait, for real. I have a real smoothness with words. Is that a yes? Well, yeah, of course, I said. Ted leaned over and kissed me. It was gentle and soft, but not short. When he pulled away, I felt my cheeks flush. After we get through this, let's plan our first date, Ted said, grinning. All I could do was nod. Ted reached over, gave my hand an encouraging squeeze, and then headed through the door. I followed. Right after I entered the room, the door grated shut behind me. Inside the room, there were 6 seats set in front of 6 monitors. The only available one was on the far left, next to Daphne. Everyone else was already sitting, except Ted, who was headed to the seat between Leo and Syl. I sat down, and Daphne leaned over to me. I'm so scared I think I might pee my pants if something startles me, but that doesn't mean I missed what just happened. She gave me a high five. I laughed. The lights dimmed and the monitors turned on. Across each one ran the same words. Welcome to the first challenge. There will be 2 challenges. Make it through both to leave the compound. All challenges must be completed through typing, as the microphone system is down. This first challenge is called Truth or Dare. You must select either Truth or Dare on your screen by typing in the word. If you select Truth, you will be asked a question. If our scan of all of your records determines you are lying, you will be sent to the termination facilities. If you select Dare, you will be given a task. Fail to complete the task and you will be sent to the termination facilities. You will go in order from left to right, and all screens will show all text. You will not be allowed to type when it isn't your turn. If we see you speaking aloud on camera, you will be sent to the termination facilities. The challenge begins in 30 seconds. We all looked at each other. No one wanted to say anything because of the threat of the termination facilities, but I could hear George whimpering down the line. I reached my hand out to Daphne, and she took it. We both squeezed, desperate for reassurance. The long block of text shifted up, and new rods appeared. Contest 1, Truth or Dare? The prompt had said left to right, and I was stuck in the far left chair. I was contestant 1. I let go of Daphne and, with shaking hands and jitter fingers, typed in, Truth. What do you feel guiltiest about? I didn't have to think. The memories came flooding back. The words of kindness, the soft touches, feeling terrified, the pain, the threats. How he shoved a sock in my mouth so if I screamed no one would hear me. Not reporting my dad for what he did to me, I typed. Why is this what you feel guiltiest about? I took a deep breath before typing again. Because, when I got too old for him, he started hurting me sister instead. I could feel the tightness in my throat as a sob broke out of me. My dad had just been convicted and sentenced last year. It was still so raw. Tears ran down my face. I had to blink them away to make the new words that appeared on the screen less blurry. Contest 1 has passed this challenge. I looked over at the rest of the group. There were smiles, but also sad eyes full of sympathy. Only some of them knew. Contestant 2, Truth or Dare? It was Daphne's turn. She typed, and on my screen I saw the word Dare appear. Slap contestant 6 in the face as hard as you can. Left to right, we were arranged in this order: me, Daphne, George, Leo, Ted, and Syl. So, Syl was contestant 6. Daphne needed to go slap her. Daphne froze in her chair. I looked over at her, only to see her staring at the screen and softly shaking her head. I nudged her, and she looked up at me. She didn't have a choice, she needed to go do it. On shaky legs, Daphne stood up. She walked down the line to where Syl was sitting and looked her in the eyes. Syl nodded and took a deep breath. Tears running down her face, Daphne put her hand back and then slapped Syl. The smack of flesh on flesh cracked like a whip, and Syl almost fell out of her chair. She kept her head hung down, and a dribble of blood dripped a few times onto the floor. Daphne didn't move, just stared at Syl. Slowly, Syl righted herself and sat back up. There was a red handprint on her face and her lip was split, still oozing blood. Her eyes were full of tears. Daphne broke. It seemed like she couldn't stop herself. "Oh, Syl, I'm so sorry," she wailed, hugging her. I could hear Ted and Leo shushing her, but it was too late. Hopefully whoever was watching this had missed the slip-up. Daphne squeezed Syl one last time, then went back to her chair. New words streamed onto the screen. Contestant 2 has completed this challenge. I breathed a sigh of relief until more words appeared. Contestant 2 has violated the no speaking rules and will be sent to the termination facilities. I looked over at Daphne and she looked back at me, terrified. There was a strained silence. I started to reach over to her. There was a roar like a giant vacuum. Suddenly, Daphne was gone. A hole had opened up beneath her chair and a great jet of air sucked Daphne and her chair straight down into it. I heard her scream piercing the roar of rushing air until it was cut off by a panel sliding in place over the hole. George, seated on the other side of Daphne, screamed, "Daphne," and jumped as if he was trying to catch her before she was sucked down, but it was far too late. He landed with a thump on the covered hole. The cover quickly opened again, and with a roar, George was sucked into the hole as well. I saw Leo jump up, but Ted tackled him and wrapped both hands over his mouth, holding in his screams. The cover of the hole slid shut again. Leo stopped struggling and patted Ted's arm. He let go and they both went back to their seats. I was in shock. Two of my friends had just been ripped away from me in a matter of seconds. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and turned to look. It was more words on the screen. Contestant 3 has violated the no speaking rules and will be sent to the termination facilities. I could hear Leo moan, but he didn't say anything. Contestant 4, truth or dare? Contestant 3 had been George, who wasn't here to participate. Contestant 4 was Leo. How was Leo going to get through this without breaking down, with his boyfriend taken away like that? I saw him sob as he reached out to type. Truth. How many times did you cheat on your boyfriend? Leo gasped and began sobbing. He cried and cried, while Ted did his best to calm him down. Finally, Leo reached out his hands and typed. Once. Why? I was scared. George is the first man I've dated. I came out to my family and my friends. They told me I was living in a sinful life. My spirituality has always meant so much to me, and here were the people who helped support me in my beliefs telling me I was going to hell for being with a man. I was so terrified because I couldn't win. I came out after I'd been with George for 6 months. I knew I loved him. I was horrified to live a life without him. But I was also terrified of hell. So when one of my friends kept pushing at me one night, telling me if I just had sex with a woman who knew how to give a man the night of his life, I'd realize what I was missing. I did it. I had sex with her. I was almost hoping she was right, that we'd fuck and I'd realize I loved women and I wouldn't go to hell. But I cried the entire time we were together. I hated it. It felt so wrong. I never told George. I didn't want him to hate me. Contestant 4 has completed this challenge. Leo kept sobbing. Contestant 5, truth or dare? Ted nodded to himself, then started typing. Dare. Break contestant 4's finger. I watched Ted's face. His eyes were huge. He slowly turned and looked at Leo. I could see Ted shaking his head. Leo took a deep breath and nodded, holding out his hand. Ted stretched his hands out and took one of Leo's fingers in them. Ted was taking a bunch of deep breaths, trying to hype himself up, but then he shook his head again and let go. He just shook his head at Leo. Without hesitation, Leo reached out, grabbed Ted's hand, and wrapped it around his pinky finger. Holding it in place tightly, Leo wrenched his hand sideways. There was a snapping sound, like a stick breaking underfoot, and Leo screamed through clamped lips. Ted looked horrified. I wanted to speak soothing words, but all I could do was go over and give them both a hug. Cell did the same. We stayed this way until I noticed more words on the screen. Contestant 5 has completed this challenge. We all made our way back to our seats, knowing what was coming next. Contestant 6, truth or dare? Truth, Syl typed. What's the most traumatizing thing that has ever happened to you? Syl shook her head, but immediately started typing. The last guy I went on a few dates with apparently started dating me because he thought, since I was a stripper, I must be easy. But that's bullshit. He tried to rape me. Tell us more details. Syl growled. I get it. Who wants to share their trauma with strangers? We were in his car making out. He started trying to pull my clothes off, but I shut that down. I don't need a public indecency ticket, so no car sex. But he didn't care. When I kept pushing him away, he punched me in the head. I was dazed, and he started tearing my clothes off. Literally tore them. Having a thong ripped straight up until it tears is an exceptionally painful experience. I had bleeding tears in my ass from the friction burn. But before he could do anything, I was able to take my mace out of my purse. Blasted that asshole in the eyes, and when he screamed, I shot the rest straight into his mouth. He had to go to the hospital. His throat closed up and he almost died. He deserved it. Being a sex worker doesn't mean it's okay to rape me. So fuck him. I was shocked. I hadn't heard about this before. I knew Syl had dealt with some scum in the past, but this was awful. I got up and gave her a hug. While I was hugging her, I saw words appear on her screen. Contestant 6 has completed this challenge. Syl and I kept looking at her screen, and Ted and Leo huddled around us, watching as well. More instructions were coming. Please move to the next room. The door will open momentarily. The lights came back up and a door tucked in the corner where I hadn't seen it slid open. The four of us stood up and walked over. Ted grabbed my hand on the way, and I held on desperately. The next room had 4 raised platforms, each sitting on thick cylinders with a set of stairs taking you onto them. On each was a screen and a keyboard. Assuming it was a similar system to the last room, each of us stepped up onto a different platform. Once I got up there, I had a bit of vertigo. I'm not a huge fan of height, and the platforms were about 6 feet above the rest of the floor. I closed my eyes for a second and grabbed onto the keyboard for balance. Deep breaths. I opened my eyes again and looked at the other platforms. Everyone had taken their position. I looked down at my screen. Welcome to the second challenge. This is the final challenge. Make it through to leave the compound. All challenges must be completed through typing, as the microphone system is down. This second challenge is called election. You will be given 1 sentence of information about each of you. After reading all 4 sentences, you must vote which person should be sent to the termination facilities. The person with the most votes will be sent to the termination facilities. Failure to vote will result in being sent to the termination facilities. If we see you speaking aloud on camera, you will be sent to the termination facilities. The challenge begins in 30 seconds. I looked up at each of my friends on the pedestals. Leo, who I was still getting to know, but who made George, poor George, so happy. Ted, who I could see myself having a future with. Syl, who had been my friend for over a decade and who inspired me by her willingness to not be afraid or ashamed of who she was or what she did. How could I do this? But it was too late. The sentences were appearing on my screen. Someone who stole $100 from a friend. Someone be kissed their best friend's dad. Someone C cheated on a final exam and let someone else get expelled for it. Someone D left someone bleeding in an alley. You have 15 seconds to vote. I glanced up in shock. 15 seconds. These were my friends. I knew I was someone B. It was an awkward thing where I wasn't paying attention, thought I was standing next to my then boyfriend, and kissed him, only to realize it was my boyfriend's dad, who was also his sister's dad, obviously, and his sister was my best friend at the time. Were all the rest of these like that, too? Misunderstandings? I didn't have time to debate. At least 8 seconds had to have passed. I scanned the sentences again. Pleading in alley seemed worst. I typed in D. A few seconds later, there was a ding. More words appeared on the screen. Voting is now closed. Someone C did not vote and will be sent to the termination facilities. There was the roar of air again. I looked up at my friends just in time to see the platform below sill open up. She was sucked down and the platform closed again. She hadn't even screamed. Sill hadn't voted. Now I felt like a coward, voting for one of my friends to die. More text on the screen. Someone D received the most votes. Someone D will be sent to the termination facilities. No, no, please. It wasn't like that, Leo screamed. He tried to run off his platform, but before he could, it opened up and sucked him down. It was just me and Ted. I started to leave my platform, but I saw Ted shaking his head and pointing at the screen. I looked over at it. One final round of election. Someone stole $100 from a friend. Someone kissed their best friend's dad. You have 15 seconds to vote. I looked up at Ted. He smiled at me and nodded. Then he put his hands down to his sides. Ted wasn't going to vote. I wasn't really surprised. He had always been so selfless. But I was scared. I typed in, someone A. I didn't look up. I knew I wouldn't be able to bear the hurt on Ted's face. There was a ding. Voting is now closed. Someone A received the most votes. Someone A will be sent to the termination facilities. I couldn't help it. I looked up. Ted was crying. He looked at me and waved. And then he was sucked down and disappeared from my sight. I started sobbing, but through my tears I could see more words on the screen. Congratulations. You have made it through the challenges. You are welcome to leave. Before you do, know that we have all of your information. If you tell anyone about what happened, we will kill your entire family. A boat is waiting to take you to the mainland. Through the haze of tears and horror, I stumbled down from my platform and through a newly opened door. At the beach, there was a fancy-looking boat with an enclosed cabin. I got on and tried the cabin door, but it was locked. The boat started up and took me back to shore. A week later and I hadn't left my apartment. Hadn't gone to classes. Hadn't gone to work. But I didn't care. I was barely eating. I had no idea how I was going to get my life back together. As I sat on the couch for the third straight day, I heard my phone start vibrating. It happened periodically, but this time it didn't stop. It just kept buzzing non-stop. Finally, irritated, I grabbed it. I had a message from an unknown number. I opened it and gasped. It was a picture of my friends. Leo, George, Sil, Daphne, and Ted, together in a dingy concrete room. Terrorist attacks below it.